of bounds. Nice heads up from BJ, though, to call a timeout before he was hit out of bounds. So
we've got our first substitutions of the game. So for Ontario, Nick Kovac has entered the match. And for Alberta, Kurt Timmins has entered the game. We'll see what they're able to do, if they're able to shift the momentum a little bit. Oof.
Turnover. So again, Travis managed to hit Corey out of bounds before Alberta was able to score. So Ontario ball.
So you must have possession of the ball before crossing that line. This is not football. There are no touchdowns. You have to have the ball in your possession before you go over the line for it to count as a try. If not, it will be a turnover.
There's that nice ball movement from Ontario, and they convert the turnover.
So now up to a 4-point lead. Late in the first.
Zach managed to push across half. Spots Dave on the far side. Nice goal from Alberta.
Fires a real precise dart right into his catching pocket. And another point on the board for the Roughnecks.
Ooh.
Who's that going to be off of?
I believe that's off Zach, so it stays Ontario's possession, but that was a close one.
Real heads-up hustle play there. Ball goes into Nick Kovac. Oh, we got a little drag race here between him and Corey Harrower. And he's going to run away with it.
Nice speed from Nick.
Really nice speed. And you know, for Ontario, when they're playing against a team like Alberta with somebody out there as fast as Zach, it's really nice to have a couple players who can turn on the jets every now and again, put him under a little bit of pressure, and allow you to score quick tries.
Another turnover from Alberta. Alberta they're getting the ball in fine. It's that second part of their offense that seems to be struggling right now.
We got a bench timeout called by Coach Bruce Crosby. He's been coaching the Alberta team for a very long time. Very well-respected coach here in Canada. Probably just wants to talk things over with his team, make sure that things don't get too out of control. Down 5 early in this match.
Yeah, Bruce won Coach of the Year in 2022, so great coach, lots of pedigree there. Yeah, I'm sure he's just telling his athletes there to stay calm, maybe to take a moment to refocus. You know, first game of the tournament, still lots of rugby left, so just looking to grow from this.
And between these two teams, you've got the winners of, I believe, the past 7 national championships. It might be 8. Alberta won the past 2, so they've won in 2021 and then 2019. And then Ontario had a very large streak before that of Ontario Thunder victories. So really two titans of the sport in Canadian wheelchair rugby. Definitely more of a modern rivalry. Since Zach has really emerged onto the stage and grown into probably one of the world's top wheelchair rugby players.
Nice try from Zach there. Nice key offense from Alberta.
Oh, so they've forced Mike Whitehead to inbound. This is not Ontario's usual look. And Alberta's able to put a lot of pressure on it.
But Travis stays calm under that pressure, manages to get the ball up to Nick.
We got another Harrower Kovac drag race, and it ends the same way.
Yeah,
Kovac put another point on the board.
Kovac definitely seems to have Harrower's number there. It'll be interesting to see that battle continue.
Oh, we got two Canada teammates battling it out here, Whitehead versus Medell.
Doesn't seem to be a problem for Zach.
No. Now for you, Byron, because you're also a part of Team Canada. What's it like when you come to these domestic and national competitions and you get to play against people who are your teammates for the majority of the year?
Yeah, I mean we get to play against each other tons during training camp, so it really kind of feels like another training camp, experience. It is pretty cool getting to wear your provincial colors and play with all your provincial teammates. But yeah, there's a lot of familiarity when we're battling against other national team members.
Yeah, you see Zach and Mike joking out there on the court with each other a little bit. John a little bit back and forth. I'm sure it's all friendly, but it's always fun to see that, get the competitive juices going. Travis coming up the court, got a lane, takes on Kurt, gets by him.
Gets the ball back to Whitey. Nice little pick and roll there. Gets the ball over to Travis. Back to Whitehead. And nice seal from Eric. And Whitey scores a try on the corner.
Whitehead's a really good conductor of offenses. He's really a passing maestro, and it's always cool to see the way that he's able to kind of manipulate defenses with his arm and with his skills.
There's not a lot of panic in his game. He is always under control. His head's always up, scanning the court.
All right, Kurt's dropping down, trying to get that steel door on Travis.
Yeah, Alberta's really sticking with that steel door defense.
Oh, and he's got it. So right now, with Travis out of the play, Ontario's running 3-on-3 here, but a .5 is taking out a 2, and great defense from Alberta forces a timeout.
That is what Alberta's really looking to get on their defense. That's the ideal outcome from a steel door, is to get that points mismatch and let Zach and Corey battle 2 versus 2.
Now, we've mentioned points and classification a couple times now, so I think we should let our audience know a little bit what that means. So in wheelchair rugby, like most disability or parasports, they use a classification system so that athletes with different physical disabilities and impairments can compete together fairly. So in wheelchair rugby, everybody's classified between .5 and 3.5, with your .5s having the most physical impairment. Those are generally called low pointers. So athletes like Kurt Timmons out there and Eric Rodriguez, all the way up to 3.5. So athletes like Zach Medell, who have the least physical impairment and the most function. The higher your point value is, generally the more of a ball handler and playmaker you will be, while athletes lower on the scale will generally be picking and blocking and creating lanes, often like offensive linemen in football. Now, just because someone's a lower point player doesn't mean they don't have an impact on the game. A really good .5 or a really good Class 1 can really change things, and I'm lucky to be joined in the booth by one of the best here in Byron Green.
Alberta is definitely putting a lot of pressure on Ontario in this last minute or two.
Yeah, whatever Bruce seems to have told his team, it seems to have lit some sort of a fire, and they've come out swinging since that timeout.
Only about 34 seconds left in our first quarter. Ontario's going to try to score the last try of the quarter.
So what's the reasoning behind why a team would slow things up here?
Yeah, last try of the quarter is important because it can lead to a 2-point swing depending on which team has the arrow. So if Ontario has the arrow, they will have first possession of the next quarter. So if they manage to score the last try as well as the first try of the next quarter, it is effectively a 2-point swing.
Yeah.
And even if you do not have possession at the start of the next quarter, by scoring last try, you prevent the other team from getting that 2-point swing.
And now Alberta won the jump at the start of the quarter, which means Ontario will get it to begin the second.
There was actually a jump ball in the last minute and a half of the game, so I think Alberta will get first possession.
Oh, I must have missed that. My apologies to the viewers.
You were explaining the point system, so you are forgiven.
Delightful. Yeah, thanks to everybody for joining us here at these Canadian Wheelchair Rugby Championships. We'd like to take some time in this intermission to thank some of our sponsors. Thank you to 49 Bespoke. Thank you to Gahan House, Hub City, Rocket Printing, Macron, Ontario, Vesco Wheelchairs, Tango Medical, and the City of Moncton.
One little point of note is Wheelchair Rugby Canada is having an auction, and the proceeds go to the national championships. If you're interested in bidding on a Baytech Mini or on a Vesco equipment kit, please go to Wheelchair Rugby Canada's Instagram page, and you will find our
auction in the link tree.
A little bit of a treasure hunt to find it, but it will be worth it.
It'll be there. It'll be worth it. The Baytechs are pretty amazing. Great mobility device for a lot of manual wheelchair users. Absolutely excellent. And then
the bidding for the Baytech is starting at $4,000, which is well below retail price. So,
well below.
So that is very appealing.
It's a steal of a deal, you might say.
And the starting price for the equipment kit is at $350.
Yeah. So yeah, pretty good first quarter. 5-point spread. Definitely not over yet. You know, Alberta will go into this intermission, hopefully come up with some adjustments. But it has been really impressive to just see the way that Ontario is moving the ball. They're being real patient. They're not letting Zach put too much pressure on them, influence their decision making. Yeah, just a really clinical performance to open up this competition.
Yeah, Ontario definitely had the momentum to start that quarter. Late in the quarter, I felt like Alberta started to swing that momentum back in their direction. So it's going to be interesting to see if Alberta can continue that momentum swing here into the second quarter.
And it's been really fast-paced. You know, 18-13, that's quite a lot of tries in a quarter. It'll be interesting to see if that pace keeps up or if the game starts to slow down a little bit now that Ontario has established a lead.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Alberta keep their foot on the gas. They're all experienced players and are eager to win.
Yeah. And just as you say that, Mike Whitehead gets a nice little swat on one of Medell's passes, forces Alberta inbound again from the corner. They're really trying to deny the ball away from Zach here, but he's able to lean back and grab it.
Really nice range from Dave Guyrie there to get the ball in over a tall player, Mike Whitehead. We see Ashley Monroe on court for the first time for Alberta. She is a 1.5 athlete. However, when a female athlete is on the court, the team is allowed to go to 8.5 points on the court.
Correction, Ashley Monroe is actually a 1.0 athlete.
My apologies.
Yeah, we're all good there. Ashley was actually part of the first ever Canadian women's team that competed at the Women's Cup in Paris this past March, where she won a bronze medal alongside a number of women from across the country.
I really enjoyed watching that tournament. It was great to see our women go over to Paris and play hard and come back with a medal.
Now, wheelchair rugby right now at every level is a mixed sport, which is definitely something that makes it unique in the sporting realm. So most teams here do at least have one female player on them, and all of our clubs are inclusive of anybody who wants to come out and play, regardless of your gender. So if you're watching this game, if you know a young woman who might be interested in wheelchair rugby, tell them to head over to wheelchairrugby.ca and find their club.
And in general, to be able to classify into wheelchair rugby, you need to have an impairment to your upper body as well as your lower body.
Yeah. So common impairments can include spinal cord injuries, cerebral palsy, Charcot-Marie tooth, multiple amputations or different types of limb differences, and a range of different neuromuscular conditions. If you're curious and you're wondering if you might be eligible and if wheelchair rugby is the sport for you or someone in your life, again, please reach out to us. Please check out wheelchairrugby.ca. Find your local club. Clubs are always looking for more people, and we always want to have more people in our game. Oh, Ontario with a lot of pressure on Corey here, able to get the ball out to Medell.
Yeah, nice heads-up play from Zach to make sure that he was available there for a pass when Corey needed it.
Wilsey to Whitehead. That's a combination that we've been hearing a lot in Canadian wheelchair rugby for
many years.
Many years, 2 decades now.
Oh, Dave manages just to bring that ball in. Nicely done. Gets the ball back to Mike Whitehead.
Is that a new nickname?
Mike Head. That's just my dyslexia kicking in.
That's okay. Yeah, Mike's got a few nicknames. You'll often hear us call him Whitey on the broadcast. That's a pretty popular one. Zach was known as the kid for a while, but he's not really a kid anymore.
Not so much.
That's a grown man. Also, despite being one of the most dominant people in the sport, probably one of the friendliest people you'll ever meet too. You know, a really good role model for a lot of young athletes growing up and competing in sport.
It's pretty rare to see him without a smile on the court.
And just as we talk about how he's dominating and friendly, he pushes Mike out of bounds, forces that timeout. As we were saying, each team gets four timeouts that they can use throughout the game. You can't take them home with you, so if it's the difference between saving a turnover and calling a timeout, might as well use them.
Each team also has 2 bench timeouts. So the floor timeouts are 30 seconds in length if you want to use the full time. And the 2 bench timeouts are 1 minute in length. But the bench timeout can only be used during a stoppage of play.
Yeah. And sometimes you'll see timeouts be used for clock management at the end of the quarters and last goal situations, which we may see later in this game. Gary had a nice little corner battle with Dave down at the other end there. Calls for the inbounder.
So Ontario's been trying to deny the inbound for the last couple of possessions here. Alberta's struggling a little bit to get the ball in, but they have been consistently getting it in. And once they do get it in, they're managed to score fairly easily. So I'm not sure if the defense is quite working out how Ontario wants it to. They might have to make some slight adjustments, but...
Oh, Gary, it's Dave versus Dave here. Gary's trying to chase down Wilsey. Not able to get there. We'll see with another try.
The elder statesman scores no problem.
Ball's in a harrower. Just looking for an outlet, finds Gary.
And the illegal use of hands call from the ref. So Alberta will maintain possession, and David Wilsey spend a little bit of time in the penalty box. No, bad.
It's Mike Whitehead.
Mike Whitehead.
That's a call, that Mike's never really seen in his life before. Definitely doesn't like to reach. No. Mike's really good at getting his hands in there, popping balls loose, being aggressive. And, sometimes when you take those risks, you get a reward, and other times you end up in the box. So it's just part of the game. He gets a little breather right now. And see Alberta's trying to set up so they can try and trap him in the box. Maybe force him to call inbounder. As Zach just kind of spins around and kills time while they get set up.
Yeah, on this power play, it's not uncommon to see teams not scoring. They're trying to get some sort of advantage with the transition.
Oh, and they do.
They force Mike Whitehead to inbound. And Zach's going to cover Dave solo, and they've got the nice double on Travis. Travis managed to battle out, though. Huge play from Travis Morale.
Gets around 2 and then gets the ball back to Whitey. Heads up pass. And Wilsey's down at the other end ready to score.
Yeah, Whitey gets that ball out just in time before the big hit from Zach.
Again, that quick ball movement from Ontario. Not only is it quick, not only is it powerful, but it's accurate. Those passes are getting there right where they want them.
They always have a player in the right spot at the right time. And they always know where each other are.
How much of that do you think is from training, and how much of that do you think is just instinctual?
I would say it's probably 80% from training. For sure, athletes make plays and they have those natural instincts, but a lot of it comes from the years of all the playing time they put in playing together.
Big hit between the big dogs. Travis taking on 2 here. Morale finds the corner. Gets around Gary. Oh! And we got a man down.
Yeah, a bit of a late hit from Dave Gyree there.
Bit of a late.
I mean, definitely a spin call. I think Dave's lucky not to get called on a flagrant for that one.
Yeah. So when you say a spin, what is a spin?
So in wheelchair rugby, you're allowed to hit anybody at any time. There are some illegal hits though. So if you hit a player behind their axle on the big wheel, it can cause their chair to lose control and flip over, depending on the speed that they're traveling at. So the refs have a discretion on that sort of hit. If they feel like it's a dangerous hit, they can call it a spin, and you will be in the penalty box for 1 minute. And if you continue to hit, if a player continues to deliver spin hits, the refs can call flagrants, and you can be ejected from the game.
And sometimes in those situations like we just saw, you can see a flagrant be called as well if the hit is in a situation where the offensive athlete is scoring and there's no way for the defender to actually make a play. I do think there Dave really looked like he was trying to make a solid defensive play. I just got there half a second too late. So
generally the refs do like to give a warning call before they start dishing out the flagrants on those late hits, because they do want to let the defense play hard.
Yeah. Yeah, no, we want to see an intense, competitive, physical, and hopefully clean game, you know. And Alberta burns another timeout off the inbounds.
Yeah, Ontario's deny defense is really starting to pay dividends for them. It looks like they've worked out the kinks, and Alberta's starting to feel that pressure.
And how difficult is it for a team to deny a player like Zach?
Very difficult. But Ontario's working well together. They're not just relying on one player to deny Zach. They're working together as a team. They're forming a wall. So they kind of funnel Zach from one player to the next. I feel like the Alberta inbounder, Dave Gyree, he has that range to get the ball up over that wall. I think he just needs to trust in his abilities a little bit more. I would like to see him firing those inbounds. The windows are there. You just got to go for it. And in a game like this, you're already down 6 points. You know, it is a little bit too early to call the game over, but you definitely want to be practicing things in anticipation of the rest of the tournament. So.
See Whitey out there calling out directions to his teammates on defense, letting them know what the coverage is, where he wants everybody. Ball's in a harrower.
Pushing with it.
Pushing with it, gets around it. Gyree's got a nice pick on Kovac.
A nice pass just to the open court. Let Zach wheel into it. Easy catch, easy try.
You know, for as much as Alberta has a deficit, they have been playing quite well today. Really pushing the pace on offense and working hard to try and stay in this game.
Yes, it's definitely too early to call the game. And Alberta, you know, they could stage a comeback here. Ontario's looking smooth. Alberta's really going to have to try to crank up that defensive pressure to get back in this game.
I do think so far the real difference in this game has been Ontario's efficiency on offense. Their passes have just been that one or two, a little bit cleaner, a little bit crisper, and it's made a big difference.
Whoa, nice strip from Whitehead. Puts those big hands to good use and secures the ball.
I almost thought he was going to do the Akeem Olajuwon finger wag there when he got that stuff in there. Just threw the pass down, chased it down, and scored.
Yeah, that was a clean steal.
And that's what we were talking about earlier, where Whitehead gets his hands in there, he gets his hands involved, because oftentimes it does create a lot of advantages for his team.
A nice pass up to Dave. Can Nick track him down? Whoa, he does. Big hit from Nick and puts Dave into the cone before Dave can get two wheels across the line. So to score a try in wheelchair rugby, you have to have possession of the ball, and two of your wheels have to break the plane of the goal line.
So if only one wheel breaks the plane and the other doesn't, it's not a try, and it's a turnover.
Ontario gets the ball in. Whitey pushes across half, pulls up.
Him and Medell having a little conversation as he protects the ball there.
Whitey's just waiting for Eric to make his way up the court to help him get around Zach. Nice little crack.
That's a nice crack.
Yeah.
Great minds think alike, B. Great minds think alike. Kovacs had some great minutes off the bench here for Ontario. Putting a lot of extra speed out on there for the Thunder.
Yeah, he's been looking really solid for Ontario. He's been playing for, I think, 5 or 6 years. And he's definitely making strides in his game.
Splits his time between Japan and Canada. Has played for Axe in Japan, one of the stronger Japanese clubs.
So a little bit of a struggle there from Ontario getting the ball in. Zach managed to get a hand on it, but Ontario gets the ball back and gets across half and scores. So even when Ontario's running into little bits of hiccups, they're not really paying a price for it. A little bit of maybe lucky bounces for them, but Alberta needs to keep this pressure up if they want to get back in this match.
You know, there's some people, though, that say that success is when luck meets preparation, so.
Nice little play from Whitehead there. He managed to free up Travis while he has possession of the ball. You don't see that too often, but it was very effective just now.
It's crafty. It's crafty. That's that wily veteran presence out there, you know? Makes the plays you might not even think about. I know I didn't see that one coming. Oh, Rodriguez, great job getting a pick on Medell there. Slows him down. But the Roughnecks are able to get the ball out. Gary's going to protect this one.
Gary definitely is a little bit more hesitant there. I think he's remembering the play a couple plays earlier where he got hit into the cone. I felt like he could have scored easily there, but
you know, it's a physical sport. It's a physical sport, and the big hits you can't feel them. And Nick definitely took him out earlier. So.
And you do want to be, you want to make sure you're going to score. So there was nothing wrong with passing the ball off to Corey and ensuring that you're going to score that goal, that try. Alberta's putting a little bit of pressure on the ball. They're dropping into a key defense. Ontario's going to set up their key offensive play.
Eric does a great job taking out Zach for a couple seconds. Travis gets him to score.
Yeah, Travis and Whitey, the 2-on-1.
See, the thing with the .5s or the lower point players is they might not make all of the great flashy plays with the ball, but they do a lot of the little things that allow their team to be successful. Eric there with a great defensive stop on that last possession on Medell, and then on offense, getting in and getting that pick in there just to not necessarily hold them for a long time, but just that 1 or 2 seconds gives everybody else that time to recover and do their thing.
Yeah, just creating that little window where offense can gain an advantage and exploit it for a try. All right, we have no try. Oh, never mind. They reversed their call. It was a try.
So we've got 19 seconds on the clock, so this is probably a last try situation for Ontario again.
They go with the give and go to get the ball in. Travis up the right side. And nice little pass up to Whitehead.
Whitey's on Harold, no problem.
Whitey's going to get in the key, try to burn as much time as possible. Scores with 5 seconds left.
You can see Zach doing everything in his power there to push Mike over the line, get as much time on the clock as possible.
Yeah, 5 seconds is still plenty of time to score a try.
Yep.
Oof.
Not quite enough, though. Not today. Not today. Maybe tomorrow, though. Maybe tomorrow.
All right, we're through half the first game. 33 for Ontario Thunder, 25 for Alberta Roughnecks.
Pretty solid game so far. 8-point spread. A lot of offense, a lot of tries.
I was anticipating a bit closer of a game, but Alberta's definitely got a little bit of rust. Zach and Corey haven't played together in quite a while, so they're definitely working out some of the kinks, where the Ontario crews many years of practice together.
Corey was actually a late call-up. She was supposed to be playing on Alberta's Division II team this weekend, but Alberta's the Roughnecks had a player who wasn't able to attend, and as a result, they've had to move Corey up to D1 and bring in somebody else for their D2 team. So, they're not going to have as strong of a chemistry as, say, the team that's been pretty much the same core for the past 7-8 years. But I have been impressed with the speed of their offense and just the way that they're not giving up. They're still working out the kinks, and all of this stuff will help them, later in the competition. Everybody's got 4 games in the round robin, and then seeded into the finals. So there's still plenty of rugby to play.
Exactly. Alberta, there's definitely tons of potential in this lineup. If they win out the rest of their games, they will be in that finals for sure. So,
yeah, really, really promising signs from Ontario out there. Again, like we've said, their passing has just been exceptional. Really moving that ball and making a lot of smart decisions on court.
Yeah, coming into this nationals, looking at the rosters, I was definitely anticipating a Ontario finals. From what I've seen from this first half of the first game, predictions still looking pretty good.
Yeah.
That being said, I wouldn't be shocked if Alberta can sneak into that finals, that gold medal game. But they're going to have to put in the work.
Yeah, we've got plenty of wheelchair rugby for you to watch this weekend. There's 5 games a day on CBC Sports, and there's also Court 2 coverage on Wheelchair Rugby Canada's YouTube channel. There's actually an Alberta versus Ontario Division II game going on right now across from us. From what I can tell from the scoreboard, we'll try and get you a score later in this game. There's currently a referee standing in front of that scoreboard, so I can't quite make it out.
Yeah, definitely tune in for the Div 2 coverage. I know our BC Division 2 team is looking to repeat national championships.
Okay, let's keep the expectations low there, V. Yeah. No, it'll be fun. Obviously, Division 2 not quite the same caliber of skill and speed as Division 1 is, but definitely high on the entertainment value. Lots of really high energy players, lots of colorful characters, and plenty of exciting moments.
It's great to see the up-and-coming athletes as well, developing in Div 2 and hoping to crack into those Div 1 teams in the following years. So yeah, it looks like Ontario is winning 22-8, so that would be the Ontario Lightning up 22 versus the Alberta...
It's the Alberta Bighorns and the Ontario Suns.
Suns, my bad.
Suns. Apparently it's always sunny in Peterborough. So nice early lead for that Ontario D2 team.
They are looking sharp.
Yeah. They did win the 3 prior Division 2 championships, other than last year, when BC2 was able to pull off a bit of a mild upset.
They are definitely,
I'm sure they're hungry to get it back.
Yes.
Yeah, no, Ontario definitely is a bit of a powerhouse in wheelchair rugby across both divisions. Obviously, between their 2 D1 teams here this weekend, they've got, I want to say, 8, 9 national team pool members. So a lot of firepower in their lineup, a lot of different options that they can throw out there. And with both of those D1 teams, I think you're going to see a lot of ball movement. We were talking about the classification system earlier, but there's kind of 2 main types of lineups in wheelchair rugby. A high-low, which is what Alberta's running, with 2 higher point players and 2 lower point players, and then a balanced line where things are more spread out, like Ontario's.
Yeah, so an example of a balanced lineup is a 3-2-2-1. Any sort of lineup where you have 2 mid-pointers out there is generally considered a balance.
Yeah, so like what Ontario's running right now, which is a 3-2-2.5. So they're half a point under, but it's still a balanced line with Dave and Travis on court, spreading the floor and moving that ball around. Whitey gets a hand in there again, but tips it out, so Alberta will retain possession.
Yeah, Alberta definitely feeling that pressure to get the ball in. Ontario's throwing an effective deny defense at them.
Those active hands, man, those active hands.
And when you're trying to defend a player like Zach, your angles are really important. You have to take those good angles to be able to negate his speed. Oh, Whitey ends up on the court.
Zach comes over, just shows a little bit of good sportsmanship, makes sure he's okay, helps him get flipped over, and moves out of the way so Dave Caldwell and Susanna Rodriguez can do what they need to do and get Mike back up.
Yeah, so Dave Caldwell is one of the many equipment people here today. Dave's been a long-time equipment person for Ontario. Super important for each team to have experienced equipment member on staff. It's a vital part of the wheelchair rugby team.
Yeah, and big thanks to our tournament sponsor, Vesco, for also sponsoring a number of equipment manager kits recently for a number of clubs and teams across Canada. We really appreciate their support, and it's going to help a lot of clubs keep their chairs in good working order and get more people moving and playing on court.
You got to have the right tools to do the job. Yeah. And Vesco ensures that you do. Oh, long pass up to Dave Gyrie. Managed to secure that ball before Whitey can get there and score the try.
Mike Whitehead was actually just named the Division II MVP at the United States Wheelchair Rugby Association Nationals, playing with his club team down there, the Northeast Passage Wildcats. Really brought a lot of leadership and skill to that club.
Yeah, we were fortunate to have a number of Canadians playing down in the U.S. this year, and their season wrapped up last weekend with their national championships.
Yeah. Zach and Travis actually both were part of teams down there. Zach played with the Portland Pounders, who Byron and I both know very well from playing wheelchair rugby out in the Pacific Northwest. And Travis was with, I believe they were called the Wausau Lightning, out of like Wisconsin, Milwaukee, Wisconsin area.
Yeah, both Whitey and Travis were playing in the Div 2 competition. Zach was with the Portland Pounders, who were up in Div 1. And I believe Zach and the Portland Pounders finished 4th.
They did. They finished 4th, and Zach was named Best 3-5. Definitely an award that Zach is very familiar with. He's got probably a closet full of them somewhere. And he's probably got a couple shells worth of MVPs, too. In his spare time away from the rugby court, Zach Medell is also a public speaker. He's got a very cool brand new website that's really exciting. I'm very happy to see him, pursuing all sorts of cool ventures.
Yeah, it's great to see athletes working on things outside of the sport and growing as people.
He's also got a great TikTok account, so if you're a TikTok person, check that out. Oof. And we got another turnover.
Yeah, Dave just managed to throw that ball a little outside of Corey's reach, and Ontario pounces on it.
And Ontario uses a timeout, so they keep the ball. They avoid a turnover-to-turnover situation. Something that happens a surprisingly high amount in wheelchair rugby is a team will get a turnover, and then they will immediately after turn that ball over. So instead of risk a tough pass under pressure, Dave calls a timeout, makes sure they take advantage of the turnover, and gets it into Morale.
He punches through the Alberta defense and scores. Alberta's switched up their inbounder here to Corey, and it seems to be working out for them. I think having just a little bit more range on that inbound. Oh, nice interception from Rodriguez, but Kerr manages to get that loose ball.
Really nice pickup by Kurt there. A bit of a commentator's curse from Byron to Corey on that play. Talking about her range, and then she underthrows one. So sorry about that, Corey. Keep it up out there.
Yeah, I think Eric just played a really nice passing lane there, and Corey didn't quite see him, and he got in there.
Now you know Eric quite well. He's in the same classification as you. You guys are teammates on the national team. What are some of the things that make him a really effective .5?
His work ethic is what's allowed him to get to the level where he's at, as one of the top .5s in the world. He really puts in the hard work, and he lives that 24/7 athlete life. So it's amazing to see what he's accomplished from that. But he's fast. He really plays off the ball very well. So you'll see that he's often covering over the top and then swooping in at the right moments to either turn the ball back into the middle of the court or get in passing lanes as teams are looking to pass the ball.
Cool. And now Eric was voted by many of his distinguished peers as the best .5 at the 2022 World Wheelchair Rugby Championships. He was one of 2 Canadian All-Stars alongside Zach Mandel, so quite the honor. And Whitehead with another try.
Yeah, Ontario's definitely scoring quite easily. They've kind of continued that into this quarter. And it looks like Alberta's trying things out. They started with the first half of the game with Dave inbounding. They've switched now to Corey inbounding. Seems to be working out okay for them. I'm sure they're looking to see what works here as they continue into our 40th national championships.
Yep. We got a 4 in the key call here made by referee Cam Broadhead out of Calgary. Cam actually was just down at the USWRA Nationals in Rockford, Illinois, where he reffed the Division I championship game as part of a referee exchange that Canada's doing with the United States. So there's an American ref here this weekend, and then there were 3 Canadians down in Rockford last weekend. Just growing the sport, not just for athletes, but also for officials and coaches and every part of it, because we're all part of the big wheelchair rugby family. If you're interested in officiating, reach out to Wheelchair Rugby Canada. We're always looking for more officials as well. It's definitely a great sport for anyone with previous officiating experience in able-bodied sport to get into. We find basketball and hockey refs have transitioned quite easily, so check it out if you think this is cool.
Ball comes into Zach Mandel.
Nice steep pass to Gyrie again. We've seen that a lot today.
Nice recovery from Travis, though. Stops the easy try.
And Mike gets his hands in on the ball on Corey again. Knocks it out of bounds, but Alberta retained possession. Corey's saying there was a little bit of contact there, but no harm, no foul.
And subs in for Ontario. Nick Kovac back in the game for Travis Morale.
Ontario back into their key defense. They've got 3 in and Nick out.
Alberta working that key offense, and Zach's in for the try. Dave Wilsey inbounding for Ontario, gets the ball into Whitey. And Dave unguarded up the right side, attacking with speed, but pulls back.
Rodriguez and Timmins having a nice little battle down at the other side of the court here. 2.5s going at it. Rodriguez doing a great job keeping Kurt out of the play.
Whitey putting that size to good use, posting up in the key, receiving the pass, and scoring the try.
That's a move that I've seen a lot of from Whitehead over the years is that post up and then back in for the score.
Yeah, I mean, you got to use your advantages, and one of Whitey's advantages is his height and his hands. So he's learned how to utilize that against key defenses or on the court trying to get the ball over half. He'll look to post up and be that safe outlet to move the ball to.
Whitehead's like a really good example too is that there's not just one way of being an effective rugby player. You know, a lot of threes are really focused on like their speed and just how quickly they can push. But Whitehead does a really good job slowing things down, finding angles, working to get in position to make those passes, and then just finding new ways to be effective.
Yeah, well, when Whitey first started playing, wheelchair rugby was quite a different game. We didn't have the 40-second shot clock, so control and possession were highly prized part of the sport. We'd often see teams looking to score last goal with 3 to 4 minutes left in a quarter, so playing that control style of offense was really, really important. And that's where Whitey learned that style of play from, and he's continued it over his long career and used it to good effect.
Ontario really transitioned Timmins out of plays now early when they're on defense.
And that's a sign of a good team, transitioning as soon as you know you're going to score. So as soon as you have a breakaway goal, your 3 other players are looking to gain a defensive advantage. Even though technically you're still on offense, you're anticipating the upcoming defense, and you're already setting up advantages for your team.
Harrower with a nice steal there, able to get her hands on that over-the-top pass before it gets to Nick. Dave's giving him some directions for the next play there.
Ball into Whitey off the screen. Zach's looking to guard him.
And Timmins has that steel door on Dave, but Whitey gets around a pick.
Yeah, great pick from Eric Rodriguez there. He's really the one that allowed Whitey to beat Zach across half.
Again, that's what we were saying with the very important role that low pointers play in this sport. It's real easy to overlook it and just focus on the glitz and the glamour guys who are scoring all the tries, but
the high octane, high pointers.
But it's the guys that do the dirty, guys and girls that do the dirty work in the trenches, that are freeing things up, that are keeping the flow going, that really make this game a lot of what it is. Yeah, well, as with any team sport, the team that plays best together and plays their roles well is often going to end up winning the game. So the more that you can rely on your teammates to do their jobs, the better your team's going to function. I'm not sure if Byron was commentating or coaching at that point there, but always good to hear from Coach B. Yeah, if any of you were watching from British Columbia, if you're involved in rugby already, you probably know the both of us. But I'm Nate Bragg, and this is Byron Green. But if you're not involved in wheelchair rugby and want to learn more, look up BC Wheelchair Sports and contact our wonderful program managers to learn more about how to get involved. But if you're from anywhere else in the country and you want to find a club, head over to wheelchairrugby.ca and go to their Find a Club section. Get in the game. You won't regret it. It can change your life. It really can. Oh, and here's Corey with an inbound. Gets it off the Gyrie. Kovac is all over that. Whitehead comes in now. This could be trouble. A lot of hands swarming. Great play from Corey to be that outlet for Dave and then move the ball up to Zach. You see Zach going in to score. Big smile on his face. Letting Travis know. Nice give and go from Travis and Eric. But it looks like they jumped the gun a little bit. There was an equipment call. Great first game here today at the Moncton Coliseum. If you're in the Moncton area, come on down and check out Wheelchair Rugby live. I know it looks great on our live stream, but nothing beats seeing this sport in person, hearing the collisions, watching the players. It really is incredible to check out. So if you've never seen this sport live, highly recommend it.
Yeah, big thanks to the local organizing committee. This is the 40th Canadian National Championships, but only the second time that the East Coast has hosted. So big props to the local organization committee and Sally Hutt.
Yeah.
So far, it's looking like a great national championship.
Yeah, great work done by Wheelchair Rugby Canada and Parasport New Brunswick to put this championship on. Give and go here. Ball's back to Corey Harrower.
She should be looking to try to advance the ball to Zach. She pushes instead, now finds Zach. Zach returns the pass, Corey. Battling that Ontario defense, but Zach finds a hole and punches through. Nice inbound there to Whitey, who is using Eric on what we like to call a screen. So that's one of those tactics that teams will use to ensure that they can get the ball in.
See, Rodriguez playing that free safety roll deep, making sure nobody's over the top.
Yeah, he's keeping that wheel speed up and just looking for an opportunity to attack down.
Oh, Kovac putting a ton of pressure on Harrower, gets the ball loose.
And a 12-second call. So in Wheelchair Rugby, once the ball is in after the inbound, you have 12 seconds to advance over the half court. And if you are unable to do so, it results in a turnover.
And we didn't mention it earlier, but Ashley Monroe has re-entered the game. So she's back on court now with Zach Medell, Dave Gyree, and Corey Harrower.
Yeah, looking to put in some good minutes for Alberta. Play hard.
Playing what we call the number 4 role for Alberta. And Wheelchair Rugby, there are the mini classifications, which we mentioned, but there are also we break it down into 4 positions. Usually the number 1, the number 2, the number 3, and the number 4. The number 1 is your primary ball handler and playmaker. So for Ontario right now, it's Mike Whitehead. And for Alberta, it is, big surprise here, but it's Zach Medell. And then your number 2 is more your secondary option. Usually the second person you want with the ball.
Yeah, for Ontario, that's definitely Travis Morale. And for Alberta, it's Corey Harrower.
And then your 3 is usually either an inbounder or a deep threat. They're a tertiary option. Depending on the balance line, it could also be another secondary option. But for Alberta, it's definitely been Dave Gyree today as the 1-5 on a high-low. And then for Ontario, it's been a combination of Dave Wilsey or Nick Kovac.
And like Nate was saying, the big difference for Ontario, you'll see that Dave and Nick were definitely handling the ball and pushing with the ball a lot more than Dave Gyree on Ontario. On Alberta, and that's when you start seeing the differences between like a high-low lineup and a balanced lineup. A high-low lineup, your number 1 and your number 2 are going to be carrying that ball 95% of the time, and your number 3 might be catching and scoring in certain situations. But on balances, the ball will be in that number 3's hands quite a bit more.
Yeah, and in a high-low, then you've often also got a number 2 who has no qualms about taking on the opposing number 2, or even in a lot of cases, the opposing number 1s.
Yeah.
So those are kind of the main key differences between those lineups. Obviously, there are pros and cons to each approach, and each team will have a preference based on their personnel, but also on their preferred strategies. At the highest of international level, we're seeing a lot more high-lows now. That's become really, really common, but there's still a few teams who are running a great balance and working on different things. So, it's good to see a little bit of diversity in the sport.
For sure, yes. When you find the 2 right high pointers with the right amount of functions, it's really tough to stop. So high-low lineups seem to have the right combination of function and speed, and they can really do a lot of damage. But there's something special when watching a balanced lineup play well together as a team, and when they're able to work together to stop these fast players from opposing teams.
And we've definitely seen a lot of that today from Ontario. Not quite as much top speed as Medell for sure, but they seem really to be in sync with each other, and really, like you said, they're really playing as one unit. They're playing as a team. They're all like an extension of each other out there. I'm going to have to pull out all of the sports teamwork cliches here today.
They're giving 110%.
Yeah, 110%,
They're going to the tough areas on the court.
Their teamwork is definitely making their collective dream work.
They're going to have to keep grinding here, though, if they want to secure the win, that's for sure.
Yeah. It's only 8 points. And there's just under 8 minutes. So if Alberta can get a turnover every minute, we got a chance here.
Definitely lots of time.
Yeah, lots of time. I think the longest and most wild comeback that I've seen in a wheelchair rugby game in a fourth quarter was a team that was down 7, came back and forced overtime.
So playing in the 2015 Canada Cup, I was playing with Team Canada. We're facing Great Britain in the round robin, and we were down 5 with about 4 minutes left in the fourth quarter. So, especially back then, that was a big lead to come back from, and we managed to come back and not just tie it, but to win it. And that was definitely a game I'll always remember, and a special moment. A pretty wild sequence of events that led to that win.
I think I remember watching that one, probably in a dorm room, yelling at a computer screen.
It was actually at the Richmond Olympic Oval, so you might have been there in person.
Might have been there.
Corey gets the ball into Dave, runs a little give and go, gets the ball back up to Zach. Zach's going to look to use his speed to cross half.
And he does. Looking for Gyrie, follows the seal in. Easy try.
Yeah, him and Dave worked well together there. Zach just hung off of Dave's hip, drew the defense over, allowed Dave to seal aside, and Zach comes into all that open space.
Oh, and Travis is just trying to go coast to coast here. Brunel's going to come over.
Yeah, nice attack from Travis, no hesitation, fires that pass to Whitey and try.
And how important is it to be decisive on the rugby court?
When the other team has speed, you have to be super decisive. If there's any indecision in your game, you're just allowing the defense to recover and making the situation much tougher for yourself.
Would you say that that's one of Travis's bigger strengths on the rugby court?
Oh, definitely. He loves to attack, use his speed, use his explosive power.
And another turnover there. Willsey's able to get his hands on the ball, take it from Gyrie. Easy little pass to Whitehead, and Ontario's lead is up to 9. Biggest lead of the game so far. They got 3 on Medell here. Over to the top to Harrower. That's going to be an easy one for Alberta.
Yeah, anytime that a team has to put three defense on one player is really going to open up a lot of open court for the rest of the team.
Travis with a nice little fancy catch there, flips it up into his lap. A little bit of flair for us. A little bit of flair. You love to see it. Love to see a little bit more personality in the game. And Travis Murrow was actually one of the first people to introduce me to wheelchair rugby. I think that's one of the cool things about this sport is people at the highest levels are always kind of giving back and helping out the next group of people. He was at a summer camp. I was in a little back brace, and he was like, "Hey, you should try rugby." And all these years later, here I am. So, thanks, Travis.
Was that an Easter Seals camp?
It was actually way back a long time ago now.
Right on. Nice defensive sequence from Travis Morale there. He funnels back to his sideline, and he doesn't quite get the turnover, but nice sequence.
Oh, what a grab by Dave Gyrie. Juggles it in the air, brings it in, gets it off the harrower.
Yeah, Eric made it tough on him. Eric made contact with Dave's chair just as Dave was trying to catch and just trying to throw him off, but Dave stuck with it and managed to secure that ball.
Oh, Gyrie's down, and Zach's putting pressure on Mike.
Yeah, we've seen Dave go down a few times. It looks like his wheels are just riding up on opposing players. And you'll see the play kept going there for a little bit, but then as soon as the ball was near Dave and it was deemed unsafe, refs blow the whistle, stop the play. Ontario's going to have to inbound. And that's just a player safety rule.
Yeah, the sport may appear rough and it may appear a little bit violent, but safety really is one of our priorities in the game. We never want to see anybody get hurt. We just want to see people compete and play hard.
Yeah, and fortunately, you don't really see too many injuries from wheelchair rugby, which is great. It might surprise a lot of people, especially when they are first introduced to the sport. It does look really aggressive and hard hitting, and it is. But the truth is that the chairs take most of the contact. So really, when you're given a big hit, you don't really feel it through the body too much.
No. And now with these chairs, you get two different types of wheelchair rugby chairs. We haven't talked about that yet. So there's an offensive chair, like what you see Mike Whitehead in now with the ball. Those are used generally by higher point players. They have rounded wings. They're designed to kind of hit people and bounce off so they can keep on moving. And then your lower classification players playing what's called a defensive chair, or sometimes you'll hear it called a picking chair. And they've got those nice little cow catcher sort of bars on the end that can hook and get into people's wheels and hold players.
Yeah, I like to call them high point chairs, low point chairs. Generally because the offensive, defensive moniker can be a bit confusing to watchers, because everybody plays offense together, everybody plays defense together. So, so generally, like, if you're a class 1.5 or lower, you're going to be in one of those low point chairs with the cow catchers on the front. And if you're a 2-pointer or above, you're going to be in one of the high point chairs, the rounder, more shielded looking chairs.
Yeah.
And generally that ties into the role that you're playing on court. So if you're a low pointer, you're not really going to be looking to carry the ball as much, and so you don't need that shorter chair to be able to duck and weave like you see the ball carriers need to be able to do.
No, you want that length to make it harder to get around you.
Exactly.
And to slow people down.
Yeah, and then the pick bar on the end is kind of like your last resort to try to snag somebody's wheel and stop them.
Because in wheelchair rugby, one of the most important things on both defense and offense is something we call chair position. It's getting your chair in the right spot so that you can keep moving and you can prevent another player from moving where they want to move against you.
Exactly, yeah. As soon as you establish chair position on somebody, you have them dominated, and you can really dictate to them what is going to happen.
So you'll see even sometimes when low pointers, like, they can have their pick in position, they'll still want to play with that wheel. They'll still work for that chair position first and then use the pick second.
Yeah, well, the thing is, strong high pointers can fight off a pick very quickly, so just because you do get that pick into a wheel, it doesn't really mean that you're going to be able to hold that player very long. Whereas if you get your whole big wheel in front of them, they're going to they won't be able to go around you, and they're going to have to turn back. and take much longer to try to beat you.
I've experienced that with you personally, so I can verify that everything Byron is saying right now is incredibly correct.
Hey man, don't be spilling our top secret training camp strategies out to the public here.
I don't know if that's a training camp strategy. It's more just that Byron is pretty good at defense. But you'll all get a chance to see that in one of the later games today when BC 1 plays.
You can catch Nate playing next game, BC 2 versus
New Brunswick over on court 2. No commentary though, so you'll just have ambient sound. Nice push by Corey there.
Yeah,
Gets the better of Kovac, wins that battle. They've gone back and forth quite a bit today.
Yeah, nice to see Corey still playing hard. I played with Corey quite a bit over the years, and she definitely gives a really good effort while she's on court and never quits. So she hasn't been at a few national championships lately, so it's great to see her here this time and competing hard.
Yeah, I think in the past couple of years we're starting to see more and more players come back as we kind of work on our restart plans for wheelchair rugby and get back to the sport after the pandemic. So, like I said, it's great to have new people, but it's also great when our old friends return and get back into the game. So, one of the cool things about wheelchair rugby is it's a sport where you've got athletes of a real range of ages. You can have young players as young as like 14, 15, all the way to a couple players in their 50s and 60s that are still playing. So, it's never too late or too early to get involved in the sport.
Yeah, and that's one of the special parts about national championships is it's a chance for everyone to gather and compete and just kind of catch up.
Nice inbound from Wilsey here to Whitehead. Zach almost gets a hand on it, but couldn't quite get there. There we go. Ontario slowing the pace down a little bit here.
Yeah, they're working the ball here. They just want to ensure that they score this try. There's no need to rush and turn the ball over. So they set up the key offense, and Whitey has to wiggle a little bit, but he gets his way across the line. Oh, nice easy inbound from Alberta. So that's the advantage of having a player like Corey inbound on a high-low. She's got that great range, and there was no Ontario players over the top, so she could just kind of put that ball anywhere and just let Zach push into it.
Okay, here comes Kovac, wheeling up the court, looking for a lane. Rodriguez takes out Harrower, but she's off of him, just like you were saying. A good high pointer will find a way off of a pick. This is the expert analysis we want in the booth from Byron Green over here. Dave Wilsey looking for a hole, trying to find a gap.
He creates that 2-on-1 against Dave Guyrie, and Whitey had the nice post up on the inside of the key there.
Easy grab for the big man.
Yeah.
Oh, nice little behind the back pass from Medell to Harrower. Gets around Rodriguez. Little race with Kovac again. A little bit of contact on the line there, but Corey scores it.
Ontario gets the ball in, Dave gets the ball back.
We're getting late in the 12 count, and Dave calls timeout.
Yeah.
Smart call there.
And smart play from Dave. He knew that he was going to be able to push around Corey, so he was trying to look for an outlet there, but the rest of Alberta was denying hard and took away his outlet, so uses the timeout.
Okay, so now we got Travis Morale back on court. Ontario probably looking to finish this game out strong. They're up 9 with 1:50 left.
Ball comes into Whitehead using Eric as a screen.
Nick's trying to get the edge on Corey on the offside. Working, he had chair position on her. Whitehead taking his time on Zach here.
But he manages, Whitey and Eric managed to find a little advantage against Dave and Zach.
Those two have been a lethal combo all day. They're really working well together, taking their time, being patient. And Mike's just waiting for Eric to get set up.
Yeah, and you saw in that last play that it took maybe 5-6 tries before the advantage materialized, but they kept just working at it and stayed moving, kept working the screen, crack blocks, and eventually something opened up for them.
Okay, so Ontario's dropping back into their key defense here. They've got Travis out chasing. Mike's going to pop out a little bit now too, so they're in what we call a snake eyes defense.
So again, Ontario's only allowed 3 of their players inside the key area. So right now they only have 2, and so one of the middle defenders can drop back in if needed. But Alberta runs a smooth key offense and scores a try with no real problems. Zach playing great defense, and Dave jumps that pass lane. Nice turnover from Alberta.
Really good sequence there from Alberta. They get that quick key try, and then they work hard. They transition really well, get to their spots, and take advantage of the passing lane.
Nice inbounding range from Travis Morale there to hit Whitey over the top. Zach was underneath, and Whitey makes him pay for that.
You know, there's really something to be said about having a really quality Class 2 on the court and their ability to just do a little bit of everything well.
Yeah, I feel like Class 2s can be one of the toughest positions to develop as an athlete, because you really do have to know all aspects of the game. You have to be able to set a pick when needed. You have to be able to inbound. You have to be able to push with the ball, pass. It's really a demanding position to play.
And oftentimes you're having to do it in situations where you don't have, a physical advantage over the opposition.
Yes, agreed.
So it does make it more challenging, but it makes it that much sweeter when you're able to achieve some of the success. And it's cool when you see, players like Travis out here who are just taking names.
There we go. We got our final results. Ontario Thunder 61 and Alberta
53. The Roughnecks. 53.
Roughnecks.
Really good second half from Alberta. They kept it within that 8. They didn't let it get out of hand. And you could tell that they were trying a few different things out, trying to see what works for future games. I'm sure you're sitting here next to me kind of scouting them, seeing what they were doing, seeing how they were running things. And yeah, it was good to see the different adjustments they make, and also see how Corey over the course of that game seemed to become more comfortable playing with those teammates.
Agreed, yes. And Dave, the whole team really just seemed to settle in, and like you said, the fact that they didn't let that score get out of control, they hung in there, and they did manage to create some turnovers in their favor. So good on Alberta for battling the tough.
Oh, we're getting the player of the game presentation here, and player of the game for our first match is Nick Kovac of the Ontario Thunder.
Well, it looks like he won himself a nice pair of new shoes there.
He's got a hat for sure. I know they were giving out hats. And yeah, let's just talk about Nick's game as the player of the game. What did you see from Mr. Kovac today?
Yeah, well, he really used his speed well. He battled hard on his one-on-one defense. You saw him beating Corey there early in the game, one-on-one to score a number of times. And then defensively, he was really a challenge for Corey to get around. So,
all right.
So good on Nick, and great game from him, and look to see more good performances from him through the weekend.
All right, so that wraps up our coverage of the opening match at the 2023 Canadian National Wheelchair Rugby Championships here on CBC Sports and Wheelchair Rugby Canada's YouTube channel. The opening ceremonies are coming up next. followed by our next game at 10 a.m. here in Moncton on Court 1, which will have commentary. We have Quebec against the Ontario Lightning. Byron will be continuing to provide coverage. And then over on Court 2 on our YouTube feed, we have BC2 against the host team, New Brunswick. Thank you so much for listening. I'm Nate Bragg.
I'm Byron Green.
And keep tuning in. It's our game.
The sign up, it's our game. Very nice.
I was listening. I don't think it was a very accurate description of the game.
Shut up, Frosty.
You'll get better as it goes. Yeah. I can keep your time out. I know. You know what?
That was good.
Yeah.
It's really quiet, eh? Those things are loud.
I gotta play. He's the other
I just did the game.
He needs a partner for this game, though.
I'm doing the one after. I can't do big max. A lot of yelling on there.
Thanks for looking out.
Yeah, no worries.
Appreciate
I psyched fell from the ceiling, and then first guy came and just gave it a kick. So I'm like, no, there's water everywhere. And just like surface is around here.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah, no worries. Were you doing the commentating?
Yeah,
oh, that's why you were
Nate and
early.
I. Yeah, Nate and I. That's why we were doing it.
Okay.
Yeah, because I don't play till 1, so.
Everyone, we're here today to see the differences and similarities between wheelchair rugby's training schedule and what ours looks like. So,
Oh, no, maybe it is too.
With wheelchair rugby, it's a bit different from full-body rugby. We got
First schedule on the
our roster of 12 when we go to events, and on court we play our game is 4-on-4.
so it's pretty different.
35 seconds.
Oh, heat it up. Yeah. But in the past,
Let's go. So usually you just go straight back in the rugby chair.
Yeah. So when we're with a trainer, so most of working out is just finding an adaptive way to do it.
Yeah.
So because we don't have the core stuff like this, it's most of it's fighting just to stay balanced versus putting it towards the bench press. So.
well, just from everyone here, we're really grateful for you guys coming out. It's been great learning about the sport you play and similarities and differences. And yeah, look forward to cheering you guys on. And good luck going towards the Paralympics. And, we'll see you there.
Thanks a lot.
I liked it.
Appreciate it. Thanks, much, guys.
My name's Melissa Lacroix. Most of the team calls me, or I go by Mel. First mistake. All right, my role with the team is lead IST and IST stands for Integrated Support Team. So, with Wheelchair Rugby Canada here, we have a wide range of IST involved in the program, and the IST is there to support the program, the athletes and staff in all areas of sports science and sports medicine. So, that it could include, but doesn't limit us to, nutritionists, paramedical, so athletic therapists or physicians, sports medicine staff, and then we have mental performance coaches, strength and conditioning coach, sports analytics, performance analysts. We really want to work together as what we call a transdisciplinary team. So what that means is essentially the staff as a whole is working together, collaborating, have a really strong understanding of each other's areas of expertise, but we're working together on solving problems or helping the athletes perform and stay healthy. So sports science, the way I see it, is that we're constantly evolving. The sports are always evolving, athletes evolving. So we need to be able to stay on top of research and innovation and being able to analyze and test if and how we're improving as a team, as athletes, and why we're improving and where we can make adjustments and help the athlete as a whole. So I do think it's really important. I obviously love data and collecting as much as possible, but I also realized that data is just, numbers on a spreadsheet or numbers on a paper. The real impact of those numbers and that information that we collect really comes through that relationship with the coaches, the relationship with the athlete. Within wheelchair rugby, the coaches and athletes are the experts in their sport. So for me, it's about taking those numbers and really having those conversations and how we can apply it to the sport itself. So my daily routine as a physiologist usually starts with P and ends with numbers and or data analysis and reporting. So what that means is often in the mornings before training sessions and my routine before a practice or competition would be to help the athletes prepare physically as best as possible for those sessions. So that could be from measuring hydration, helping with their protocols for nutrition and hydration and physical preparation during the sessions, and getting all of our technology ready for those sessions as well to help with monitoring training loads throughout those competitions and practices. During practices and training sessions, the focus is still on performance, so really supporting the athletes and the coaches within the performance. So that again goes to the physical prep side of things with fueling and hydrating, and given a lot of the athletes in the program have a spinal cord injury and have some sort of impairment to their thermoregulation system, a lot of my role within competition and training is to help with the cooling strategies. Following competition or training, the main focus quickly turns to recovery, so helping the athletes with their recovery for the next session as quickly as possible, and helping the coaches with preparation for the next training session and competition. So that usually ends with, my evenings usually end with data analysis, so downloading all the data and information from those practices and analyzing it and creating reports for the coaches. So I'm coming into my 10th season with the program. Throughout my career with the program, I've fulfilled different roles. So starting as a physiologist, and I've had the opportunity to work within strength conditioning, lead different research and innovation projects, and most recently the opportunity to lead the IST. Through my career, I've been fortunate to have some really incredible mentors and leaders who challenge me and help me develop and grow into the practitioner and leader I am today, and some of those are within the program here at Wheelchair Rugby Canada and others throughout the Coxon network that I've been part of. I think we have a really great culture overall that supports collaboration within the IST and supports the innovation within sports science and sports medicine. So given that there isn't a whole lot of research for parasport athletes, it's really important for us as practitioners to be the ones to be innovative and create the research and continue to analyze and push boundaries within sports science. So I've been surrounded by some really great mentors and other experts that continue to help me grow and push me. And growing up as an athlete, I was always really interested in training. Going into college, I went into athletic training as my background, as my undergrad. So had gone through a lot of injuries as an athlete myself, and so the athletic therapy side was really interesting to me to learn how the rehab process and return to sport worked. And then from there, I think that training side was even more intriguing. So beyond just the injuries, how to return to sport, and was always interested in the internal systems of how things work and why things work. So continued on with my master's in physiology, and then had that opportunity after my master's to work in sports science lab at Canadian Sports Institute Pacific, where I learned a little bit more of that applied side of physiology and really loved the challenge of constantly learning and being innovative. The advice I'd give to any young practitioner coming into sports science and physiology, I think the biggest thing is coming in and learning the sport that you're working with and learning the athletes and really involving the athletes in the process and the coaches in the process of any data collection or testing you're doing, any type of intervention is always learning the sport and the athletes and that relationship piece. And then I also think as a practitioner, it's important to have a wide range of skills. So not only having your small area of expertise, but really understanding what all of the other areas of sports science and sports medicine. That's where I would definitely say, have your area of expertise, but then go on and try to learn as much as you can of the other areas.
I guess perhaps moving forward, if there's last-minute athlete changes, because there was a
why would he import Wheeler to Invitational for one tournament? He's not going to be at nationals. Like, why would he
Well,
use
Jen
that?
asked if they could bring him in, and I said no. Their imports are not,
Yeah.
right?
I mean, I think imports should be allowed. But,
Yeah. Well,
who would we import? Which 3-5 would you target?
we'll talk about that.
I would like to acknowledge that we are gathered on the traditional and unceded territory of the Willis-Doge, Ikon, Passamaquoddy. Malnoy Chinese and I will be your MC for this event ceremony. As director of the Wheelchair Rugby Club Board of Directors, it's my honor to welcome you all on behalf of the organization to the 40th Wheelchair Rugby National Championships. This year's tournament marks only the second time that we've held nationals in the Atlantic region, and I'm sure that everybody has already tasted the warm East Coast hospitality. And I'm going to say a really big thank you to Paris Gordon team for hosting us here this weekend. I want to acknowledge our special guests today. We have Brian Butler, Deputy Mayor of the City of Moncton, joining us today. I'd like to invite Brian if you'd like to say welcome to everyone.
Bonjour, everybody enjoying yourselves. Thank you so much for the invitation, and on behalf of the City Council, also citizens of Moncton, I want to congratulate you for this great tournament. First time you've rugby, number four. Wow, never taken the rugby before. Well, we're going to have to change that. So on behalf of the City Council and the citizens, I want to say thank you. And while you're here, enjoy. We have some great restaurants, great retail outlets, and also some awesome tourism attire. So while you're here, best of luck to the whole tournament, and congratulations. Thank you.
C'est maintenant mon plaisir de vous présenter les équipes qui vont participer au tournoi national 2023 cette année. Nous avons les équipes de la division 1 et les équipes de la division 2 qui vont se rencontrer ensemble à Dakar lors de la Coupe de la province. I will now be introducing both teams from Division 1 and Division 2. They will all be coming together behind their provincial flag. So in the Division 1 teams, we have Alberta Roughnecks, CBC, Ontario Thunder, Ontario Lightning, and équipes Quebec. In Division 2, we have the Alberta Acorns, BC2, Ontario Sun, and Quebec B. So let's start by welcoming Team Alberta.
I guess I missed the boat. I should have been down there. Yeah. I should be in there, but.
Team Ontario. Équipes Québec. Just another fire to put out.
No problem.
Sweat. Oh,
No stress.
Should I say everybody's here? Is playing well?
Yeah.
How's your day going?
Good.
That worked out really well.
Well, you know what?
Got the next game.
And I know how
Remember that for closing ceremonies. Yeah, we didn't go. Did you mention that yes? It was 2 days ago. Show you the doctor, and I'm like, okay.
That's the way she goes. How was the first commentating session?
It was great.
Oh, you were with Nate Dong?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Good
good.
to see you. This is pretty good.
And you play after this?
Yes.
Wonderful.
What time is this?
It is 11:52.
Okay, so we're kind of a little bit behind.
We knew we were going to be behind.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Are medical professionals who are responsible for emergency and acute care. They're responsible for injury prevention, rehabilitation, and as well as injury assessment. There's a difference between athletic therapists in comparison to other medical professionals with the fact that athletic therapists are seen on site at the time of injuries. Something that you don't see behind the scenes working with Wheelchair Rugby Canada is the amount of integration and collaboration that happens between the IST. We do work very closely with the rest of the IST to ensure that the athletes have care from a holistic approach, making sure that we work together to address their nutrition, the physiologists we work closely with, we make sure that their mental, emotional, physical well-beings are all taken care of. And that encompasses and requires us to plan one-on-one meetings where we do health intakes, or we're making sure they follow specific prehab programs, which would entail them doing strengthening, conditioning to work on stability of certain joints and muscles. We'll provide them with plans for flexibility just to improve their overall physical well-being. Specifically with wheelchair rugby, something that you don't see is the community. I love the environment that I walk into every day when I'm working centralized and decentralized with the team. I think it really provides an environment that makes me want to be here, want to work with both the athletes and the staff. The medical team's game day routine varies greatly each day. Some days I wake up and there's 6 or 7 athletes that I need to connect with for varying issues, whether it's injuries or health and illnesses, making a busy morning before heading over to the gym, whether it's for practice or a game day. Whereas some days things are slow and quiet, I wake up and I can just do my own personal morning routine before heading over to the gym with the medical team. The medical staff aim to be some of the first staff on site at the gym, so when the athletes arrive, we can get right into tending to whatever that is that they need. Some wound care, taping, we will provide maybe some pre-game, pre-practice stretching, assisted stretching, and or any type of muscle activation. We will also help with transfers, helping some of the athletes move from day chair to game chair, as well as we will be tying up belts and helping with any other equipment that is required. We help with nutrition by providing snacks like bananas, peanut butter and jam sandwiches, granola bars, fruit bars, to ensure that all the athletes have the fuel they need throughout the games and all the tournaments and practices. Once the game starts, you'll see us on the sideline observing and ready to go for any assistance that may be required, whether that's covering up any new wounds or providing any type of assistance to equipment adjustments, as well as you'll see us flipping athletes up in their chairs if they're hit and knocked over. After the games are finished, we will help pack up the benches and then provide athletes with assisted stretching. We'll make ice packs and ice bags so the athletes can properly recover. If you come into the recovery room, you'll see a few things happening. We'll have massage and soft tissue work being done on the table. You'll also see a game ready modality as well as a Normatec modality, which basically are machines that help promote healing. Specifically with high performance sport, the use of athletic therapy has increased tenfold. People are starting to see the benefits of encouraging body recovery between events and the difference it makes on people's outcomes and their performance and their ability to succeed. I chose athletic therapy because sport has always been a central point and aspect in my life. As a kid, I played multiple sports across different disciplines, and it was a huge impact and made a huge difference in my life. I always knew I wanted to work with high performance athletes. However, parasport kind of took me by surprise. I would encourage any woman in sport, any athletic therapist in general, to get involved in parasport. It's such an untapped area. It has a level of complexity that is super unique. Something that parasport has brought into my life is knowing that I'm always going to be learning. I always need to be on my toes and be open to trying new things and utilizing and building new skills. Gameplay, and yeah, that's a weird sentence too. Okay. And I don't know how I started that sentence. I keep forgetting this one word that I'm going to say.
I'm Nancy Wong, and I'm the Performance Services Manager with Canada. Well, with performance service management, there is kind of two aspects of it. One is, remote work, and one is on-site work. So with being a team manager on-site, it's just making sure that all of the logistics is covered for the players and for the staff so that we can run efficiently and smoothly and get on the court. So what is team management? It's making sure that our logistics is smooth and covered from the players' perspective on making sure that they have everything that they need to get on court and do their job, as well as the staff, making sure that they're logistically supported to do their roles and be able to fulfill their responsibilities to support the athletes in a high-performance environment. Day-to-day routine as a team manager starts right early in the morning, ensuring that the players have access to nutrition right from breakfast, lunch, and dinner, logistics from transportation to getting from the hotel to the venue, ensuring that they have everything that they need to get on court, from clean jerseys to snacks to water, and that they're set up with the IST so that their jobs and role and responsibilities are supported from a logistical standpoint. Time management and priority management are probably my top two that I always have to keep in mind when it comes to team management, ensuring that that you have the problem-solving skills and also critical solving skills to basically manage all the hiccups and scenarios that can come into any high-performance environment. Being flexible, but also being nimble, and to work with what you've been given in order to support the players and the staff. It all started off with a volunteer opportunity. I met with Duncan Campbell many years ago, and this was after I had finished my program at SFU as a kinesiology student. And I wanted to seek more experience with working with those in different populations, and this was something that I had the opportunity to do, and I started off as an equipment manager, volunteering with the Vancouver club team. And from that, I was introduced to volunteer with the national team. And from there, I was just provided an opportunity to really showcase what I had. And I had an amazing team at Wheelchair Rugby Canada that believed in me and offered me a position as the Performance Services Manager. And that was over a decade ago. So here I am, starting from a volunteer position and into a role that I couldn't have imagined, and I love being with Wheelchair Rugby Canada. It's been a really fun roller coaster ride. This last 2 years has been an amazing experience being a new parent, obviously, transitioning back into my role as a Performance Services Manager full-time. I've had a wonderful support network of family, my mom, my husband, and obviously Wheelchair Rugby Canada that has supported me right from day one, from the exciting news of being pregnant and then having our little daughter Betty. So it's been a fine balance of making sure that I, have time with my family, making sure that I complete my goals as a performance service manager, but I couldn't do it without the support that I've had so far with both Team Canada and my family. We are being forward-thinking and supporting new parents like myself in making sure that we feel supported but also seen. And I have so much gratitude for Wheelchair Rugby Canada in making sure that I have everything that I need and that I can continue on and perform my best as a performance service manager and supporting the team in a high performance environment, but also being the best mom that I could be to my little daughter Betty. With Kathy and Laurel leading Wheelchair Rugby Canada, they've provided an excellent example of what inclusion looks like. And I feel that as a new parent, that this has been a really important step for me, but also the policies that are in place that have really supported me and future parents in our organization. I've had many other women in the sport, in parasport, approach me and say, how is this possible? And it's with that leadership and forward thinking, and I encourage any new parent out there to really speak with the organization and ask about what can they do to provide that same support. And I have the most respect and gratitude for Wheelchair Rugby Canada, and I'm forever thankful.
Favorite movie line quote? Why didn't I take the blue pill? Matrix 1.
Why, oh why didn't I take the blue pill?
Favorite movie line would be, you can't handle the truth.
You can't handle the truth!
You like Dax?
Lark's looking after cows.
Hey Dax, do you like Dax?
Say hello to my little friend.
Say hello to my little friend!
Favorite movie line or quote? I really don't know one. Something Denzel Washington said. Wilson!
Wilson! Well done!
You gotta change it.
The first rule of Fight Club is don't talk about Fight Club.
The first rule of Fight Club is you do not talk about Fight Club.
Nobody puts baby in a corner.
Nobody puts baby in a corner.
I got it. Shake and bake! Shake and bake, baby! Shake and bake.
Shake and bake, buddy! Shake it before you bake it!
I'll be back.
I'll be back.
Go on, streaking! Bring your hat! We're going streaking! Yes! Favorite movie line? Bye, buddy. Hope you find your dad.
Bye, buddy. Hope you find your dad.
Thanks, Mr. Narwhal. Bye. Elf. Rocky 4, baby. No pain. No pain. Rocky 4. No pain. No pain. No pain. No pain.
a big movie guy. Probably something funny. Oh yeah, lots of room for activities.
Look at all the sports space. So many aerobics in here. So many activities.
Favorite movie line quote. What's in the box?
Because I envy your normal life.
Put the gun down, baby.
It seems that envy is my sin.
Oh, what's in the box?
Not taking-
Tap it in. Happy Gilmore.
Tap it in. Give it a little tappy. Tap, tap, taparoo.
I'm trying to think. But the movie is
Dirty
that.
Dancing.
Have you seen Dirty Dancing?
I was not even born.
Have we been live this whole time?
Quite possibly.
So is this being streamed on CBC? Like
Yeah, CBC
audio as
Gem.
well? Audio as well?
Well, us, obviously.
Huh? All right, cool. Oh, Zach's brother Cole's reffing. With, is it Jillian, her name? So she was at American Nationals reffing. She did a good job.
Nathan was saying that there's a bit of a partnership now, like a bit of a ref
there
sharing
is.
agreement. Yeah.
Well, they don't have enough high-ranked officials in America, so I think they needed to import some Canadians for Nationals.
But we actually brought a few Americans up here. Here with Travis Morrell. My name is Byron Green. This is the 40th Canadian National Championships here in Moncton.
We've got Ontario Lightning squaring off against the Quebec, how do you say their name?
Felines?
The Felines? Felines? I'm sorry if we're butchering the French. Starting off for Quebec, we've got Anthony Letourneau, member of the national team, a two-pointer. We've got JP Coates-Nodon, another two-pointer. We've got Yannick Rasico, a 1-5, and Patrice Simard, another 1-5.
Patrice is also on the national team as well.
For Ontario, we've got Cody Caldwell taking the tip, number 9. Ben Perkins, a two-pointer, number 25. Patrice Dagenet, number 12, a one-pointer. And Matt Debley, a three-pointer, number 31.
So all 4 Ontario players starting are on the national team.
So starting off, Ontario wins the tip. Cody's got the ball, bringing it up top, running against the key defense. What are your predictions for the game, B?
I expect Ontario to jump out to a pretty quick lead here. Quebec's in pretty tough this year. They're missing Fabien Lavoie, their three-pointer, longtime national team player, and one of the staples of their provincial team.
Now the interesting thing here is Quebec is running an all midpoint lineup, so they could actually give Ontario some trouble because they have so much balance and they have 4 players capable of catching and passing the ball. So it's something to watch for early, especially if Ontario comes out a little slow. Great inbound by Cody Caldwell to Ben Perkins over half.
And in the past, balanced lineups were kind of the go-to lineups. They were kind of the holy grail of wheelchair rugby. It's shifted in the kind of the last 12 years to more high-low lineups being a bit stronger, but a strong, experienced balance can do wonders, as we saw in our first game.
Oh, definitely, and I might be a little biased there being a two-pointer myself, but I remember the days when every single team was searching for that magical two-pointer to help run their offense.
The big, strong, fast two-pointer.
Exactly. What would you say the most in-demand player is now?
A 3-5. A nice functioning 3-5
nice
is definitely
3-5.
Could be the cornerstone of any program.
Yep. It's how times have changed.
Ontario's worked their way back into a key defense. You know, they started with that contained defense and with the idea of falling back to the key. And it's giving Quebec some issues here.
Yeah, I think Quebec is smart to use a timeout here. That was close to a turnover. That was close to 10 in the key. There was a lot of stuff going on. What do you think Quebec can do to kind of improve on this key offense?
Well, the first step on an effective key offense is attacking with speed. And you saw once their first attack kind of failed there, they didn't reset and they ended up a bit stagnant. And in those one-on-one battles,
yeah, they looked a little slow and stationary out there.
The window was open there. Yannick had a great steal and Pat was working his way around. The pass just needed to be a little bit more on target, and that would have been the first try for Quebec, or second try for Quebec.
Yeah, I think Tony would like that pass back, but you know, he's a two-pointer, so he's a fantastic player.
You missed it, Travis, because you were playing in that first game, but I was saying that I think being a two-pointer is the toughest position to be in wheelchair rugby. You have to learn a lot.
Learn every piece of every player. Where we're not just ball carriers, we're also defensive players. We're also crack blocking and picking. So I agree with you too. The two-pointers, they have the hardest job. They get the least amount of love, and you know, it's just a thankless job out there for us. Ben Perkins with a goal from Cody Caldwell. Speaking of fantastic two-pointers,
I expect to see Ben scoring a lot of tries this game and this whole tournament. He's been playing great. Long-time player, and it is awesome to see him having success.
So another turnover, Quebec, and you are starting to see the wheels come off.
Yes.
This is going to be a challenge for Quebec to stay positive, to stay in the game, and to keep the ball moving.
Yeah, it's a first game of the tournament for Quebec. Their coach is going to try his best to keep his team focused and working on things and trying to get the most out of this game so they can advance later into this tournament and just keep improving and look to win some games later on.
So we've got our first call, big call here from the referee. No goal on the goal line. She said she'd crossed the line before he caught the ball. Turnover, ball for Ontario.
Tony, great job. He almost intercepted that pass. But Ben's got a bit of a rocket on him, so managed to get that ball into Cody Caldwell.
A lefty too, which I love. We've got quite a few left-handed players on Team Canada, and it's always fun to see.
We have 3?
Yeah. Me, Michael, and Ben.
Yeah.
And Matty Ice.
Southpaw is 4.
G is 5. I mean, retired, but great hit.
Yeah, Pat Samard had the ball there, and as he was advancing across that half-court line, he got hit and caused an overback. So in wheelchair rugby, once the ball's in play, you have 12 seconds to advance over half-court, and once you do, you're not allowed to enter into the backcourt. Very similar to basketball.
Very well put. Though that play was pretty bang-bang. If I'm reffing that game, I'm not sure I'd make that call. The one who did make that call, however, is Cole Medell, Zach Medell's brother, so it's a family affair.
Zach Medell are 3-5, that's the corner piece of Alberta, and also a huge piece of our national team.
Nice key offense by Ontario, they're looking smooth.
Yeah, this Ontario lineup's played together a ton, so I expect no rust, and I expect to see this team in the finals on Sunday.
Great recovery D by Cody. Picks off a slow pass, takes care of the ball, and Ontario's rolling.
Matt Delby with a try. Debley just had a great tournament last weekend, the U.S. National Championships. He was playing with Detroit. They were in a tough battle all weekend long and ended up finishing second.
Oh, just lost a heartbreaker in the finals to Texas.
Yeah, it was such a close game. Really exciting game to watch.
Yeah, what a game though.
And Matt played amazing. So really exciting to see Matt developing as a player. He's a hard worker and a good kid. So it's great to see him having success.
Yeah. Okay, we've got our first time out, and Ontario's jumped out to. The scoreboard says 7-2, but it should be an 8-1 lead. Let's see if the referees or any of the teams notice the scoring error.
So in wheelchair rugby, you have 2 different timeouts. You have 4 floor timeouts and 2 bench timeouts. So the 4 floor timeouts are 30 seconds in length and can be used at any time, even during play. Your 2 bench timeouts can only be used during a stoppage of play, but they are a minute long.
Now let's take this time out to mention that Wheelchair Rugby Canada is hosting an auction with the proceeds going to nationals via our Wheelchair Rugby Canada Linktree. That's powered by Win with Dash. Some of the items are a Baytech Mini, sponsored by 49 Bespoke, starting at $4,000, and an equipment management kit, sponsored by Vesco, starting at $350. Those are great items. Get your bids in now.
And I'll just mention that those prices are well below the real retail price, so get your bids in. I believe the auction is open for a week. So.
To be honest, I've got my eye on that Baytech. That sounds pretty sweet.
Oh, that is a very juicy prize right there.
Here we go. Key offense for Quebec. Tony Letourneau attacking.
Ontario's defense does great to kind of blunt that first attack, but Quebec sticks with it, and Pat sneaks in and receives the pass. And
Pat Samar's timing is so good where he just can read the play so well. All that experience definitely coming to fruition.
Nice over-the-top pass from Ontario, and Matt flies in for the easy try. Ontario with a denied defense forces the ball into Pat Samard. Pat picks up his pick, and Yannick offloads it to Tony. Nice little take from Tony there.
Ben almost got a hand on that one. Quebec was lucky to get that pass through.
So Tony Letourneau, a 2-pointer, a national team athlete. For those of you at home that don't know, a traditional 2-pointer doesn't really have much hand function. So to be able to have that nice little touch on the ball like he had to receive that pass across half, that takes a long time to develop those soft hands.
That is an interesting thing to note. In wheelchair rugby, there's just such a wide range of disabilities. And specifically within the 2-point class, you see some interesting things going on with their hands. So I don't know if the viewers at home can tell, but Anthony Letourneau, number 21, has got what's called pancake hands for a 2-pointer, where they're completely flat with extension but no flexion. So he can't even close them. They're just stuck flat open the whole game. Crazy. He definitely makes them work for him, though.
Oh, nice little sequence of play from Quebec to manage to get an opening, get that ball in. In wheelchair rugby, inbounding the ball can be a bit of a stressful sequence because you only have 3 players on the court battling against 4 defenders. So it is, during practice, during training camps, we work a lot on plays, on set plays, to be able to beat that man advantage and get the ball in when defenses are running denies.
Yeah, I think that's one of the big opportunities for defenses to get a turnover is when teams are inbounding, they're a man short, and you can really force the ball where you want it to in attack.
Another area of the game where defenses will be trying to force turnovers is near the half-court line. So they'll be trying to maybe run a contained defense, looking for that 12 seconds, stopping teams from getting across half. Or they'll be trying to hit players as they cross over that half-court line and force an over and back.
Wow, what a pass by Anthony Letourneau.
Yeah, into space so that Yannick can use his speed to just push into that. He doesn't have to focus on trying to catch it with a defender right tight on him. He can just wheel into that open space and track that ball down.
He did a great job of recognizing where the opening was going to be and kind of throwing his receiver open there.
Yeah.
It was a great play.
And that's the kind of heads-up experience play that we'd expect from an athlete like Tony Letourneau.
Cody Caldwell using his speed to just burn up the sideline untouched. That's nice to have in your toolkit.
Oh, yeah.
Uh-oh.
Nice pressure from Ontario. They get Anthony trapped right along the baseline with the ball and with his back up court, so he really didn't have a lot of options there.
And that's what Ontario is going to be trying to do against Anthony, is not give him any space to get moving, get his wheels moving, try and keep him contained on the baseline or down low. And that's just because he's their primary threat with this lineup without a high pointer on the court.
Yeah, so in the first game, Nathan and I were talking about how in wheelchair rugby, you have your different classifications out there, equaling up to 8 points, but you also have what we call your number 1, your number 2, your number 3, and your number 4. And your number 1's your primary ball carrier, and generally that's going to be a high pointer.
Oh, Matt definitely gets to the ball. I wasn't sure about that one when it first came out, but Ben put quite a lot of spin on that one.
But in Quebec's case here, they're running 2 2s and 2 1-5s, so Tony is the number 1, even though he is only a 2-pointer. So that's some added pressure on Tony.
All right, we've got 45 seconds left in the first quarter. The score is 13-5 for Ontario. Ooh, Quebec scores easy. Now, with 39 seconds left on the clock, do you think we're going to see Ontario go for the last goal?
Oh, definitely. Not that they necessarily, it's not a critical last goal in terms of the score, but they want to take the opportunity to practice it.
It's a long tournament. It's a great time for them to kind of get dialed in, work on their last goal plays, and get on the same page. 20 seconds left. It looks like Cody Caldwell's got Patrice Samard stuck out of the key. I expect to see Ontario attacking here fairly soon. 10 seconds.
They're going to try to score with as little time left on the clock as possible to ensure that 2-point swing.
3 seconds left. I'd say mission accomplished.
You see Ontario retreating back to their key. They don't want to let any sort of cherry picking goal happen.
First quarter done with. We've got 14-6 for Team Ontario over Team Quebec. Would you say that's about what you expected from this one?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, looking at the rosters coming into the tournament, the fact that Fab's going to be here, you kind of expected Quebec to be in a little tough. They're not used to playing without him. This is definitely not a lineup that they have a lot of experience running, so to expect them to hang in tight against these top teams from other provinces, it's definitely asking a lot. So
I gotta say though, I have a soft spot in my heart for those midpoint teams, so I'm hoping Quebec can pull out a better second quarter.
And as the tournament goes on, I expect them to just get better and better. You know, they're going to get a lot of playing time together. They're smart athletes. They'll figure things out.
So looking at the teams in the rosters here, would you say this Ontario team that they're up against is your favorite to win the tournament?
I think so.
4 national team members on the starting lineup, some depth on the bench. They're going to be tough.
Very tough. I thought that Ontario Thunder, if Rio Kovac could have been here.
Yeah.
I was definitely looking like my pick to winning the whole thing.
I was looking forward to that matchup and that game. That would have been a lot of fun, but
yeah,
you know, we miss you, Rio. Get well soon, and we'll carry on without you. To be honest, it was fantastic to have his dad show up for the first game. He provided a lot of energy from the bench and ended up winning the MVP, which was fantastic.
Player of the game, and he earned it. He played hard.
He played great.
Him and Corey had some great battles. So for everyone watching at home, wheelchair rugby, you have to have an impairment to your upper body as well as your lower body. So a sport like wheelchair basketball, athletes generally only have an impairment to their lower body. But wheelchair rugby was invented for those athletes that had that impairment in their arms as well as their legs.
All right, coming out, Quebec ball to start. And we've got our first substitutions of the game. We've got Garrett Hickling, number 5, coming in for Ontario, with Peter Moose Langenecker as a low pointer, number 34.
So Travis and I, we have very fond memories of Garrett. So seeing him out on the court is awesome.
It's great to see.
We both grew up in BC and played with BC. I'm still playing with BC, but Travis used to play with BC back in the day before he moved to Ontario. And Garrett is a longtime fixture of the BC rugby team and as well as the Canadian national team. So.
When I first started playing way back in the year 2000, Garrett was still at the top of the pile as far as dominant international players. And I learned so much playing with and against him that I owe a lot to Garrett, especially. Yeah.
And me as well. I got to play with Garrett quite a bit because I'm a 0.5 and Garrett's the 3.5, so we'd often be on the court together and working well together. And he just taught me so much about the game. Yeah, can't thank him enough. Nice sequence of play from Quebec there, moving the ball well and hitting Pat with speed.
Yeah, it looks like Quebec is finally starting to get in rhythm after a tough start. Oh, we could have our first turnover for Ontario.
Yeah, the pass was just a little bit behind Ben Perkins there. Yannick managed to secure the turnover. Let's see if Quebec can convert.
Oh, JP's stuck with Moose right now. That's one thing about Peter Lagenecker is he's a strong guy, and man, he can hold a pick really well.
I think we need to run a tally. Who is the biggest black hole during this tournament, Moose or Kurt from Alberta Roughnecks?
Ooh, that's actually a great competition because Kurt is humongous.
And strong. So Kurt is a 0.5 from the Alberta Roughnecks.
Yeah.
A bit of a newer player. He just was at his first national team confirmation camp in early April and had a really good showing. And when he sinks his pick in, he is a monster to get off of.
Yeah, he's a big, strong guy, and you can definitely feel it.
But Moose has been that way for many
Moose
years.
Moose has been getting that done for years. Look at him with Pat Samard. You just feel for Pat Samard in those situations where you know your team needs your help, but you're just battling a tank.
And Moose relishes.
Oh, he loves those
relishes
matchups.
it.
Great setup by Cody Caldwell to get that corner there. And Garrett's just such a great passer that he can hit you almost anywhere.
Yannick gets the ball into Tony.
Oh,
nice
what a
little
pass.
pirouette and offloads to JP. Quebec definitely looks to have settled in here, and you know, the deficit isn't growing, which is great to see. I'm sure Quebec can be quite happy with that.
Yep, they've started to trade goals now. They look like they're fully engaged in the game, and we'll see if maybe they can start putting some more pressure on Ontario. I mean, they've got the one turnover already, a couple more, and they're right back in this game.
Yeah, Ontario's definitely not scoring quite as easily as they were in that first quarter, so good on Quebec. Made a few little adjustments, and it looks like it's starting to pay off for them.
Garrett sneaks into that corner. He's still so great with chair position and angles.
Ball's into JP, turns up court. Oh, that's a tough one. Pat was wide open on the left side, but the ball just came a little bit too far on the right.
I think JP felt the pressure coming in and may have rushed that one a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, what an inbound by Ben.
It's really interesting, as you know, as a coach and an athlete. When I'm coaching from the sideline, it looks like you see the whole court, and it looks so obvious from the sidelines what the right play is. But let me tell you, when you're on the court and battling, your field of view is a lot smaller than it is when you're not playing. So.
Especially when you've got a player like Zach Medell jumping around in your face, trying to stuff that ball.
Yeah, so it can take many years to kind of develop that game sense and that calmness and that ability to keep your heads up and really take in all that information while you're playing.
I think number 9, Cody Caldwell, is a great player to watch in that regard, where it seems like his head's always up, his vision is fantastic, and he's always making the right plays out there. So for you young two-pointers out there, number 9 is a great player to watch if you want to improve your game.
He is calm as a cucumber. You never see him panic with the ball.
No.
And oftentimes you're kind of questioning why he isn't kicking it into his top gear sooner.
And as soon as I started to mention him, look, he just makes a fantastic play to knife that screen and get the over and back. That is a great play where Tony, working with his low pointer up the court, is trying to not allow Cody to do that. And Cody just timed it perfectly, got the over and back call.
Yeah, so he hit Tony right on that center line, and Tony comes up into the air as he's crossing the line and then back down. And by the rule book, that is an over and back.
Now, do you think running a lot of key defense is part of Quebec's strategy to kind of stay fresh in this game, considering their short bench?
Definitely. they only have 5 athletes here at this national championship, so game management is definitely a big part of their tournament strategy. You need to play hard in every game, but you do need to keep an eye towards the games that you can look towards winning. It is a round-robin tournament, and then going directly into a seeded finals and third, fourth.
All right, we've got
game.
a couple substitutions here. We've got Patrice Simard and Matt Debley coming back into the game to run a high-low lineup for Ontario. We've also got Melanie Lebel making her first appearance for Quebec, number 22, who recently competed in the first ever Women's World Cup in Paris, which was fantastic to see. So congrats on that, Mel, and it's good to see you get in.
Yeah, and Mel and Team Canada brought back a bronze medal. They battled hard against some really tough competition, and I had a lot of fun watching that tournament.
Garrett Hickling with the reaching foul.
Yeah, so illegal use of hands, so you are allowed to try to make a play on the ball, but if you do make contact with the other athlete or their chair, the refs will call that illegal use of hands penalty, and you will be sent to the box for 1 minute or until the team scores.
So with Garrett Hickling, their high pointer, trapped in the penalty box, what can Quebec do to set up for their next defensive possession to kind of gain an advantage?
Yeah, well, this is a great moment to explain that. So you see Mel set up right in front of the box, trapping Garrett as he tries to come out and forces Garrett to call inbounder. So that's a nice heads-up play by Garrett. You know, he saw the trap there, and instead of just accepting it, he calls inbounder, and runs a nice little give and go, gets the ball back, and backs up court.
Just cruising. Yeah, Garrett, a master of the give and go. He's been running it for, I think 3 or 4 decades now.
Wheelchair rugby, when I first started playing, it was a contact that was a ton of fun and really kept me engaged. But it was a strategy that I really enjoy as I started to become more experienced. It is a bit like a chess match out there. There's all these counter moves to what your opponents are trying to do, and just being able to switch from one strategy to the next as the situation requires is one of the more engaging parts of the sport for myself.
I definitely agree with you there. Ooh.
Great pressure from Ontario.
Great pressure, and nice play by Pico Dagenet. He's one of those one-pointers that plays well above his class. You're going to see Pico making a lot of catches and passes and plays out there that you normally don't see from your one-pointers.
Yeah, generally on a high-low lineup, your low pointers aren't going to be handling the ball too much, but Pico will be an exception to that rule. Since he is such a great player, you'll see that Ontario will rely on him to handle the ball in certain situations and make plays.
I still think he should run the ball in key offense with this lineup. I think that would work great. Give and go for Garrett Hickling again.
Picks up.
Seal by Pico, and another seal on JP. Now we've got a 2-on-1. Now that looks like Matt was just wide open on that wing, but if you watched before, Pico really did a great job to open him up by picking the man who was trying to defend him. And that's a lot of times what you're doing as a low pointer is you're looking to open up other high pointers for the catch, not necessarily you're looking to be a ball option yourself.
Yeah, so for the casual viewer, it's tough to see how the low pointers are impacting the game, but the longer that you watch and the more that you watch away from the ball, you'll see that's where the low pointers are really working their magic and doing their jobs for their teams to have success.
Patrice Simard with a flat tire equipment call. He'll change that real quick and get the action back going soon.
So you're allowed to use calling equipment whenever you have an issue.
And when you
do make the call, you only have 1 minute to fix the problem before you have to get subbed out. So
there's some pressure on the equipment team, equipment crew during that time too, for sure.
And your equipment manager, a vital part of a wheelchair rugby team and club. Having someone with experience and the commitment to dedicate hours to the sport is critical, and we can't thank them enough.
They're definitely the unsung heroes of the sport. And what they can do with chairs is amazing sometimes.
I don't even know the amount of tournaments I've been to where one of my teammates has a crack in a chair and they have to go send them to get welded. And oftentimes our equipment managers are managing that and making sure it happens.
Wow, Matt Dowley showing great range with his passing. That's one of the advantages of having these high point players playing in a high-low lineup is, man, they can space that court out with their passing range.
And generally on a high-low, it leads to a bit more simple of an offense, because if you have the ball and you're a high pointer, you're generally just looking for your other high pointer. So it's not like you have to make too many decisions. It's a simple checklist. Whereas like on the balance lineups, the checklist can be a bit more complicated. So to be able to move through that quickly and decisively can be a challenge under pressure.
It can be really tough when you're playing in a midpoint lineup and you have 3 players all screaming at you that they're wide open.
Matt attacking up court, weaves his way through the Quebec defense and in for an easy try.
That makes the score 27-15. Now Quebec has definitely slowed down the bleeding, but they're still having a tough time getting back in this game.
Yeah, early in the second quarter, it looked like they had stabilized it a little bit, but Ontario's kind of cranked back the pressure up and managed a few more turnovers.
Wow, look at that pass by Anthony Letourneau. Now, be honest, does he have the best chest pass you've ever seen from a 2-pointer?
He's definitely in the conversation, and would probably be my front runner. Cody Fournier from BC. In the past, he's had a very impressive chest pass as well, but I think Tony takes the prize right now.
When you look at the range you can get on it, the height, and the velocity you can put on that ball, I think it's incredible what he can do without, with those flat pancake hands. JP in trouble.
Pico sets up for the inbound. Quebec's dropped into a key defense. Ontario's going to take their time, set up a key offensive play.
Now with 45 seconds left off the inbound, would you assume Ontario's attempting the last goal here?
Yeah, it will be interesting. It's kind of with the shot clock and the game clock being a little offset, do they use a timeout here? It could go either way. They could look to score, with about 10 seconds left and just look to deny that last goal. And it looks like that's what they're going to try to do.
I like it. A lot of teams would go for the timeout here to reset the shot clock to 15 and score last goal. But Ontario, with the big lead, is not fooling around.
Yeah, they scored with 12 seconds left, and they're going to trust their defense here to kill off 12 seconds.
And why wouldn't you? I mean, it's been effective all game.
Yes.
I think this is a good call by Ontario.
Tony with a great try, but he just runs out of time there. No goal.
And if you look at the way Ontario played it, they just kept making him turn back, burn those precious seconds, and he runs out of time right at the goal line.
So that takes us to halftime. Ontario 29, Quebec 16. We're going to take a moment to thank our sponsors, 49 Bespoke, Gahan Hub City, Rocket Printing, Macron, Ontario, Vesco Custom Metalcraft, Tango Medical, and the City of Moncton. Thank you guys very much for helping make the 40th Nationals here in Moncton a success.
I got to say, we've had a fantastic time so far in Moncton. The food has been excellent. The facility is a beautiful, huge, open facility where we're playing. And the hotel is really nice and convenient, right in the heart of downtown Moncton. So it's all been fantastic.
The hospitality has been incredible. I know I've heard this many times, but the people here are just so genuine and friendly. It's amazing.
We always have a great time out in the Maritimes whenever we come, and you know, we always look forward to those nationals that are hosted out here for sure.
And unfortunately, this is only the second national that's been hosted on the East Coast. First time was in 2006 in Halifax, which was actually my first national championships ever.
That was a very memorable one for me as well, because that was the first year I made the national team.
Yeah.
So Halifax in 06.
And BC ended up winning national championships that year, I believe. And
we did. It was a great year for us. That was back when I was playing with BC. Now I'm an Ontario Thunder? Ontario yes. Thunder player. Moved to Toronto. So you are betting on an all-Ontario final this year.
Yeah, I mean, before some of the roster changes, I thought for sure it was going to be Ontario Thunder and Lightning in the finals. And after that first game, I'm still leaning that way for sure. I thought Alberta might have an outside chance of getting into that finals, but and you never know what happens. I mean, with sport, you got to play the games. Upsets happen, but
I just don't feel like it would be a Canadian Nationals without an upset somewhere in the mix. So
yeah, for sure.
We'll see if that happens in D1 or D2 this year.
Wheelchair rugby is one of those sports where the better team pretty much always wins. Upsets are quite rare, so it's super exciting when they do happen.
That's funny you say that, because the USWRA Nationals were hosted last weekend in Rockford, Illinois, and we saw upset after upset. It was crazy. It was mayhem, and I loved it.
And on the international level, you're starting to see the top 6 teams be able to win against anybody in that top 6, which is great for the sport. It's not a guaranteed anymore that the best team will win. The level of competition is high enough now that any team can win on any given day within that top 6. So
that's been great to see for a sport, because there was a time there where coming into Paralympics or coming into World Championships, there would really be only 3 teams that were truly competing for that gold medal. And now, like you said, 1 through 8 or 1 through 6, I mean, you've got every team's got a puncher's chance. So
yeah,
it's definitely made our sport more exciting.
Yeah, you really see the development, the growth of the game across the world. More and more athletes are making their way into wheelchair rugby, and it's awesome to see. The sport's really changed my life, and it's safe to say your life as well, Travis. And
oh yeah, for sure. And I think it continues to be a huge vehicle for not just SCI, but for all participants to kind of improve their life skills and stay in shape and meet a community of like-minded individuals and have a lot of fun. So it's been great to see the growth of our sport over the years, especially, like you said, since from when we started to now, it's been insane.
Yeah, so the sport was originally invented in Canada in the 70s, and it was invented with SCI's kind of forefront, spinal cord injuries, but now you see a wide range of disabilities playing the sport. So cerebral palsy, Charcot-Marie tooth, multiple amputations, wide range of neuromuscular diseases.
You're just hitting the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah.
There's so many different types of disabilities and different players out there now. It's impossible to keep track of.
Yeah, so anybody watching, if you have a family member or friend, any age, and you're interested in getting involved in wheelchair rugby, make your way to wheelchairrugbycanada.com, and you'll find a link to a local club
in your area where you can come on out, check out the sport, and even if you want to volunteer and help out, everyone's welcome here.
Yeah, we're always looking for new refs or classifiers or people to help run a score clock or a shot clock for tournaments. There's many ways you can get involved. There's some really exciting youth programs starting to happen in BC and Ontario, so yeah, we're really excited to see kids starting to play the game. and we're really optimistic about the potential of those youth programs to drive our sport moving forward.
I think that's going to be the key for Canada moving forward. Is we've got kind of an aging national team. Replacing some of our older players and retiring players with some youth is it's definitely something that we got to be looking for.
There's that moon pass of a chest pass from Tony Letourneau, but Cody.
Yeah, I don't think the ref saw Yannick calling for the fair catch on that play.
Cody followed the rainbow and got that pot of gold.
All right. Let's see if Quebec can recover from that first turnover.
It's a nice little 1-5 to 1-5 inbound, and Pat gets the ball to Tony, who tacks up, finds Yannick open across half, back to Tony. Gets the ball up to Pat, who's working with Mel.
Oh, nice move by Pat Simard.
Matt, great recovery, speed, but
Cody thought he scored, didn't cross the goal line. And that's going to happen in a game like this where focus is difficult to keep up.
Yeah, when the score gets to this sort of deficit, it definitely is hard to maintain that focus, maintain that intensity. And when you get to play against your national team teammates in a tournament like this, where you're each representing your province, you know, it can be quite friendly at times, but at other times it can be fairly intense. Everybody's pretty competitive, wants to win.
Turnover off the give and go by Ontario. That's a bad unforced error. And like you said, in a game like this, you're going to see some of those plays where focus isn't where it should be, and you're making uncharacteristic mistakes. So we'll look to see if Ontario can tighten it back up.
It drives the coaches mad to see that.
Oh yeah.
But it can, as an athlete, it is tough.
There we go. Ontario gets the turnover and an easy goal. And they're going to stay in the key, so we're going to get a chance to see Quebec continue to attack with their key offense. Key defense is interesting in wheelchair rugby. You're only allowed 3 defensive players in the key, so if you watch, there's always got to be at least 1 player out of the key at a time. And a lot of teams like to have 2 players out so that there's some confusion over who's going to be dropping in.
That was a really smooth offense, key offense there from Quebec.
That being said, Quebec just made it look easy.
Yeah, key offense is something that teams will practice quite extensively because you're always going to use it. You're always going to see it in a game.
I think for such a fast-paced sport, it's one of the things that makes our game really interesting, that key, where you know, we're running and gunning, smashing, and then all of a sudden you've got this really technical set-piece kind of play that teams have to execute at such a high percentage. It's really, really a lot of pressure and a lot of tension involved with key offense.
And certain teams are very good, have very good key defenses. And the general principle around a key defense is that you go right to the area that they have to score in, and it's a smaller area, and you just jam it up with as many players as possible. So you don't have to cover as much ground, so you can negate some of the other team's speed.
I think a lot of people say key is the great equalizer. If you're playing a team and you're a little bit outmanned in regards of speed or size or function or whatever it may be, dropping in the key and forcing them into a technical game and controlling the tempo and pace can really work in your favor. Do you think that would be a smart move for Quebec to try and just drop in the key for the rest of the game?
I think so. I think it ties into their need to game management a little bit as well, like rest their players up, because it will be a long tournament for them with only the 5 athletes on their roster. So generally when you're running like a press defense, it involves a lot more pushing and it takes out a lot more energy from your athletes.
Now, speaking of short benches, can you guess the combined age of the Ontario Thunder? 5 players.
Oh my goodness, okay. 90. I'm going to say that you guys are 180 years old.
That's a good guess, and that's close. And I understand why you would think that, but no, you're wrong. It's 240.
Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, I was one player short.
Yes.
Holy cow.
So that's the oldest recorded team ever in wheelchair rugby, so we're breaking records here at Canadian Nationals. That was a strange one. Oh, it's getting ugly out here.
Yeah.
Both teams are starting to chuck balls away. Ha ha ha. All right, let's see if Tony can settle down this Quebec squad and get one on the board. 35-19 is the score with 4:45 left on the third. Nice.
Nice attack from Tony and Yannick working well together there. Yannick slips through the defense. And Ontario strikes back. Pretty clinical try there.
Yeah, they've just got so many options on their offense that Quebec is just overwhelmed on defense trying to cover them all.
You can kind of feel like the intensity of this game is kind of lagging a little bit.
I think Quebec sees the writing on the wall, and they're having a tough time now. Team Ontario doesn't seem to be letting up either. They're still putting quite a bit of pressure on their offense, and yeah, I think this is going to be a tough finish for Team Quebec.
Yeah. Yeah, Quebec's going to have to, regroup after this game, kind of fire up that motivation again, and just take that time to refocus before their next game. And that's part of being an athlete and part of running through a full tournament like this.
Oh yeah, I mean, we've all been there in sports. We've all been the hammer and we've all been the nail.
Well said.
Tough turnover for Quebec, and we've got another substitution. Looks like Ontario is bringing back in Garrett Hickling and Peter Langenecker.
And they're sticking with a balance. Matt Debley and Patrice Desjardins are out.
Now, that's one of the really cool things about Team Ontario's lineup for this tournament is they only have 2 subs to Quebec's 1. But because of the point values of those substitutions, they can roll 3 different combinations of lines to keep everybody fresh. And that's so important for a tournament. So it's some impressive math done by Team Ontario and figuring out their rosters.
And like you say, as a coach, having those options of 3 different lineups to run and the ability to rest all your players is huge.
It just means that in every game, you're never going to have to worry like Quebec is going to have to about keeping guys fresh. Maybe changing your strategy to accommodate that, especially as fatigue sets in during the game. I think that's a huge advantage that can't be overstated.
Yeah, and it gives some redundancy. If a player gets injured or is having equipment issues, it doesn't necessarily sink your entire team to lose one player or to have one player unavailable for a little bit of time. Nice deny here from Ontario.
Wow.
And the ball goes right to Garrett Hickling.
A great, Cody Caldwell made a great play to shut down the give and go where all of Tony's options were covered and Cody came in and took that give and go away and really didn't give him anything.
Nice hands from Cody there. He steals the ball from
Gets a nice steal
Anthony.
from Tony on the baseline. And Quebec uses the bench timeout. I think this is a good time for it. You can see his guys are a little dispirited.
Yeah, so
mistakes are starting to compound. It's time to settle them down and get them back on the same page.
Quebec's coach, Michael, with a great bench timeout. And again, as a coach, what would you be telling your athletes here, morale? Like, it's such a tough moment. Like,
I think I would definitely be trying to keep things light in the huddle and let Yannick know that now's the time to unleash that bump pass he's got. Maybe drop a couple deep passing routes, try some new things. I think this is the game where you pull all out all of the tricks.
And frankly, it's shocking that we haven't seen that bump inbound yet. It's one of Yannick's favorite things to do, and he is quite effective at it. So.
Oh, it's one of his best weapons.
I'm surprised we haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, I think it's time for Yannick to pull out that long, deep bump pass. Having said that, he needs somebody to set a top seal for these guys deep. So we'll see if Pat Simard's what he's got planned, because I see him heading deep right off the bat.
He's definitely sharking around down there. Yeah. And here it comes.
Wow, deep pass from Tony.
But Ben is right there.
Wow,
nice
great
recovery.
Speed, great recovery speed to chase it down. And Ontario recovers it at the key.
So that is what you love to see as a coach from your team, executing press defense, but also able to draw back into the key after killing off as much time as possible.
Oh, what a catch by JP.
Nicely done.
Good execution by Quebec on a difficult play.
And JP is a player for Quebec that he's one of their newer players, but he's really developing well in that 2.0 position. His speed is really improving, and his sense of the game is just improving year by year.
Yeah, and I got to say that hockey background really shines through as a player when you're up against him, and he's a little fiery out there, and he can get a little combative. And I don't know, I kind of love to see that from a teammate.
Yeah, well, I mean, it fits in well with some of his teammates. Quebec has had a number of those fiery players in the past, and the tradition continues.
What are they putting in the water in Quebec? Oh, nice play. Just really top-notch passing from Team Ontario. They're making use of their balanced lineup, and they're just moving that ball around so quickly.
Yeah, and that comes a lot from the players not with the ball, just managing their space and being open at the right times, just to give the player with the ball those options to advance the ball with good passing. And that's something we talk about in wheelchair rugby. When we're teaching newer players, we talk about the 3 lanes, so the left side, right side, and up the middle, and how you generally want to be filling in those lanes with players and managing your space well, so teams have a tougher time trying to cover you, and you're utilizing the entire court to your advantage.
So now that you've commentated both opening games in Division 1, and you've gotten a good look at your competition, how do you think Team BC stacks up?
Well, Team BC, our Div 1 team, has really been rebuilding over the last 5-6 years. And we've been in real tough at Canadian Nationals. It's been a long time since we've won a game. I'm pretty optimistic coming into this year. I think we're in for a really good game with this Quebec Felines team. That's the game that we have circled.
So that's why I brought it up, is I think this is the year that BC takes down Quebec.
It's definitely within the realm of possibility. We have to play well and execute. We had a good battle with them in the Vancouver Invitational earlier this year. We won 1 game, and then they beat us.
I won't lie, B. I was kind of hoping for a guarantee here. I was hoping to see a bold statement from Team BC coming out of the gates. And you know what? We're gonna do. This is the year. We're gonna do it.
I'll give you this. I'll be very disappointed if we don't win that game.
I'll take it.
But Quebec's got great athletes, man, and a lot of experience on that team. So I can't take them lightly.
We've got a stray ball on the court.
That Div 2 ball making its way into the Div 1 court. Stopping play.
So in those situations, the referee will blow it down as a dead ball, and play will resume from a sideline inbound.
.48 seconds left in the 3rd quarter. Quebec attacking the key. Nice try from JP.
Really nice. Now, Quebec, despite being a little undermanned, is showing some impressive key offense. Anthony Letourneau's passing has really come a long way. 30 seconds left in the game. We're going to see Ben Perkins hold up for last goal and see Team Ontario try and score the last goal of the quarter.
Yeah, they're just playing keep away. They're around, you know, right about now, they're going to start their attack. Try to kill as much time as possible. Now they score with 8 seconds left. Ontario making sure nobody's wide open deep. Puts a little bit of pressure on that ball, trying to kill as much time as possible.
Oh!
Nice try from Quebec, but no try.
That was a good attempt at it, though.
All right, sadly I have to leave the broadcast to get ready for my game, so I'm going to leave you in the capable lips of Travis Morale.
Unfortunately, we're playing each other, B.
Oh.
So I have to go too.
Well, fancy that. So thank you very much for tuning in. We're just going to leave you to enjoy the sights and sounds of the rest of the game.
I totally forgot I had to play.
It's all good.
I gotta get strapped up.
Yeah, me too.
It's funny because I was thinking, like, oh, I wonder who's playing next. And I was like, oh, wait, I'm playing next.
Hi, my name is Ali Govier, and I'm the National Team Athletic Therapist for Wheelchair Rugby Canada. Athletic therapists are medical professionals who are responsible for emergency and acute care. They're responsible for injury prevention, rehabilitation, and as well as injury assessment. There's a difference between athletic therapists in comparison to other medical professionals with the fact that athletic therapists are seen on site at the time of injuries. Something that you don't see behind the scenes working with Wheelchair Rugby Canada is the amount of integration and collaboration that happens between the IST. We do work very closely with the rest of the IST to ensure that the athletes have care from a holistic approach, making sure that we work together to address their nutrition, the physiologists we work closely with, we make sure that their mental, emotional, physical well-beings are all taken care of. And that encompasses and requires us to plan one-on-one meetings where we do health intakes, or we're making sure they follow specific prehab programs, which would entail them doing strengthening, conditioning to work on stability of certain joints and muscles. We'll provide them with plans for flexibility just to improve their overall physical well-being. Specifically with wheelchair rugby, something that you don't see is the community. I love the environment that I walk into every day when I'm working centralized and decentralized with the team. I think it really provides an environment that makes me want to be here, want to work with both the athletes and the staff. The medical team's game day routine varies greatly each day. Some days I wake up and there's 6 or 7 athletes that I need to connect with for varying issues, whether it's injuries or health and illnesses. Making a busy morning before heading over to the gym, whether it's for practice or a game day. Whereas some days things are slow and quiet, I wake up and I can just do my own personal morning routine before heading over to the gym with the medical team. The medical staff aim to be some first staff on site at the gym, so when the athletes arrive, we can get right into tending to whatever that is that they need. Some wound care, taping, we will provide maybe some pre-game, pre-practice stretching, assisted stretching, and or any type of muscle activation. We will also help with transfers, helping some of the athletes move from day chair to game chair, as well as we will be tying up belts and helping with any other equipment that is required. We help with nutrition by providing snacks like bananas, peanut butter and jam sandwiches, granola bars, fruit bars, to ensure that all the athletes have the fuel they need throughout the games and all the tournaments and practices. Once the game starts, you'll see us on the sideline observing and ready to go for any assistance that may be required, whether that's covering up any new wounds or providing any type of assistance to equipment adjustments, as well as you'll see us flipping athletes up in their chairs if they're knocked over. After the games are finished, we will help pack up benches and then provide athletes with assisted stretching. We'll make ice packs and ice bags so the athletes can properly recover. If you come into the recovery room, you'll see a few things happening. We'll have massage and soft tissue work being done on the table. You'll also see a game-ready modality as well as a Normatec modality, which basically are machines that help promote healing. Specifically with high-performance sport, use of athletic therapy has increased tenfold. People are starting to see the benefits of encouraging body recovery between events and the difference it makes on people's outcomes and their performance and their ability to succeed. I chose athletic therapy because sport has always been a central point and aspect in my life. As a kid, I played multiple sports across different disciplines, and it was a huge impact and made a huge difference in my life. I always knew I wanted to work with high-performance athletes. However, parasport kind of took me by surprise. I would encourage any woman in sport, any athletic therapist in general, to get involved in parasport. It's such an untapped area. It has a level of complexity that is super unique. Something that parasport has brought into my life is knowing that I'm always going to be learning. I always need to be on my toes and be open to trying new things and utilizing and building new skills. Gameplay, and yeah, that's a weird sentence too. Okay. And I don't know how I started that sentence. I keep forgetting this one that I'm going to say.
We're here today to see the differences and similarities between wheelchair rugby's training schedule and what ours look like, so I'm going to take you through it today.
With wheelchair rugby, it's a bit different from able-bodied rugby. We got our roster is 12 when we go to events, and on court, we play, our game is 4-on-4.
34, 35. Hey, 35 seconds. Let's go eat it up.
Lightweight.
There we go. Let's go. So usually you just go straight back in the rugby chair?
Yeah, so when we're with a trainer, so most of working out is just finding an adaptive way to do it.
Yeah.
So, because we don't have the core, stuff like this is most of it's fighting just to stay balanced versus putting it towards the bench press. So,
well, just from everyone here, we're really grateful for you guys coming out. It's been great learning about the sport you play and similarities and differences. And, yeah, look forward to cheering you guys on, and good luck going towards the Paralympics. And yeah, hopefully see you there.
Best of luck with the rest of your season.
Appreciate it. Thanks much, guys.
I'm Nancy Wong, and I'm the Performance Services Manager with Canada. Well, with performance service management, there is kind of two aspects of it. One is remote work, and one is on-site work. So with being a team manager on-site, it's just making sure that all of the logistics is covered for the players and for the staff so that we can run efficiently and smoothly and get on the court. So what is team management? It's making sure that our logistics is smooth and covered from the players' perspective on making sure that they have everything that they need to get on court and do their job, as well as the staff, making sure that they're logistically supported to do their roles and be able to fulfill their responsibilities to support the athletes in a high-performance environment. Day-to-day routine as a team manager starts right early in the morning, ensuring that the players have access to nutrition right from breakfast, lunch, and dinner, logistics from transportation to getting from the hotel to the venue, ensuring that they have everything that they need to get on court, from clean jerseys to snacks to water, and that they're set up with the IST so that their jobs and roles and responsibilities are supported from a logistical standpoint. Time management and priority management are probably my top two that I always have to keep in mind when it comes to team management, ensuring that that you have the problem-solving skills and also critical solving skills to basically manage all the hiccups and scenarios that can come into any high-performance environment. Being flexible, but also being nimble, and to work with what you've been given in order to support the players and the staff. It all started off with a volunteer opportunity. I met with Duncan Campbell many years ago, and this was after I had finished my program at SFU as a kinesiology student. And I wanted to seek more experience with working with those in different populations, and this was something that I had the opportunity to do. And I started off as an equipment manager, volunteering with the Vancouver club team. And from that, I was introduced to volunteer with the national team. And from there, I was just provided an opportunity to really showcase what I had. And I had an amazing team at Wheelchair Rugby Canada that believed in me and offered me a position as the Performance Services Manager. And that was over a decade ago. So here I am, starting from a volunteer position and into a role that I couldn't have imagined, and I love being with Wheelchair Rugby Canada. It's been a really fun roller coaster ride. This last 2 years has been an amazing experience being a new parent, obviously, transitioning back into my role as a Performance Services Manager full-time. I've had a wonderful support network of family, my mom, my husband, and obviously Wheelchair Rugby Canada that has supported me right from day one. from the exciting news of being pregnant and then having our little daughter Betty. So it's been a fine balance of making sure that I, have time with my family, making sure that I complete my my goals as a performance service manager, but I couldn't do it without the support that I've had so far with both Team Canada and my family. We are being forward-thinking and supporting new parents like myself in making sure that we feel supported but also seen. And I have so much gratitude for Wheelchair Rugby Canada in making sure that I have everything that I need and that I can continue on and perform my best as a performance service manager and supporting the team in a high performance environment, but also being the best mom that I could be to my little daughter Betty. With Kathy and Laurel leading Wheelchair Rugby Canada, they've provided an excellent example of what inclusion looks like. And I feel that as a new parent that this has been a really important step for me, but also the policies that are in place that have really supported me and future parents in our organization. I've had many other women in the sport, in parasport, approach me and say, how is this possible? And it's with that leadership and forward thinking, and I encourage any new parent out there to really speak with the organization and ask about what can they do to provide that same support. And I have the most respect and gratitude for Wheelchair Rugby Canada, and I'm forever thankful.
My name's Melissa Lacroix. Most of the team calls me, or I go by Mel. First mistake. All right, my role with the team is lead IST and lead physiologist. IST stands for Integrated Support Team. So, with Wheelchair Rugby Canada here, we have a wide range of IST involved in the program, and the IST is there to support the program, the athletes and the staff in all areas of sports science and sports medicine. So, that it could include but doesn't limit us to, nutritionists, paramedical, so like athletic therapists or physicians, sports medicine staff, and then we have mental performance coaches, strength and conditioning coach, sports analytics, so performance analysts. We really want to work together as what we call a transdisciplinary team. So what that means is essentially the staff as a whole is working together, collaborating, have a really strong understanding of each other's areas of expertise, but we're working together on solving problems or helping the athletes perform and stay healthy. So sports science, the way I see it is that we're constantly evolving. The sports are always evolving, athletes evolving. So we need to be able to stay on top of research and innovation and being able to analyze and test if and how we're improving as a team, as athletes, and why we're improving and where we can make adjustments and help the athlete as a whole. So I do think it's really important. I obviously love data and collecting as much as possible, but I also realize that data is just numbers on a spreadsheet or numbers on a paper. The real impact of those numbers and that information that we collect really comes through that relationship with the coaches, the relationship with the athlete. Within wheelchair rugby, the coaches and athletes are the experts in their sport. So for me, it's about taking those numbers and really having those conversations and how we can apply it to the sport itself. Right, so my daily routine as a physiologist usually starts with P and ends with numbers and or data analysis and reporting. So what that means is often in the mornings before training sessions and my routine before a practice or competition would be to help the athletes prepare physically as best as possible for those sessions. So that could be from measuring hydration, helping with their protocols for nutrition and hydration and physical preparation going into sessions, and getting all of our technology ready for those sessions as well to help with monitoring training loads throughout those competitions and practices. During practices and training sessions, the focus is still on performance, so really supporting the athletes and the coaches within the performance. So that again goes to the physical prep side of things with fueling and hydrating, and given a lot of the athletes in the program have a spinal cord injury and have some sort of impairment to their thermoregulation system. A lot of my role within competition and training is to help with the cooling strategies. Following competition or training, the main focus is quickly turns to recovery. So helping the athletes with their recovery for the next session as quickly as possible, and helping the coaches with preparation for the next training session and competition. So that usually ends with, my evenings usually end with data analysis, so downloading all the data and information from those practices and analyzing it and creating reports for the coaches. So I'm coming into my 10th season with the program. Throughout my career with the program, I've fulfilled different roles. So starting as a physiologist, and I've had the opportunity to work within strength and conditioning, lead different research and innovation projects, and most recently the opportunity to lead the IST. Through my career, I've been fortunate to have some really incredible mentors and leaders who challenge me and help me develop and grow into the practitioner and leader I am today. And some of those are within the program here at Wheelchair Rugby Canada, and others throughout the Copston network that I've been part of. I think we have a really great culture overall that supports collaboration within the IST and supports the innovation within sports science and sports medicine. So, given that there isn't a whole lot of research for parasport athletes, it's really important for us as practitioners to be the ones to be innovative and create the research and continue to analyze and push boundaries within sports science. So I've been surrounded by some really great mentors and other experts that continue to help me grow and push me. And growing up as an athlete, I was always really interested in training. Going into college, I went into athletic training as my background, as my undergrad. So had gone through a lot of injuries as an athlete myself, and so the athletic therapy side was really interesting to me to learn how the rehab process and return to sport worked. And then from there, I think that training side was even more intriguing. So beyond just the injuries, how to return to sport, and was always interested in the internal systems of how things work and why things work. So continued on with my master's in physiology, and then had that opportunity after my master's to work in sports science lab at Canadian Sports Institute Pacific, where I learned a little bit more of that applied side of physiology, and really loved the challenge of constantly learning and being innovative. The advice I'd give to any young practitioner coming into sports science and physiology, I think the biggest thing is coming in and learning the sport that you're working with, and learning the athletes, and really involving the athletes in the process, and the coaches in the process of any data collection or testing you're doing, any type of intervention is always learning the sport and the athletes and that relationship piece. And then I also think as a practitioner, it's important to have a wide range of skills. So not only having your small area of expertise, but really understanding what all of the other areas of sports science and sports medicine. That's where I would definitely say, have your area of expertise, but then go on and try to learn as much as you can of the other areas.
Favorite movie line quote? Why didn't I take the blue pill? Matrix 1.
Why, oh why didn't I take the blue pill?
Favorite movie line would be,
You can't handle the truth!
You can't handle the truth!
you like Dax?
Lark's looking after cows.
Okay, Dax. Do you like Dax?
Say hello to my little friend.
Say hello to my little friend!
Favorite movie line or quote? I really don't know one. Something Denzel Washington said. Wilson!
Wilson! Well done!
You gotta change it.
The first rule of Fight Club is don't talk about Fight Club.
The first rule of Fight Club is you do not talk about Fight Club.
Nobody puts baby in a corner.
Nobody puts baby in a corner.
I got it. Shake and bake! Shake and bake, baby! Shake and bake.
Shake and bake, buddy! Shake it! Before you bake it!
I'll be back.
I'll be back.
Go on streaking! Bring your hat!
We're going streaking! Yes!
Favorite movie line. Bye, buddy. Hope you find your dad.
Bye, buddy. Hope you find your dad.
Thanks, Mr. Narwhal. Bye.
Elf.
Rocky 4, baby. No pain. No pain. Rocky 4. No pain. No pain.
No pain. No pain. No pain. Not a big movie guy. Probably something funny. Oh yeah, lots of room for activities.
Look at all this sports space. We do aerobics in here. So many activities.
Favorite movie line quote. What's in the box?
Because I envy your normal life.
Put the gun down, baby.
It seems that envy is my sin.
Oh, what's in the box?
Tap it in. Happy Gilmore.
Tap it in. Just tap it in. Give it a little tappy. Tap, tap, tap-a-roo.
I'm trying to think. But the movie is
Dirty
that.
Dancing.
Have you seen Dirty Dancing?
I was not even born.
Hi, my name is Ali Govier, and I'm the National Team Athletic Therapist for Wheelchair Rugby Canada. Athletic therapists are medical professionals who are responsible for emergency and acute care. They're responsible for injury prevention, rehabilitation, and as well as injury assessment. There's a difference between athletic therapists in comparison to other medical professionals with the fact that athletic therapists are seen on site at the time of injuries. Something that you don't see behind the scenes working with Wheelchair Rugby Canada is the amount of integration and collaboration that happens between the IST. We do work very closely with the rest of the IST to ensure that the athletes have care from a holistic approach, making sure that we work together to address their nutrition, the physiologists we work closely with, we make sure that their mental, emotional, physical well-beings are all taken care of. And that encompasses and requires us to plan one-on-one meetings where we do health intakes, or we're making sure they follow specific prehab programs, which would entail them doing strength and conditioning to work on stability of certain joints and muscles. We'll provide them with plans for flexibility just to improve their overall physical well-being. Specifically with wheelchair rugby, something that you don't see is the community. I love the environment that I walk into every day when I'm working centralized and decentralized with the team. I think it really provides an environment that makes me want to be here, want to work with both the athletes and the staff. The medical team's game day routine varies greatly each day. Some days I wake up and there's 6 or 7 athletes that I need to connect with for varying issues, whether it's injuries or health and illnesses, making a busy morning before heading over to the gym, whether it's for practice or a game day. Whereas some days things are slow and quiet. I wake up and I can just do my own personal morning routine before heading over to the gym with the medical team. The medical staff aim to be some of the first staff on site at the gym, so when the athletes arrive, we can get right into tending to whatever that is that they need. Some wound care, taping, we will provide maybe some pre-game, pre-practice stretching, assisted stretching, and or any type of that muscle activation. We will also help with transfers, helping some of the athletes move from day chair to game chair, as well as we will be tying up belts and helping with any other equipment that is required. We help with nutrition by providing snacks like bananas, peanut butter and jam sandwiches, granola bar fruit bars to ensure that all the athletes have the fuel they need throughout the games and all the tournaments and practices. Once the game starts, you'll see us on the sideline observing and ready to go for any assistance that may be required, whether that's covering up any new wounds or providing any type of assistance to equipment adjustments, as well as you'll see us flipping athletes up in their chairs if they're hit and knocked over. After the games are finished, we will help pack up the benches and then provide athletes with assisted stretching. We'll make ice packs and ice bags so the athletes can properly recover. If you come into the recovery room, you'll see a few things happening. We'll have massage and soft tissue work being done on the table. You'll also see a game-ready modality as well as a Normatec modality, which basically are machines that help promote healing. Specifically with high-performance sport, the use of athletic therapy has increased tenfold. People are starting to see the benefits of encouraging body recovery between events and the difference it makes on people's outcomes and their performance and their ability to succeed. I chose athletic therapy because sport has always been a central point and aspect in my life. As a kid, I played multiple sports across different disciplines, and it was a huge impact and made a huge difference in my life. I always knew I wanted to work with high-performance athletes. However, parasport kind of took me by surprise. I would encourage any woman in sport, any athletic therapist in general, to get involved in parasport. It's such an untapped area. It has a level of complexity that is super unique. Something that parasport has brought into my life is knowing that I'm always going to be learning. I always need to be on my toes and be open to trying new things and utilizing and building new skills. Gameplay, and yeah, that's a weird sentence too. Okay. And I don't know how I started that sentence. I keep forgetting this one word that I'm going to say.
We're here today to see the differences and similarities between wheelchair rugby's training schedule and what ours look like, so I'm going to take you through it today.
With wheelchair rugby, it's a bit different from able-bodied rugby. We got our roster is 12 when we go to events, and on court, we play our game is from 4.
34, 35. Hey, 35 seconds. Let's go eat it up.
Lightweight. There we go. Let's go. So usually you just go straight back in the rugby chair?
Yeah, so when we're with a trainer, so most of working out is just finding an adaptive way to do it.
Yeah.
So because we don't have the core, stuff like this is most of it's fighting just to stay balanced versus putting it towards the bench press. So,
well, just from everyone here, we're really grateful for you guys coming out. It's been great learning about the sport you play and similarities and differences. And yeah, look forward to cheering you guys on, and good luck going towards the Paralympics. And yeah, hopefully see you there.
Best of luck with the rest of your season.
Appreciate it. Thanks so much, guys.
I'm Nancy Wong, and I'm the Performance Services Manager with Canada. Well, with performance service management, there is kind of two aspects of it. One is, remote work, and one is on-site work. So with being a team manager on-site, it's just making sure that all of the logistics is covered for the players and for the staff so that we can run efficiently and smoothly and get on the court. So what is team management? It's making sure that our logistics is smooth and covered from the players' perspective on making sure that they have everything that they need to get on court and do their job, as well as the staff, making sure that they're logistically supported to do their roles and be able to fulfill their responsibilities to support the athletes in a high-performance environment. Day-to-day routine as a team manager starts right early in the morning, ensuring that the players have access to nutrition right from breakfast, lunch, and dinner, logistics from transportation to getting from the hotel to the venue, ensuring that they have everything that they need to get on court, from clean jerseys to snacks to water, and that they're set up with the IST so that their jobs and role and responsibilities are supported from a logistical standpoint. Time management and priority management are probably my top two that I always have to keep in mind when it comes to team management, ensuring that that you have the problem-solving skills and also critical solving skills to basically manage all the hiccups and scenarios that can come into any high-performance environment. Being flexible, but also being nimble, and to work with what you've been given in order to support the players and the staff. It all started off with a volunteer opportunity. I met with Duncan Campbell many years ago, and this was after I had finished my program at SFU as a kinesiology student, and I wanted to seek more experience with working with those in different populations, and this was something that I had the opportunity to do. And I started off as an equipment manager, volunteering with the Vancouver club team. And from that, I was introduced to volunteer with the national team. And from there, I was just provided an opportunity to really showcase what I had. And I had an amazing team at Wheelchair Rugby Canada that believed in me and offered me a position as the Performance Services Manager. And that was over a decade ago. So here I am, starting from a volunteer position and into a role that I couldn't have imagined, and I love being with Wheelchair Rugby Canada. It's been a really fun roller coaster ride. This last 2 years has been an amazing experience being a new parent, obviously, transitioning back into my role as a Performance Services Manager full-time. I've had a wonderful support network of family, my mom, my husband, and obviously Wheelchair Rugby Canada that has supported me right from day one, from the exciting news of being pregnant and then having our little daughter Betty. So it's been a fine balance of making sure that I, have time with my family, making sure that I complete my my goals as a performance service manager, but I couldn't do it without the support that I've had so far with both Team Canada and my family. We are being forward-thinking and supporting new parents like myself in making sure that we feel supported but also seen. And I have so much gratitude for Wheelchair Rugby Canada in making sure that I have everything that I need and that I can continue on and perform my best as a performance service manager and supporting the team in a high performance environment, but also being the best mom that I could be to my little daughter Betty. With Kathy and Laurel leading Wheelchair Rugby Canada, they've provided an excellent example of what inclusion looks like. And I feel that as a new parent that this has been a really important step for me, but also the policies that are in place that have really supported me and future parents in our organization. I've had many other women in the sport, in parasport, approach me and say, how is this possible? And it's with that leadership and forward thinking, and I encourage any new parent out there to really speak with the organization and ask about what can they do to provide that same support. And I have the most respect and gratitude for Wheelchair Rugby Canada, and I'm forever thankful.
My name is Melissa Lacroix. Most of the team calls me, or I go by Mel. First mistake. All right, my role with the team is lead IST and lead physiologist. IST stands for Integrated Support Team. So, with Wheelchair Rugby Canada here, we have a wide range of IST involved in the program, and the IST is there to support the program, the athletes and the staff in all areas of sports science and sports medicine. So, that it could include but doesn't limit us to, nutritionists, paramedical, so like athletic therapists or physicians, sports medicine staff, and then we have mental performance coaches, strength and conditioning coach, sports analytics, so performance analysts. We really want to work together as what we call a transdisciplinary team. So what that means is essentially the staff as a whole is working together, collaborating, have a really strong understanding of each other's areas of expertise, but we're working together on solving problems or helping the athletes perform and stay healthy. So sports science, the way I see it is that we're we're constantly evolving. The sports are always evolving, athletes evolving. So we need to be able to stay on top of research and innovation and being able to analyze and test if and how we're improving as a team, as athletes, and why we're improving and where we can make adjustments and help the athlete as a whole. So I do think it's really important. I obviously love data and collecting as much as possible, but I also realize that data is just, numbers on a spreadsheet or numbers on a paper. The real impact of those numbers and that information that we collect really comes through that relationship with the coaches, the relationship with the athlete. Within wheelchair rugby, the coaches and athletes are the experts in their sport. So for me, it's about taking those numbers and really having those conversations and how we can apply it to the sport itself. All right, so my daily routine as a physiologist usually starts with P and ends with numbers and or data analysis and reporting. So what that means is often in the mornings before training sessions and my routine before a practice or competition would be to help the athletes prepare physically as best as possible for those sessions. So that could be from measuring hydration, helping with their protocols for nutrition and hydration and physical preparation going into sessions, and getting all of our technology ready for those sessions as well to help with monitoring training loads throughout those competitions and practices. During practices and training sessions, the focus is still on performance, so really supporting the athletes and the coaches within the performance. So that again goes to the physical prep side of things with fueling and hydrating, and given a lot of the athletes in the program have a spinal cord injury and have some sort of impairment to their thermoregulation system, a lot of my role within competition and training is to help with the cooling strategies. Following competition or training, the main focus quickly turns to recovery. So helping the athletes with their recovery for the next session as quickly as possible, and helping the coaches with preparation for the next training session and competition. So that usually ends with, my meetings usually end with data.
Everything. It's good. It's exact.
Oh, I like this. Tony's speaking French. I'm going to do the English. We'll just talk over each other.
Yeah.
Alrighty, thank you for tuning in. We've got a match coming up between BC and Ontario. Sorry, we got two Ontario teams here. The Ontario Thunder and BC won. Oh, first goal, BC up 1-0.
Travis Marat with the give and go, pushing up court.
Oh.
Looking for a pass option. No, it's just gonna push straight out.
No need. Travis pushes it coast to coast.
What a try.
Nice aggressive play by number 44 there.
Yeah, still looking young. What a pass by Trevor.
Inbound into number 11, Joel Ewart, the big man. Fun fact, I just discovered, I was asking the team some questions before this game. Joel was a member of his school choir in grade 5.
Nice. Hopefully it's going to be useful in this game.
I think so. We'll get him up doing the anthem next game maybe.
And another give and go by Travis Morale.
No. Does he go coast to coast again? No. Nope. No need.
Passing to Mike
Oh,
Whitehead.
Ontario in trouble here. Managed to get the ball over half.
And
oh no. Oh, penalty goal awarded to Ontario.
Trevor's looking for an option. Got Brendan there into Joel.
Great pass over top of Joel Ewart. Can he convert? He does.
Quick ball movement for BC. I like it.
Very nice. Get the ball in before that defense gets set up.
Yeah.
Ball's in again, this time to number 8, Mike Whitehead. Looks to push with it. Some patience at the half court. Smart play by Whitehead.
Still looking with the ball.
Let's see here if BC drops in the key. Looks like they're trying to. There we go. Oh, and ball. Oh, no. Oh, I think BC might have got a little piece of that one, but they got lucky, and the ref did not see it.
Yeah, and Travis complaining already.
That might be the first time I've ever seen him complain in a game.
Yeah. Was he right, though? Oh, he was right.
Oh, they overturned it. Interesting.
Only 15 to score, though. Ball to Mike. Pass back to Travis. Travis looking, and Mike just putting in the key.
Great pass, great post up, and the back end by Mike Whitehead. It's not often you see a referee overturn a call like that, but I think that was the right decision.
Yeah, I think he was complaining
Oh,
for
no.
the right reason.
Oh, great defensive play by Nick Kovac, who has played this year in both the Japanese National Championships and in Canada. He's based out of Tokyo, I believe, but spends a lot of time in Canada along with his son Rio Kovac, who could not be here this weekend.
Yeah.
Oh, ball comes in to 43, Brandon Perger for BC.
Looking for that pass to draw.
Oh, Trevor Hirschfield leaking out, doing what he does best. Catches it deep, and a little bit of pressure from Ontario. Oh, no. Oh, and he... Oh, penalty, no penalty try. So Nick Kovac will go to the box for leaving the court.
1 minute or two, or until the next goal.
Great call there by Alberta referee Cam. Sorry, Cam, I don't know your last name.
That's fine.
Where's our notes? Nathan, we need notes for this.
Ball's in, and Joel's going to convert it.
What happened there? I looked away for 2 seconds, turned around, Joel had the ball in his lap and was scoring.
Yeah, it was just a quick...
He's just too big.
Yeah, nobody could stop him.
Nobody can stop Joel Ewart.
Mike's pushing up court. Doesn't have a lot of option. Pulling Travis
There we
right
go.
now.
Following his teammates, and...
It's going to be good for the try.
Nice play by number 8 there.
Still a close game.
Yeah, Papa Whitehead, the oldest member currently on Team Canada.
Closing on 50 soon.
48 maybe?
Yeah.
He's been doing this for a little while now, but time doesn't seem to slow him down. Oh, great fake by Trevor Hirschfield. Manages to offload to Joel Ewart. Takes his time, gets his dribble in. Oh, a little shake and bake action here. Does he do it?
No.
Great defense by Red. Looks like they're dropping back in the key.
And Trevor's going to seal for Joel.
Trevor makes it too easy for British Columbia. Oh, we got Travis leaking out here for the inbound. Mike sees it, and...
Way too easy.
Too easy. Where's the defense?
You need a guy on top to cover that. You know Mike's got range.
Yeah, too easy. That's why Mike loves inbounding. Coach Willsey doesn't seem too happy about it, but the play worked out.
Yeah.
Ball's into Perger. He pops the ball up to number 11, Joel Ewert, making some moves at half court, and he gets over safely.
He's looking for that pass option.
A lot of defensive pressure. Oh! Perger barely gets there. Mike Whitehead was coming in hot.
Another
Great
nice
pass.
steal from Trevor.
He'll do that. You got to watch out for that guy.
Making a highway for Joel to score.
Paving the way. Oh, Byron Green, great angle on defense. Forces the pass. And it looks like Travis Morale will take it to the goal line. Trevor looking for his options here on the inbound. Oh, no.
Oh.
Nick Kovac with another big defensive possession.
Second interception
Oh,
of the game.
could be in trouble here. No, gets the pass off. He's been in there for a second, though. He can only be in the key for 10 seconds, so if they waited another few seconds, they might have been in trouble.
This time the ball is going to go safely to Brendan. Back to Joel.
Uh-oh, not a lot of space here from British Columbia to get our half.
Joel's looking for the pass. Always can count on Trevor to bail you out.
Trevor with a great pump fake.
Yeah.
Father of two, Trevor Hirschfield, as well as a non-biological father to many in the rugby community. Commonly referred to by myself and the other young fellows on the team as Dad. A lot of dads on this team, though, I guess.
Yeah, we're getting old.
We're still in our 20s, Tony. If they're in their 30s and 40s, we can call them all Dad. It's fair game. Ooh,
Mike had been
a lot
in
of pressure
trouble.
on Mike Whitehead.
And the first timeout used from Ontario.
Great timeout call. If they don't progress over half in 12 seconds, it will be a turnover. So they used a timeout there to prevent the turnover from happening.
And we're going to have our first substitution right there.
Ooh, Coach David Wilsey subbing in for Papa Nick Kovac.
Yeah. And BC's going to drop in the key. Let's see. Ontario key offense. They're going to run a set play.
Or does Mike hit somebody out of bounds?
Yeah. Maybe that's the play.
Watch number 8 here. He's going to be looking to move some people around, like showing that size and strength.
On the first look, they had nothing, so...
I'm not sure they are running a key offensive play here, Tony.
Yeah, it seems there's under...
Oh, Travis is open back door, and Joel is too tall to get the ball over. Great defensive stop.
Yeah, there's only 2 seconds left on the shot.
Oh, no.
Shot clock, 3 seconds now.
3 seconds to get the ball in and score.
It's going to be short.
Do they get the ball in and call a timeout to reset that to 15, or are they going to go for it?
I think they should.
Oh.
For a timeout.
Eric Rodriguez sealing that back door.
Yeah, but I don't think they have that much range on the
I
inbound.
don't think so. Unless Mike Whitehead inbounds and somebody gets the post up here.
Ooh, I don't know how much time they're putting back on.
Oh, no.
Maybe they call a bench timeout, so they're trying to get in back
Trying
at
to get it.
15.
Yeah, I think you're correct here. We're just letting that shot clock run down to 15 here, folks.
Yeah, they call a bench timeout and bring it back to 15. Ball's going to go into Travis.
Plenty of time here for Ontario to run a good offensive possession. Eric Rodriguez with the backdoor seal. Does Travis use it? Oh, no, too easy. Mike Whitehead with the gimme post up in the key.
Still looks shaky, though. I like BC key defense. Looks strong.
Oh.
Just a bit out of hand.
Couldn't quite corral that one. It's a little too far in front of Brandon Perger there.
Yeah.
And Ontario makes him pay for it. We got Ontario up 3, 9-6 here early in the first quarter.
It's more late in the first.
You're not wrong. Early in the game, late in the first quarter.
Yeah, exactly. Got your back. Oh,
That's what I
nice
meant.
shot to Byron.
Oh, Byron,
Green.
does he take it to the house? No, he does the smart thing, turns back and looks for his high pointer.
Yeah.
Great play there by Byron Green to help him get that ball over half.
Joel's looking for his
Oh,
smash.
hands all over Joel, and they get a piece of it. It looks like Joel was hoping for a penalty there. Ontario's defensive pressure was too much for BC to handle.
Yeah, they're starting to crumble. They need to go back to basic.
We'll see here. BC looks like we've got some bodies on the bench warming up. They might be getting ready to bring some subs in. Oh, Trevor, big fake, looks for it, another fake. He's got a dribble. Oh, there we go. Trevor Hirschfield, the world-class one-pointer, making plays out here.
Yeah, making move and passes left and right. Ball's going to go into Mike Wadden. He's looking back to Dave.
Ooh.
Back to Mike, and just those quick passes.
A little 2-on-1. Mike Whitehead attacks with speed and converts for the try.
You can see that Mike and Dave have been playing together for years.
Decades.
Decades, yeah. They just got that synergy already built in. Oh, it's going deep pass to Trevor again.
Be interesting here to see if they sub Nick Kovac in for Travis Morale. I think that might be the oldest lineup in rugby at this tournament.
I'm thinking for sure it is.
All 40-plus-year-olds.
Oh, yeah.
That'd be fun to see. A little old timers rugby.
Yeah, no shot clock. Ontario with the ball, looking for an offensive position.
Travis with a good post. Ooh.
Mike just take it down.
Trevor surveying his options here on the inbound.
Yeah.
Looks like Brandon Pridger has height on it, and a little too much on that one.
I think in between the quarter they're going to talk about that offense so it can run a bit smoother.
Get that ball in a little easier.
Yeah.
I think Trevor could have come down that baseline a little bit and given himself an easier angle as well. Stretching his range on that one.
Yeah, I think when the ball's in, BC have pretty, not easy time, but they can advance the ball well and go score. But if they cannot put it in, they're struggling.
Ooh, if Ontario scores quick here, they might be able to manage the clock and get the last goal. Scoring was 49.
A bit low, but still good. Joel got the ball.
Joel gets the ball in nice and low. Ooh, Brandon with a nice catch there. Got to do something with it.
Joel's coming up full speed though.
Does he make? Yes, he does get over in 12. Oh no.
Oh, the deep pass to Trevor was a bit short.
I think we got a little bit excited on that one. I think BC should have taken their time there and tried to run down the clock.
Yeah. And Ontario's going to probably hold out to go score last goal.
Oh, are they aware of the clock? No, giving BC 17 seconds still to get the ball in and score. It's a little tough on these courts because there's only one game clock, and from the bench, your team can't really see what the time on the clock is to let you know.
That's a bad time to get a read.
It's a very bad penalty by Travis Morale with 13 seconds left. BC should have a easy time getting the ball in and scoring 4-on-3.
He knows it too. Look at that face.
Travis looking very disappointed in himself. He knows what he did wrong, and I'm sure he will hear all about that at the quarter break.
Yeah,
Looks like Mike Whitehead's already given it to him a little bit.
Yeah, I hope so. It was inexplicable.
7, 6, 5 seconds to score for BC here. Byron cutting back door. Are they aware of the clock? No, they're not. 3, 2, 1. Oh, and with less than a second left,
the buzzer beater.
Trevor Hirschfield getting open, as always. All right, folks, that is the first quarter of rugby concluded here. We have a 14-9 lead for Ontario. Go for it.
During this 2-minute break, we would like to just shoot out our sponsor and say how much we love them. So 49 Bespoke, Rocket Printing, Macron Ontario, Vesco, Tango Medical, and the City of Moncton.
And Gahan House Hub City as well. Thank you guys. These tournaments would not be possible without your generous support.
And for everybody that's interested in what's happening in Court 2, there's a stream available on Wheelchair Rugby YouTube. So you can just go on YouTube, type Wheelchair Rugby Canada, and you're going to see the live stream pop up for Court 2.
Also, for anybody interested, Wheelchair Rugby Canada is having an auction with proceeds going towards nationals via the Wheelchair Rugby Canada link tree, which is powered by Win with Dash. I believe you'll be able to find that on the Wheelchair Rugby Canada Instagram. There should be a bio on it. Let me double check that right now.
In the meantime, what do you want to see BC doing in the second quarter?
I think if we can clean up those inbounds, they're kind of killing themselves with that. They should, I feel like either Joel or Brandon could have that height mismatch for an easy inbound there. And I mean, it's tough to get down the court and score if you can't get the ball in.
That's true. And I think Ontario just need to pick up Trevor Ashfield coming up the floor. He's the one I'm bailing out everybody. So just pick him up and playing defense on him a bit more for tight.
Okay, can confirm on the Wheelchair Rugby Canada Instagram, there is a link in their bio. And if you go in their link tree and the fourth option down, there is a nationals auction. So feel free when we get some free time here to go check that out. There is a Baytech Mini 2 with 0 bids on it currently. Valued at $4,000 Canadian. So, I mean, that's a steal of a deal right now. Somebody wants to go in, make that first bid. Now's your chance.
BC coming out with the new lineup, 3-5-2-2.5 with Max and Cody Fournier. Max Arsenault and Cody Fournier.
Ooh. Oh, boy. That could have been bad for BC, but Ontario gets caught with the penalty. Mike Whitehead caught with his hand in the cookie jar.
Again.
Mike Whitehead appears to be quite enjoying his time in the penalty box.
Yeah, a bit too much to my liking.
I mean, gotta be paying attention to the game here, Mr. Michael.
It's not on his fault, though. He's got great people near the penalty box. So.
This is true. You have to stop and say hi to Kathy Cadu. She's done a lot for this sport, and we're glad to see her out this weekend.
Yeah. And BC got the transition of the penalty from Ontario. Let's see if they can transition that in a turnover.
Does BC have a different defense? No, they allow the give and go and then let Mike Whitehead freely wheel onto the court.
Yeah, I think I saw a bit of miscommunication on the court.
Bit of a defensive lapse there for sure.
Yeah. They're going to turn it around.
All right, ball in from Cody Forney, one of the fastest players probably in this tournament.
Yeah.
Very fast two-pointer. Originally from Alberta, used to be a teammate of mine. And then has moved around, played for BC, moved to Ontario for a little while, lived in Toronto, and now is back in Victoria playing. Oh, no. Cody Forney, unfortunately, just a little too light there, and Mike Whitehead moves him into the cone.
Yeah, Mike got the power advantage on this matchup, so just move it around.
He might have a few pounds on Mr. Forney here.
I think he made that corner. He let him open, and Cody Ty was good for him, but at the last second, he just closed that gap and just pushed him to the corner before he could score. Ball's going in. They're playing good defense, but Dave's there to switch a matchup.
All right, ball is over half safely. Cody with a little reach in there, gets away with one.
Ontario looking to score, and it's going to be Dave Wilsey that's going to score that goal.
Nice aggressive play there by Mike Whitehead to draw the defense and dish the ball.
Yeah.
Ball's into Brandon Berger. Let's see what he does with it. Following Byron up the court. Byron doing a great job creating some flow and picking for him.
Yeah.
Oh, a little bit of pressure at half court here. He needs help. Oh no! I think I might have saw a little arm grab there by Dave Wilsey on Max Arsenault, but
was still able to catch that ball.
Makes a great play on it. Ooh. And oh no!
Not again.
Cody Forney with a great catch, but then gets pushed into the cone from behind.
And they call that in and out.
Really?
So, yeah. So one of these to score a try, you need both of your wheel to get in the goal, on the goal line. And if just one go in and comes out afterwards, it's going to call in and out. So Ontario back with the ball, and Mike's just going to be pushing.
A little drag race between Whitehead and Perger, and he takes it all the way. Appears they don't have an answer for Mike Whitehead's speed out here this match.
No.
Maybe Cody Forney, but they haven't matched up together just yet.
Yeah. It's hard to guard one of the best three-pointers in the world, though.
He's big, he's fast, he's experienced. There's not a lot of things that he doesn't do well after all these years of rugby.
Yeah, it's hard to find a flaw in this game.
And somehow still improving, even at the ripe young age of 48, I believe. I need to double check that.
I'm just going to go for 48. I'm just going to wing it.
48, we'll go with that. Best shape of his life.
Yeah. Even if it's not that, it must be close, so it's going to be fine.
Yeah. I hope to be moving half that well when I'm that age.
Yeah. I'd be more than happy to move half that well.
19 more years of rugby? I don't know. That seems like a whole lot of rugby. Oh, fighting for the ball here.
And Joe's going to grab it.
Great dish.
Back to
Cody
Cody
Forney with the
Fournier.
ball. Does he make the play? Great pass. And they convert.
I like those quick pass from BC and just spread it the court.
I think that's going to be key for them, moving that ball, knowing that they can't push around some of these faster Ontario players.
Yeah, because Mike cannot cover all the court, so I just need to get the ball around him.
Ooh, Nick Kovac. What's he going to do? Follows his picks up the court. Nice. Oh, does he take it to the house? Oh, just about bobbled one, and he gets the ball to the safe hands of Mike Whitehead.
Cody Fournier has been doing a great job in bounding so far. Press. The give and go with Byron. It's good.
Oh.
Quick pass to Max. Max turning.
There we go. Gets over half successfully.
Looking for his option. Brendan's there.
Oh, great pass over top, and Berger just about turns it over.
With great spacing. 3-on-2. It's going to be easy.
Oh, too much space, and Berger manages to find a gap.
Yeah. Mike tried to move it, but probably found somebody as big as him. So.
Great hustle there by referee Cam, making sure that ball doesn't roll onto the other competition court.
Yeah.
Got to show the refs some love every once in a while, you know? Maybe they'll pay in our favor down the road.
Maybe. We hope so.
I mean, they're pretty good about being unbiased. I like to think that getting in their good books will help out, but...
Early screen from BC. It's going to be probably an easy inbound too. Yeah.
Oh, no. Mike Whitehead managed to get a piece of it, but back into the hands of Cody Forney. And forces a timeout. That's probably a smart play by BC. They were contained rather low and didn't have anywhere to go.
Yeah, I didn't know there was enough space for Mike to go down there, but
I don't think there was. I think he rode up on a wheel and a little off-roading on that. Threw and 4x.
that was too old for this kind of thing, but I guess not.
Jumping out of his chair trying to make that defensive play.
And BC going back to the ILO, but with another low pointer instead of Byron.
Ooh, Will McCreate with his Division I debut here at Canadian National Championships. Will was a member of the Division II championship team last year where they won gold. And this year they gave him the call up to the big leagues. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do out here today.
Joel with the ball.
Also, Will with some of the greatest hair in the league and a great mustache to go with it.
Yeah. I wish I had that much hair too.
One day, Tony. We'll go on a trip to Turkey and get some new hair put in one day.
Vacation?
We got 2 weeks off after this. Let's do it.
Travis Morale going up court. Just taking his time, trying to defender. It's not going to be enough to stop him. Seems like he's just cruising.
Ball into Joel Ewert. Well, it looks like they have made some adjustments on that inbound. Ball's coming in a little bit easier, but a whole lot more pressure advancing up the court. Ooh. Joel in a little bit of trouble here and forces the timeout call.
Already a third timeout. We only have 4 timeout in the game, third timeout, so.
That's not what you want to see when you're getting over half and needed to dribble. Big Papa Whitehead coming down at you.
Yeah, just the experience. The Ontario team just have so much more experience, but it's great to see how young the BC team is and how their future looks like.
Yes. And every time we see them, I think BC still has a lot of potential and room for growth, but over the last few years, we've seen them come a very long way as well.
Each time they're getting better and better.
Ooh.
I'm starting to get scared to play them now.
I think you guys, BC and Quebec, will have a good matchup. You had a couple of tight matches there at the Vancouver Invitational. You guys win one, lose one?
Yeah.
Interesting. This sounds like a rubber match to me.
It's going to be a real dogfight. Just how you like that.
True. Nobody wants to be watching too much of a blow. It's more fun to play in, I think, spectator. Yeah, closer rugby match for sure.
Yeah, so Nick Kovac just got called to leaving the court. So he's going to be in the box for a minute. And BC is going to get the ball on the sideline. Trevor.
Ooh, just about over the head of Ewer, but he managed to lean back over that back wrist and squeeze it.
He's a big guy, tall guy too. So
The tall guy. Maybe the tallest player of this tournament.
maybe.
Or at least his wheelchair.
Yeah.
Maybe not the tallest individual, but he's up there.
Ball's going to go in, give and go with Travis, and Travis just kicking, trying three, and dish out to Mike.
Mike Whitehead left wide open deep. And he finds Nick Kovac back door. A little bit of pressure down low on the screen here. Yeah. Can they get the ball in with BC? Joel with the bailout comes down, gets the ball in. And turns on the afterburners. Trevor, great play, gets open over half. And he is going to look for his high pointer here to offload the ball.
That was a great one and catch.
Very nice catch from Trevor Hirschfield. For his class and function, he has some very reliable hands on him.
Yeah. Was off balance too. I'm impressed. Joel's going to be posting in the key.
Ooh.
And Brendan take it home.
Oh, Mike Whitehead grabbing the inbound. He's looking deep.
Travis gone.
Ball's coming. And great pass, great find by Mike Whitehead. As soon as they see that inbounding, I think they need to cover that over top a little sooner.
Yeah, Will was coming back on top, but it wasn't fast enough. Travis just kicked in and was just gone. Well, they're starting to have trouble back inbounding, but let's see what happened. Ball to Brendan. He's looking for an option. Still looking for an option. He's going to push with it.
Gets it over half, gets his dribble. He's got lots of time. Good patience shown by Brandon Perger.
Yeah, great push there too.
Maybe not the fastest player in this tournament, but very good hands, great passer. That's kind of his bread and butter right there.
And can move people around. He's really strong and heavy.
He sure can. It's a hard-hitting duo between him and Joel.
Yep.
Ball's into Travis Morale. A little double coverage on him. Trevor getting his hands in there. Those two very familiar with one another. Very good friends. Travis was the best man at Trevor Hirschfield's wedding, and they were even roommates in Vancouver at one point in time.
Yeah, they're both from Vancouver, so. Trevor's looking for his option. This seems like that got a lot of option right now. Oh.
Ball comes into Joel. He finds a way down to get the ball. Oh no, ball stripped off of Joel's lap. Fighting for it. Joel and Whitehead. Ooh. Good grab. Eric Furtado had just enough of that ball on his wheel to be considered possession and takes the ball off the head after the play.
I feel the ball was still on the ground, but maybe at a bad angle there.
I think he got a piece of it for just long enough, and Mike Whitehead timed that time out perfectly.
Way to get a turnover.
What a save by Eric. I thought that ball was going out of bounds for sure.
Yeah, oldest duo in the league right there. Showing that experience. That's going to be Travis resting a bit, and Dave's back on the court.
Oh, the young fella Morale on the bench catching his breath, getting some water in.
Yeah, he had a rough weekend last weekend. He was playing with Wasat US National, so he had a lot of game time and lost by 1 for the third place.
Oh.
Just went a bit short.
Tough finish. Lots of rugby for a lot of us. You were down there with Kansas City, myself with Portland, Travis with Wausau, Mike Whitehead playing for the Northeast Passage. Who else are we missing?
Matt Dibley was there too, playing with Detroit.
Correct.
Finished second on Division 1.
The team with the unfortunate finish in that medal match. They were favored going in, and Texas managed to pull off the upset.
Yeah. Well, it's not a close one till the end too.
A little bit of trouble in the key here for Trevor Hirschfield.
And the ball's going to go on the ground.
Has he gotten out of the key yet? There it is, timeout, because Trevor was stuck in the key, and you can only be in there for 10 seconds.
When you're playing on the offensive side. And that
True.
was the last timeout too, so BC already out of timeout on the second quarter.
This could mean trouble. This means we're going to see some wild passes if they get in trouble over half, I think.
That's going to be an interesting play coming off on the third and fourth quarter.
I honestly think it's more fun rugby when you don't have timeouts, so you just have to go for it.
Yeah, maybe we shouldn't have timeout.
There's a lot of discussion around that topic, whether or not we should keep them in the sport.
Yeah, I don't mind either way. We're just going to adjust whatever the decision is.
Ball into Whitehead. Back to Wilsey. Sneaky little handoff.
Only 20 seconds left.
Back to Whitehead. Gets it over half. Oh, that is an over and back call. Big hit by Brandon Berger. Moving the big number 8 from Ontario. Great hit by Berger there.
Yeah, it's not going to see that often.
14 seconds on the clock. Is BC aware of it this quarter?
Probably, but they can they score fast enough?
I'm sure Trevor is aware. Ball in. Back to Berger. Trevor with a little bit of urgency stealing that back door. Oh no, that right side is wide open. 5 seconds. 4, 3. Oh, Trevor's open. Oh, and Mike Whitehead makes the play. That's unfortunate. Trevor Hirschfield had that whole side of the key sealed off, and it appears that his teammates did not recognize.
Yeah, I think it was on the wrong side for the pass. So.
All right, that concludes the first half of rugby here. Ontario leads. They put the game ball right in front of the score. I believe it is 26-18. We got a 5-minute halftime here coming up. So while we have you here, let me pull up this auction again. It appears nobody has still bet on the Baytech Mini 2.
I may just need to go bet on it after this game.
I think so, yeah. If nobody has bid by the end of this game, I'm going to go start the bidding at $100.
It's going to be a real steal.
What else do we have? The complete Vesco equipment management kit, also at $0, from Wheelchair Rugby Canada. Some beautiful Wheelchair Rugby Canada branded Vesco equipment bags. Kit details. We have gaffer tape, some spoke tools, combination wrenches, all different sizes, a deep socket, a shallow socket, a couple Allen keys, some screwdrivers, really everything you need to work on a rugby chair is in this kit. And currently the bidding is at $0. Minimum bid is $350 Canadian. I believe this is valued at $500 USD. So honestly, if you get this for $350, that is a steal of a deal. Everything you'd ever need to work on a rugby chair, essentially, all in one kit. Back to the auction here. Those are the 2 items up for grabs. Again, come on down, get that bidding started. All these proceeds go towards Nationals this year.
I want to take a second too to express our thanks to everybody watching there from all Canada, especially people from Montreal, from Parc Extension in Montreal.
Let's give them a little
shout-out.
Give them a little shout out in French here, Tony.
Yeah, merci à tout le monde qui regarde le stream. Vraiment très apprécié. On vous remercie beaucoup.
Oui. Sorry, folks. That's the extent of my French.
Yeah, that's fine.
I missed most of my French classes. That was grade 4, grade 5 we started, and I spent most of those years in hospital, so.
I hope hope that BC come back with that 3-5-2-2.5 lineup. Seems like it was rolling.
It looked like that was running a little bit smoother even, yeah, than the starting lineup. Just seemed to match up better with the balance of the Ontario team.
Or just make some quick change to the ILO so they can get the ball easier in and get a bit more flow from the inbound.
I'm sure Trevor Hirschfield here, head coach of British Columbia, will hopefully make some of those adjustments during halftime, and we'll see what they come out with in the second half.
Yeah, he's pretty smart.
One of the smarter rugby players out there, for sure.
Yeah. He's not co-captain of Team Canada for nothing.
True. Long-standing co-captain.
Yeah.
I believe somewhere around, he was for sure captain in Rio. I don't remember exactly when he got that promotion, but
Maybe he was captain before I started playing wheelchair rugby.
true. Yeah. I was in my early days, my infancy of rugby, when he took over from Dave Wilsey and Ian Chan, previous co-captains.
So like a decade ago.
It's been a minute. I want to say it was shortly after 2014 World Championships. Don't quote me on that. I could be wrong.
It's too late. I'm already quoting you on that.
Check my phone here, Tony. I just saw your message asking if there's a hot tub at the hotel. I can neither confirm nor deny, but I did bring my swim trunks just in case. I always keep a pair in the bag. Nothing better than a little hot tub to decompress and help the body recover after a long day of beat ourselves up playing rugby.
Yeah, worst come to worst, we're just going to go in the ocean. It's pretty cold, but
I don't know if it's warm enough. I had a cold shower this morning that was refreshing enough because I couldn't figure out the hot water in the hotel. So I think I've had enough
I think that's
cold
just,
water for one day.
I think that's just you being dumb. If it's cold, just turning the other way around.
I tried that, man. I left her on full heat for several minutes, and I couldn't get any hot water. And I went to my sink, and it was immediately hot, so.
Maybe I took it all because mine was working perfectly fine.
I'll have to give the front desk a call when we get back if I want warm water, I believe. I'm not doing that again. Maybe I'll borrow one of my teammates' rooms. All right, we've got some more hard-hitting rugby action here starting up. Third quarter is underway.
With the balance line.
Back to that balance line you're hoping to see, this time with Joel Ewert instead of Brandon Perger and Byron Green out there. A little 2-5-2-2-1 action. We're playing a half-point under, but Trevor Hirschfield can compete, I think, with the best 1-5s in the world. Oh, my goodness, what a great catch behind the head from Cody Forney.
And you see this, the setup play just worked amazing straight off the bat, so just a great start for BC. Let's see if they can keep it up.
The same way they started the first half. Get that first goal on the board, but Travis Morale, again, too fast for BC to handle. Looking a little out of breath over here, though. Wonder if he's still feeling some fatigue from last weekend's wheelchair rugby tournament.
Tried to hit Joel, but Joel didn't move.
Joel does not move when you hit him.
Yeah.
He is oh, Max got a little excited there. Chucked the ball over Cody Forney's head. Oh, no. Tried to get it over half to Hirschfield, and Whitehead
was a bit short.
Gets there too quick.
Yeah.
Also, yes, a little bit short on that pass.
If you got Mike Whitehead just in your ass, you need to overthrow that. Because you cannot slow down. It's going to catch you and just rip it off on your lap.
Ball into Joel Ewert. Hopefully he takes his time this time. We have a bit of a younger, less experienced lineup for BC. Cody Forney with a 2-on-1.
And
oh, no. Big hit from Dave Wilsey, but he gets through. I thought he might have gone over there.
Yeah, he's so fast. So.
Very fast, but also very light, so it is not uncommon to see him get knocked out of his chair. Oh, drag race. And Travis gets there just in time.
Yeah, that was a close one, though.
I thought Joel might be able to move him into that cone and force a turnover.
Yeah.
Ball in here. Lots of space for Joel to push. Let's see what he does with it.
He's pushing. Max deep. It's a 2-on-1. Oh, he's getting a 2-on-2.
Oh, great patience. Finds Max back door.
Travis didn't trust that Dave was fast enough to come back over Joel, so he committed on the ball, and the pass was good.
Also, Max Arsenault, number 9 for BC, is a hometown hero here in Moncton, originally from New Brunswick. And so I'm sure he's got some family and friends in the stands rooting for him right now.
Ooh, that was...
Ooh.
I don't know what I just saw. I think Travis just thought Mike was there, and Mike wasn't there, and just passed it in the empty space.
Mike, I believe, was trying to call a timeout there, but Travis had already thrown the ball, and a little uncharacteristic, sloppy play from Ontario.
Yeah. Joel with the ball. To Trevor.
Gets the ball over half. Trevor finds Max deep, and great play.
Yeah, I love that spacing.
Not a lot of one-pointers in the world can make a play like that, but it's second nature for Trevor Hirschfield.
It's a treat to watch him play.
It's a treat to play with him. He makes everything easy. Quite fortunate the fact that we get to play with him every once in a while.
Yeah.
I dread playing against him, but when he's on your side...
Make Sting way better.
Ooh, Travis in a little bit of trouble. Gets the ball out. And
Mike's going to take it on.
Mike Whitehead doing what Mike Whitehead does best.
I like what I see from the lineup from BC. Ball's going to go in.
Their offense seems to be running a lot smoother, having those 3, even 4 ball handler options, including Trevor out here. Oh, Trevor, the number 2 option, making more plays. I think they just need to give Trevor the ball every play. He's making it look too easy out here.
Yeah, do you think Trevor can bounce to Trevor and pass to Trevor after?
Just bounce it off one of the defenders' backs, maybe pick it up and
Yeah.
do everything else.
But killing aside, like Max doing a great job to spacing the court, just dragging a defender with him, and Joel just waiting for 2 or 3 defenders to commit to him, just dish it out to Trevor.
A little traffic jam here. Mike Whitehead to Travis, and Travis back to Mike Whitehead, making it look easy.
Yeah, when Mike is in his spot, just backward, waiting the line to get the ball, it's hard to deny him.
He does like that back-end goal. And it's not a bad play. Somebody that size makes it a lot easier to hit your target. And he's been doing that for a long time, and it seems to be working. Dave Wilsey looking for his options here. Ball into Whitehead.
He's going to double that.
Back to Wilsey, who has a pick to follow up the court. And Eric making it easy for him. Good stop by Joel Ewert. But, he does.
Oh! That was a big bounce for a small guy like Travis.
We appear to have rushed that one a little bit from Ontario. And yes, just a little bit out of Travis Morale's reach.
Yeah. What's happening? Are they getting stressed out?
I don't know. He does have quite the wingspan for a little guy, but he couldn't quite seem to handle that one. Remember one year we were doing our measurements for the national team tryouts, and somebody mismeasured something, and it came out that Travis had the longest wingspan on the team. So that's been a long-running joke amongst Team Canada.
I feel like Ontario's got out of the second half.
Oh, Joel, a little bit excited on that one.
Yeah,
Didn't see Mike Whitehead coming in with a head of steam.
I was going to say that Ontario came a bit flat out of that half time, so.
Seems like Nick Kovac brought that young energy off the bench for them, just what they needed.
Just when I say that, Mike getting the turnover.
Doing his best to fill in for his son, Rio Kovac, who could not be here this weekend, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Ooh, another turnover for Ontario. Nick seems to be the X factor here.
Ball's going to Joel. Looking for his pass option to Max.
Ooh. Max has a bit of a mismatch here against a .5. Let's see. He gets the ball over to Cody Forney. Great play. Oh, no. And Cody Forney does not hang on to the ball. And those strong paws of Whitehead. Oh. A little chippy shot from behind, letting him know he's didn't appreciate Mike stealing that ball from him. And BC calling a much-needed bench time out here to discuss what's going on.
Yeah,
I think Cody Forney might want to get over there and join that huddle once he realizes it. There we go.
They started great, but they just crumble here after 2 minutes.
Let's see if we got some subs coming in. It appears that Brandon Perger and Byron Green are coming in for Joel and Trevor. Still that balance line of 3 ball carriers, but a little bit of a different look. Also, shout out to Kalen McDougall, 1.5 player from their B team on the Div 1 team's bench, changing a tire, it appears. Quite impressive with a limited function in your hands. Ball into Brandon Perger, but Nick Kovac getting his hand on it.
And
again. defensive pressure of number 40 is too much for BC to handle.
And Eric Rodriguez just gonna seal that corner. Make it easy for Travis.
Great seal.
Yeah.
You got to watch over that guy. He's a little sneaky.
That inbound's gonna be good to Brendan. He's gonna turn around, looking for his option.
BC in a little bit of trouble. Ball down low, fumbles it, and oh my. No goal. Nick Kovac just about with the turnover and a goal there, but he couldn't quite get his hands on it, I believe, from our angle.
Yeah, he went over the line before he cut the ball, so it's a turnover.
Almost
Back
a
to
great
BC.
defensive play.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Big hit from Morale on Cody Forney. Maybe the one person on the court smaller than him, and he's letting them know.
Max down deep. For that easy catch and score.
Well, style points on that one. He kind of popped it to himself. Putting on a show for his home crowd.
That was a well given go from Travis.
Somehow it worked out.
Yeah. They were a bit lucky, but I don't think they're going to complain.
A little smile on Travis's face. He realized that didn't go quite how he wanted it to. Cody looking for options here. Oh, and he feeds it to Byron Green instead of to Brandon Berger, who is open behind him. Pushing with it now, following Byron up the court.
Oh, he's fast. He's gone.
He's very fast.
2-on-1, and he's going to make the pass to Max.
Makes the play. That's a little better give and go from Travis and Eric that time. Seems to have worked it out after that last one. Oh, Cody up in the air. Just about got knocked over. And one-on-one, Travis versus Max. Ooh, catches him on the way by. And it seems like they gave up on that play on defense. I think the two of them there may have been able to stop him.
A little bit of confusion on the referee side, but everything's clear now, I guess.
Uh-oh.
Oh, that was
Another.
a short, but Brendan got the best of it.
Another near steal from Nick Kovac. He's everywhere. Watch out for those hands of his.
Another 2-on-1.
Ooh.
And Cody's just going to take it home now.
Cody with a little shake and bake action there.
Yeah. Once he get going, he's super fast. So cannot let him get up to speed in a straight line.
Dave Wilsey coming up the court. Plenty of experience here. He'll take his time. He gets over half. And he finds his option. Great ball movement from Ontario. Oh. Well, reach in there from Max, but he gets away with it.
Ball to Max Arsenault out of the inbound. He's looking up. Looking for option.
Oh, no. Eric Rodriguez doing a great job of beating his higher class offender, I guess, that he's covering. And,
yeah, he was just waiting for Nick to get his back, and Nick and Eric just forced that turnover. Travis get the ball. Let's see what he does with it.
Oh, resets, starts nice and high.
Yeah, there seems like they're planning something.
Oh, Dave Wilsey manages to create a hole for him there.
Yep.
Uh-oh, give and go into Byron Green right off of his face, and oh no, Travis Morale manages
To pick it up just in time.
I thought he might have gone out of bounds there. Great save by Travis.
Yeah, he got good chair control. He can turn really fast.
Oh, goal. Dave seemed to bobble that one off of his wheel and did not have control of it as he went over the goal line.
It was a hard catch, though. It
was
a low pass straight into the wheel.
Uh-oh.
That's a long inbound.
Uh-oh. Oh, that is an over and back call. Unfortunately, Nick caught that as he was heading backwards over that half-court line.
Yeah, Eric just tipped it for Nick, but Nick momentum just carried him over the line with the ball.
Smart play by Eric, knowing that he would be going over half. Unfortunately, Nick did not have that same awareness.
Brendan with the ball, looking for his option. Back to Cody. Cody's pushing up. 2-on-1 with Max.
Great pass.
And
Those
the
two-pointers
great
seem to be playing really well off of one another. You can tell they've done this together a few times.
Yeah. Well, Travis going with the ball and just kick it in, and
Ooh,
he got stopped.
Doesn't quite get over half.
Bit
Needs
of-
help.
Yeah, a bit of contact and was able to stop
Oh
it.
no, Dave
fumbled the ball.
Wilsey bouncing it off of Travis's bumper, and BC ball.
Ontario's going to need to clean those passes for the other game if they want to have a chance.
Where were those in our game this morning? We could have had a lot closer one.
Nick's going to pass to Nick, and Nick's going to beat it on the
no
sideline.
need. Nick is too fast.
Mike's having good equipment. I think his axle of his wheelchair, of his wheel, is out, so we're just gonna put his axle back in place, and this place is gonna start over again. Was a quick and easy fix.
One thumb later, we're back in business.
Yeah. Fournier's looking for an option. Mag's there. Has a ball. Going back to Fournier. What a nice pass. And Fournier just kick it.
Oh.
And is he fast
Does he
enough?
He is.
Yeah, he is.
Too fast for Nick Kovac to get there.
Told you earlier, you cannot let him have a straight line speed. It's just too fast.
Once he gets going, there's not much that many of these players can do about it.
Yeah, I think he's the fastest
here we go
player
again.
on the court.
Another drag race. Cody Fournier showing that speed again. Does not get in front, though. Dave Wilsey getting a little bit of the edge on him.
Yeah, he got a head start, though, to be fair.
He needs it. Dave's not quite as fast as he used to be. Maybe once upon a time he would have been able to keep up with Cody Fournier in a race.
15 seconds left. 10 on the shot clock. Ontario running their play.
And Eric with a backdoor seal. Oh.
Just waiting to make sure there's as little time as possible so that BC cannot score last goal of the quarter.
4 seconds on the clock, and it appears they will kill it.
Yeah. There were no option available, so they just keep the ball to make sure it's not a turnover.
Okay, there's 3/4 of rugby down. We have a 10-point lead for Ontario. It is currently 40-30. And while we got a break, another thank you to our sponsors. We have 49 Bespoke, Kahan House, Hub City, Rocket Printing, Macron, Ontario, with some great merch here for sale, actually. Vesco Metalcraft, Kango Medical, and the City of Moncton.
Yeah, I can't wait for the game to be over so I can go look around the city. Look at pretty nice city when we come in yesterday.
I can't wait for this game to be over because we're playing each other next year, Tony. We got some more rugby to play before you get to do any sightseeing.
Yeah, but I want to taste the seafood and just sightsee.
I want to collect on my seafood dinner that you owe me after last weekend, I think.
I don't remember what happened.
So I was wondering, Tony and I played each other in USA Nationals last weekend, and whoever lost had to treat the other to dinner. So tonight, Tony and I are going to go have a very romantic seafood date.
Yeah, and I'm going to be paying. It was a close game, though, just make sure everybody knows.
It was one of our better games of the weekend, for sure.
No, they did play well all week except against us.
Our team?
Yeah.
That was when we started figuring it out.
I think it was just baiting me to win the bet. Like, oh, look how bad we are.
Spent the whole season honeypotting you.
And he got me. That's worse.
That's the long play right there. It all paid off.
Ontario going back to this starting lineup. Young guys lineup.
Travis Morale really bringing down the average age of this lineup here at 40 years old.
I think
youngest player on Team Ontario.
I think the average is closer to 45.
I think you're correct.
What a good day. I was going to pass it to Travis.
Turns out that age and experience prevailed this game over the youth and speed of British Columbia.
Yeah.
Maybe not speed. Say youth and energy. Oh, Trevor getting his hand in there. Travis does not like it, but the refs let him get away with it.
I thought it was a jump ball.
I thought so too. That hand was on that ball firmly for a few seconds. Travis shaking his head knowing that he got away with one.
Ball's going to Brendan though. Back to Joel.
Travis, a little burst of speed. Oh no, he got on top and then he left him. And Trevor Hirschfield, like we've seen many times this game.
Nice job by Joel to just getting two defender on him, so let Trevor open on the back door.
Oh, ball comes in easily and advances easily as well. Oh, big hit there at half court between Dave Wilsey and Joel Ewert. A little smile on both their faces. Joel wasn't expecting to go up in the air like he did.
Ball to Joel. Brendan's gone.
Oh, ball coming to Brandon. Oh no.
Ball's
bounces off his back, but
he's fast enough to pick it up.
He makes it work. Broken play, but they managed to still score that.
Travis to Mike.
It's like Trevor's going to keep Travis on the inbound, and Travis does not try very hard to fight out of it.
Yeah, great new strategy. I like it. But it didn't work.
Trevor did his job. A bit of trouble for BC. Ball comes into Joel though and pops it up to Perger. He was not quick enough to get over half.
Oh.
Uh-oh. And Dave Wilsey appeared to poke that out of his hand. Needs to get it over.
Yeah, that was a sneaky buck. I didn't see it coming.
Just in time.
And Joel's going to score by following his boat.
Will looking very comfortable doing his job here in Div 1 at his first national championships on the A team.
Yeah, he's looking good.
A lot of potential there. He's been playing for a few years. And very smart player, some good speed. But not enough speed to get to Mike Whitehead, who scores a goal for Ontario.
Just a reminder that the Court 2 is streaming on the YouTube via Wheelchair Rugby Canada. So if you want to see the action on Court 2, just head out on YouTube, write Wheelchair Rugby Canada, and you can see what's happening.
You can watch my Alberta B team over on that end.
Yeah, against Quebec.
Appears to be maybe a little bit of a closer match. I don't have my glasses on here, so I can't quite read that score, but some good rugby going on both courts here this weekend.
Yeah. Back to the action. Dave with the ball.
Back to the game that you guys can see.
Yeah. He's going to pass to Travis. Travis trying to... Ooh.
Oh, Travis fighting some arms off of him. Joel was all over him. Ooh, little fumble.
Back to Mike.
Back to Mike. Safest hands in the league right there. Maybe next to Trevor Hirschfield. He's been pretty consistent there for British Columbia. Oh, hot pass from Mike Whitehead, but Dave manages to
catch it.
Somehow corral that.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised by it, but doesn't phase him enough to not catch it.
A little more heat on it maybe than Dave was expecting.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Oh, and Mike with his quick hand just swipe the ball off Brendan's hand.
Brandon Perger came with that ball a little bit exposed, and Mike, very experienced, was waiting for that and stripped it out of his lap.
Yeah. Mike just gonna pass it to Travis before taking it home.
Travis looking a little bit gassed over there. Doesn't appear to be wanting to push too hard.
Yeah, that's why Nick is in the box. Nick Kovac just waiting to get on the court.
Nick ready to come in and give the young fella, Travis Morale, a breather. Oh, there's a little burst of energy from him. Maybe he's not all that tired.
Yeah, it's just a face.
He just looks tired, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, he's looked tired, but he's fine. He just does that every game.
Maybe it's his way of baiting the opponents into thinking.
Yeah, I think it's a mental game he's playing or something.
Smart play there by Travis then. We'll give him credit for that.
Draw with a nice pass to Brendan. Oh. Brendan got his ball swept again, but this time by Dave.
Brendan having a tough time keeping that ball in his lap, and I think the Ontario defense realizes that.
Yeah. maybe some notion to review when he picks up the ball so he can be less exposed, so he can not get swiped as often.
I think most of the time what's happening too, he's picking that ball up with one hand. May want to work on keeping two hands on that ball, especially against a team with such fast hands like Ontario.
Yeah, experience. Oh, deep pass. Oh, a bit of heat coming out.
A little too much mustard for Trevor Hirschfield to chase that one down, unfortunately.
Yeah, he's fast, but not that fast.
It looks like BC is trying to make a line change here, see if they can find something that works a little bit better.
We're going to go back to that balance lineup. Only 4 minutes left in the fourth quarter. 48 to 34. Dave pushing off the sideline. It's going to be a 2-on-1 with Nick.
Showing a little bit of speed here. And Dave Wilsey takes it all the way.
Inbound to Max. Max got some trouble there with Nick on him. He's looking for an option. He's going to go past.
Oh, no. Oh, wait. Oh, unfortunately, I believe. Really? Mike Whitehead appeared to tip that off of Cody Forney's chair, but
I'm pretty sure that's Cody Forney's chair.
it definitely went off his bumper.
But on 50-point game, I don't think Ontario's going to contest that.
The refs are trying to help him out a little bit.
Yeah.
Unless maybe they call that intentional, knowing that Mike was trying to knock it off of the opponent's chair.
Ooh, that could be true.
I don't think that's what they called.
You never know.
Never know. As long as the refs know what they're doing, that's all that matters, right?
Yeah, BC's going to set up the offense. Look a bit shaky. Brendan's taking his time. Max,
oh no. I'm not quite sure what happened there.
Brendan just tried to pass through Mike Whitehead, but
Mike Whitehead wasn't ready?
yeah, Mike's there. You need to go over him. You cannot just go through him.
Ooh, that's a tough defender to throw a ball over. I learned that the hard way this morning. Yeah, went to make a pass that ended coming right back at me.
Oh, and another maybe too quick of a pass. I only had 2 seconds left, but still, I think they need to be a bit more patient. Or
A little bit of panic there maybe with the clock, the pressure of the clock running low.
yeah. Dave's going inbound to Mike. Mike with the ball, looking up back to Dave. And way too smooth. Ontario's going to score his 50th point of the game.
Dave manages to blow by and protect the ball as Max tried to get his hand in there.
Yeah, he just want to show off to the young guy.
Yeah, look at that gray hair go. Too quick.
Ball's going to go to Max.
Oh, ball's coming. Great catch by Berger. A little one-handed catch.
Can they set up the offense and run it? So
Ooh, we'll see. A little pressure coming for Berger. Pump fake, gets around.
to Max in the corner. It's going to be good.
Draws the defense and dishes.
Yeah. Dave with the ball, looking for option. Getting no an option. Mike's there. Next person with the ball.
Oh, we have another Medell standing right in front of the media booth here. It is tough to see what's going on. Older brother and referee Cole Medell making an appearance, blocking our view. I don't know what's going on out here now.
Cody with the ball, looking for Max. Max gonna push on the sideline. Oh, he beat Dave. Max just beat Dave, 2-on-1 with a fake pass. And it was enough to get it in goal.
Great play by Max there, taking it all the way to the goal.
Yeah, against two veteran guys. They just Dave and Mike back to back. That was an impressive push. That's gonna pass to Nick.
Uh-oh.
I think we got a reach call here.
Yes, penalty called on, I believe it'll be on Cody Forney, number 13. Does he know it, though? Yes, he does. He's heading to the box. He knows what he did wrong. Maybe a little bit of frustration on that one. Purity was trying to get it back.
I think he went for the ball, but he just missed the ball.
That was the right play. He was trying to force a turnover. And
Nick's just gonna take it on. 2 minutes 9 to go, 52 to 36. This game's getting a blowout. Cody's looking up. We got Brenda down low. I was going to go with Max. Max got
Ball
swipe.
swiped off his lap into the hands of Eric Furtado Rodriguez, and back to Mike Whitehead now.
Another quick pass to Dave. That was an impressive catch again.
Mike is making Dave work for some of these catches, but hey, if it works out, it's some pretty rugby.
Yeah, it is.
Big man Brandon Perger with the deep pass to Max.
That's going to be good. Nice spacing from Max.
Very good spacing.
Pretty sure Max scored like half of the goal of BC.
Oh, on this lineup, definitely. He always seems to be open.
And the other half was probably Trevor Oshfield.
I think Trevor might have the most goals in this game for BC.
Maybe the most goals in the tournament.
We don't have the stats here in front of us, unfortunately, but he is often open when they need it.
Mike with the ball, taking his time.
Uh-oh. Ooh. David Wilsey asserting his dominance on Cody Forney in the key there and pushing him out of bounds.
Yeah, quick hit at the backs of the caster.
And it appears they will send him to the penalty box.
Yeah, and I think they're waiting for a sub too. Or Travis just standing in the sub box for fun. I don't know. Arturo's gonna get the ball in.
Brandon Perger was trying to push Eric Furtado around a little bit there. And they score it, and Cody Forney comes back in for the inbound.
Who do you think is gonna be player of the game?
Ooh, that is a great question. I think you have to give it to somebody on the winning team. Maybe not have to, but typically it goes that way. And Mike Whitehead has had a very dominant performance for the red team this afternoon.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's going to be between Mike Whitehead and Nick Kovac. I could see Nick get it.
Nick has had a very good... They did give it to him last game, so I don't know if they're going to try and spread him out, but you're right. He has made quite a difference on both ends of the floor this match. You're right. I'd give Nick my vote.
Yeah, keep giving Nick love. Cody is going to get the ball. Going to go in. And Nick seems to have an equipment that can be fixed right away, so the ref's going to call bench timeout so they can sub him off and get Travis back in. It'll be BC ball. And Brendan got it. Pushing up with Byron. Got stuck. Looking for his pass option. Just going to sit in the
Deep
middle.
pass right into the lap of Dave Wilsey with 35 seconds to go. If they get over half here, they can kill the clock.
Yeah, I think
unless you force the ball to Eric Rodriguez, what will he do with it? Great patience from Eric, waits for his help.
Brendan's just reaching across to try to grab it.
I think he almost had the ball there.
Yeah.
16 seconds to go. BC will inbound. But it appears that is the end of this game. 56-38 for Ontario. I think that's a bit too big of a gap to come back at this point.
Yeah, with 10 seconds left, they're gonna make it 39.
Ooh.
It's holding for last goal.
Oh no, they do not reward the penalty goal. 4 seconds left for BC to try and score 4-on-3.
And Mike just wanted a rest.
Mike Whitehead wanted one more stint in the penalty box. Coming over to say hello to us in the booth.
He didn't want the game to finish right away. And,
BC managed to score it. 0 seconds on the clock. Thank you, everybody who tuned in this afternoon. Also, again, one more thank you to our sponsors.
49 Bespoke, Gaham House Hub City, Rocket Printing, Macro Ontario, Vesco Metalcraft, Tango Medical, and the beautiful city of Moncton.
And for anybody wondering, we still have no bids on either of the auction items on the Wheelchair Rugby Canada link tree. You can find that link in their Instagram bio. That's on Wheelchair Rugby Canada's Instagram account. And we have a Baytech Mini 2 up for grabs, valued at $4,000 Canadian.
Oh, just some news. Travis Morale got player of the game for Ontario.
Good for Travis. He was out there
Yeah,
working hard all game.
At least his face was working hard.
The most expressive face in wheelchair rugby belongs to Travis Morale, without doubt.
Yeah.
And the other auction item still also at $0 here. Minimum bid is $350. So that's a steal of a deal. I believe those go for $500 US. And if you need to work on a rugby chair, if you help with equipment with a club, this has everything you can need in it. So go on over to the auction here from Wheelchair Rugby Canada and check it out for yourselves. Anyways, I think we have to run here. Tony and I have a match coming up against each other. Teammates no more.
So stay tuned and cheer for Quebec.
Friends off for the next 2 hours. Feel free to tune into this one or to the other court on the CBC Gem app. And you guys have a great rest of your day.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh.
We're here today to see the differences and similarities between wheelchair rugby's training schedule and what ours look like, so I'm going to take you through it today.
With wheelchair rugby, it's a bit different from able-bodied rugby. We got our roster of 12 when we go to this, and on court, we play our game is 4-on-4.
34, 35. Hey, 35 seconds. Let's go eat it up.
Lightweight. There we go. Let's go. So usually you just go straight back in the rugby chair?
Yeah, so when we're with the trainer, so most of working out is just finding an adapt way to do it.
Yeah.
So, because we don't have the core, stuff like this is most fighting just to stay balanced versus putting it towards the bench press. So,
well, just from everyone here, we're really grateful for you guys coming out. It's been great learning about the sport you play and similarities and differences. And yeah, look forward to cheering you guys on and good luck going towards the Paralympics. And yeah, hopefully see you there.
Best of luck with the rest of your season.
Appreciate it.
Thanks
so much, guys.
I'm Nancy Wong, and I'm the Performance Services Manager with Canada. But with performance service management, there is kind of two aspects of it. One is, remote work, and one is on-site work. So with being a team manager on-site, it's just making sure that all of the logistics is covered for the players and for the staff so that we can run efficiently and smoothly and get on the court. So what is team management? It's making sure that our logistics is smooth and covered from the players' perspective on making sure that they have everything that they need to get on court and do their job, as well as the staff, making sure that they're logistically supported to do their roles and be able to fulfill their responsibilities to support the athletes in a high-performance environment. Day-to-day routine as a team manager starts right early in the morning, ensuring that the players have access to nutrition right from breakfast, lunch, and dinner, logistics from transportation to getting from the hotel to the venue, ensuring that they have everything that they need to get on court, from clean jerseys to snacks to water, and that they're set up with the IST so that their jobs and roles and responsibilities are supported from a logistical standpoint. Time management and priority management are probably my top two that I always have to keep in mind when it comes to team management, ensuring that that you have the problem-solving skills and also critical solving skills to basically manage all the hiccups and scenarios that can come into any high-performance environment. Being flexible, but also being nimble, and to work with what you've been given in order to support the players and the staff. It all started off with a volunteer opportunity. I met with Duncan Campbell many years ago, and this was after I had finished my program at SFU as a kinesiology student. And I wanted to seek more experience with working with those in different populations, and this was something that I had the opportunity to do, and I started off as an equipment manager, volunteering with the Vancouver club team. And from that, I was introduced to volunteer with the national team. And from there, I was just provided an opportunity to really showcase what I had. And I had an amazing team at Wheelchair Rugby Canada that believed in me and offered me a position as the Performance Services Manager. And that was over a decade ago. So here I am, starting from a volunteer position and into a role that I couldn't have imagined, and I love being with Wheelchair Rugby Canada. It's been a really fun roller coaster ride. This last 2 years has been an amazing experience being a new parent, obviously, transitioning back into my role as a Performance Services Manager full-time. I've had a wonderful support network of family, my mom, my husband, and obviously Wheelchair Rugby Canada that has supported me right from day one, from the exciting news of being pregnant and then having our little daughter Betty. So it's been a fine balance of making sure that I, have time with my family, making sure that I complete my my goals as a performance service manager, but I couldn't do it without the support that I've had so far with both Team Canada and my family. We are being forward-thinking and supporting new parents like myself in making sure that we feel supported but also seen. And I have so much gratitude for Wheelchair Rugby Canada in making sure that I have everything that I need and that I can continue on and perform my best as a performance service manager and supporting the team in a high-performance environment, but also being the best mom that I could be to my little daughter, Betty. With Kathy and Laurel leading Wheelchair Rugby Canada, they've provided an excellent example of what inclusion looks like. And I feel that as a new parent, that this has been a really important step for me, but also the policies that are in place that have really supported me and future parents in our organization. I've had many other women in the sport, in parasport, approach me and say, how is this possible? And it's with that leadership and forward thinking, and I encourage any new parent out there to really speak with the organization and ask about what can they do to provide that same support and I have most respect and gratitude for Wheelchair Rugby Canada, and I'm forever thankful.
My name's Melissa Lacroix. Most of the team calls me, or I go by Mel. First mistake. All right, my role with the team is lead IST and lead physiologist. IST stands for Integrated Support Team. So, with Wheelchair Rugby Canada here, we have a wide range of IST involved in the program, and the IST is there to support the program, the athletes and the staff in all areas of sports science and sports medicine. So, that it could include, but doesn't limit us to, nutritionists, paramedical, so like athletic therapists or physicians, sports medicine staff, and then we have mental performance coaches, strength and conditioning coach, sports analytics, so performance analysts. We really want to work together as what we call a transdisciplinary team. So what that means is essentially the staff as a whole is working together, collaborating, have a really strong understanding of each other's areas of expertise, but we're working together on solving problems or helping the athletes perform and stay healthy. So sports science, the way I see it is that we're constantly evolving. The sports are always evolving, athletes evolving. So we need to be able to stay on top of research and innovation and being able to analyze and test if and how we're improving as a team, as athletes, and why we're improving and where we can make adjustments and help the athlete as a whole. So I do think it's really important. I obviously love data and collecting as much as possible, but I also realize that data is just numbers on a spreadsheet or numbers on a paper. The real impact of those numbers and that information that we collect really comes through that relationship with the coaches, the relationship with the athlete. Within wheelchair rugby, the coaches and athletes are the experts in their sport. So for me, it's about taking those numbers and really having those conversations and how we can apply it to the sport itself. All right, so my daily routine as a physiologist usually starts with P and ends with numbers and or data analysis and reporting. So what that means is often in the mornings before training sessions and my routine before a practice or competition would be to help the athletes prepare physically as best as possible for those sessions. So that could be from measuring hydration, helping with their protocols for nutrition and hydration and physical preparation going into sessions, and getting all of our technology ready for those sessions as well to help with monitoring training loads throughout those competitions and practices. During practices and training sessions, the focus is still on performance, so really supporting the athletes and the coaches within the performance. So that again goes to the physical prep side of things with fueling and hydrating, and given a lot of the athletes in the program have a spinal cord injury and have some sort of impairment to their thermoregulation system, a lot of my role within competition and training is to help with the cooling strategies. Following competition or training, the main focus quickly turns to recovery, so helping the athletes with their recovery for the next session as quickly as possible, and helping the coaches with preparation for the next training session and competition. So that usually ends with, my evenings usually end with data analysis, so downloading all the data and information from those practices and analyzing it and creating reports for the coaches. So I'm coming into my 10th season with the program. Throughout my career with the program, I've fulfilled different roles. So starting as a physiologist, and I've had the opportunity to work within strength and conditioning, lead different research and innovation projects, and most recently the opportunity to lead the IST. Through my career, I've been fortunate to have some really incredible mentors and leaders who challenge me and help me develop and grow into the practitioner and leader I am today. And some of those are within the program here at Wheelchair Rugby Canada, and others throughout the Copson network that I've been part of. I think we have a really great culture overall that supports collaboration within the IST and supports the innovation within sports science and sports medicine. So given that there isn't a whole lot of research for parasport athletes, it's really important for us as practitioners to be the ones to be innovative and create the research and continue to analyze and push boundaries within sports science. So I've been surrounded by some really great mentors and other experts that continue to help me grow and push me. And growing up as an athlete, I was always really interested in training. Going into college, I went into athletic training as my background, as my undergrad. So had gone through a lot of injuries as an athlete myself, and so the athletic therapy side was really interesting to me to to learn how the rehab process and return to sport worked. And then from there, I think that training side was even more intriguing. So beyond just the injuries, how to return to sport, and was always interested in the internal systems of how things work and why things work. So I continued on with my master's in physiology, and then had that opportunity after my master's to work in sports science lab at Canadian Sports Institute Pacific, where I learned a little bit more of that applied side of physiology, and really loved the challenge of constantly learning and being innovative. The advice I'd give to any young practitioner coming into sports science and physiology, I think the biggest thing is coming in and learning the sport that you're working with, and learning the athletes, and really involving the athletes in the process, and the coaches in the process of any data collection or testing you're doing, any type of intervention, is always learning the sport and the athletes and that relationship piece. And then I also think as a practitioner, it's important to have a wide range of skills. So not only having your small area of expertise, but really understanding what all of the other areas of sports science and sports medicine. That's where I would definitely say, have your area of expertise, but then go on and try to learn as much as you can of the other areas.
Favorite movie line quote? Why didn't I take the blue pill? Matrix 1.
Why, oh why didn't I take the blue pill?
Favorite movie line would be, "You can't handle the truth."
You can't handle the truth.
You like Dax?
Lark's looking after cows.
Hey, Dax. Do you like Dax?
Say hello to my little friend.
Say hello to my little friend!
Favorite movie line or quote? I really don't know one. Something Denzel Washington said. Wilson!
Wilson! Well done!
You gotta change it.
The first rule of Fight Club is don't talk about Fight Club.
The first rule of Fight Club is you do not talk about Fight Club.
Nobody puts baby in a corner.
Nobody puts baby in a corner.
I got it. Shake and bake! Shake and bake, baby! Shake and bake.
Shake and bake, buddy! Shake it before you bake it!
I'll be back.
I'll be back.
Go on streaking! Bring your hat! We're going streaking! Yes!
Favorite movie line? Bye, buddy. Hope you find your dad.
Bye, buddy. Hope you find your dad.
Thanks, Mr. Narwhal. Bye.
Elf.
Rocky 4, baby. No pain. No pain.
Rocky 4, no pain, no pain.
No pain. No pain. No pain. Not a big movie guy. Probably something funny. Oh yeah, lots of room for activities.
Look at all the sports space. We do aerobics in here. So many activities.
Favorite movie line quote? What's in the box?
Because I envy your normal life.
Put the gun down, David.
It seems that envy is my sin.
Oh, what's in the box? Tap it in. It's Happy Gilmore.
Tap it in. Just tap it in. Give it a little tappy. Tap, tap, taparoo.
I'm trying to think. But the movie is
Dirty
that.
Dancing.
Have you seen Dirty Dancing? I was not even born.
Hi, my name is Ali Govier, and I'm the National Team Athletic Therapist for Wheelchair Rugby Canada. Athletic therapists are medical professionals who are responsible for emergency and acute care. They're responsible for injury prevention, rehabilitation, and as well as injury assessment. There's a difference between athletic therapists in comparison to other medical professionals with the fact that athletic therapists are seen on at the time of injuries. Something that you don't see behind the scenes working with Wheelchair Rugby Canada is the amount of integration and collaboration that happens between the IST. We do work very closely with the rest of the IST to ensure that the athletes have care from a holistic approach, making sure that we work together to address their nutrition, the physiologists we work closely with, we make sure that their mental, emotional, physical well-beings are all taken care of. And that encompasses and requires us to plan one-on-one meetings where we do health intakes, or we're making sure they follow specific prehab programs, which would entail them doing strength and conditioning to work on stability of certain joints and muscles. We'll provide them with plans for flexibility just to improve overall physical well-being. Specifically with wheelchair rugby, something that you don't see is the community. I love the environment that I walk into every day when I'm working centralized and decentralized with the team. I think it really provides an environment that makes me want to be here, want to work with both the athletes and the staff. The medical team's game day routine varies greatly each day. Some days I wake up and there's 6 or 7 athletes that I need to connect with for varying issues, whether it's injuries or health and illnesses. Making a busy morning before heading over to the gym, whether it's for practice or a game day. Whereas some days things are slow and quiet, I wake up and I can just do my own personal morning routine before heading over to the gym with the medical team. The medical staff aim to be some of the first staff on site at the gym, so when the athletes arrive, we can get right into tending to whatever that is that they need. Some wound care, taping, we will provide maybe some pre-game, pre-practice stretching, assisted stretching, and or any type of muscle activation. We will also help with transfers, helping some of the athletes move from day chair to game chair, as well as we will be tying up belts and helping with any other equipment that is required. We help with nutrition by providing snacks like bananas, peanut butter and jam sandwiches, granola bars, fruit bars, to ensure that all the athletes have the fuel they need throughout the games and all the tournaments and practices. Once the game starts, you'll see us on the sideline observing and ready to go for any assistance that may be required, whether that's covering up any new wounds or providing any type of assistance to equipment adjustments, as well as you'll see us flipping athletes up in their chairs if they're hit and knocked over. After the games are finished, we will help pack up the benches and then provide athletes with assisted stretching. We'll make ice packs and ice bags so the athletes can properly recover. If you come into the recovery room, you'll see a few things happening. We'll have massage and soft tissue work being done on the table. You'll also see a game ready modality as well as a Normatec modality, which basically are machines that help promote healing. Specifically high performance sport, the use of athletic therapy has increased tenfold. People are starting to see the benefits of encouraging body recovery between events and the difference it makes on people's outcomes and their performance and their ability to succeed. I chose athletic therapy because sport has always been a central point and aspect in my life. As a kid, I played multiple sports across different disciplines, and it was a huge impact and made a huge difference in my life. I always knew I wanted to work with high performance athletes. However, parasport kind of took me by surprise. I would encourage any woman in sport, any athletic therapist in general, to get involved in parasport. It's such an untapped area. It has a level of complexity that is super unique. Something that parasport has brought into my life is knowing that I'm always going to be learning. I always need to be on my toes and open to trying new things and utilizing and building new skills. Gameplay, and yeah, that's a weird sentence too. Okay. And I don't know how I started that sentence. I keep forgetting this one word that I'm going to say.
We're here today to see the differences and similarities between wheelchair rugby's training schedule and what ours look like, so I'm going to take you through it today.
With wheelchair rugby, it's a bit different from able-bodied rugby. We got a roster of 12 when we go to events, and on court, we play our game as 4-on-4.
34, 35. Hey, 35 seconds. Go eat it up.
Lightweight.
There we go. Let's go.
So usually you just go straight back in the rugby chair.
Yeah. So when we're with a trainer, so most of working out is just finding an adapter to do it.
Yeah.
So because we don't have the core, stuff like this is most of it's fighting just to stay balanced versus putting it towards the bench press. So.
Okay. Well, just from everyone here, we're really grateful for you guys coming out. It's been great learning about the sport you play and similarities and differences. And yeah, look forward to cheering you guys on. And good luck going towards the Paralympics. And yeah, hope you see you there.
Best of luck with the rest of your season.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks, guys.
I'm Nancy Wong, and I'm the Performance Services Manager with Canada. Well, with performance service management, there is kind of two aspects of it. One is, remote work, and one is on-site work. So with being a team manager on-site, it's just making sure that all of the logistics is covered for the players and for the staff so that we can run efficiently and smoothly and get on the court. So what is team management? It's making sure that our logistics is smooth and covered from the players' perspective on making sure that they have everything that they need to get on court and do their job, as well as the staff, making sure that they're logistically supported to do their roles and be able to fulfill their responsibilities to support the athletes in a high-performance environment. Day-to-day routine as a team manager starts right early in the morning, ensuring that the players have access to nutrition right from breakfast, lunch, and dinner, logistics from transportation to getting from the hotel to the venue, ensuring that they have everything that they need to get on court, from clean jerseys to snacks to water, and that they're set up with the IST so that their jobs and roles and responsibilities are supported from a logistical standpoint. Time management and priority management are probably my top two that I always have to keep in mind when it comes to team management, ensuring that that you have the problem-solving skills and also critical solving skills to basically manage all the hiccups and scenarios that can come into any high-performance environment. Being flexible, but also being nimble, and to work with what you've been given in order to support the players and the staff. It all started off with a volunteer opportunity. I met with Duncan Campbell many years ago, and this was after I had finished my program at SFU as a kinesiology student. And I wanted to seek more experience with working with those in different populations, and this was something that I had the opportunity to do. And I started off as an equipment manager, volunteering with the Vancouver club team. And from that, I was introduced to volunteer with the national team. And from there, I was just provided an opportunity to really showcase what I had. And I had an amazing team at Wheelchair Rugby Canada that believed in me and offered me a position as the Performance Services Manager. And that was over a decade ago. So here I am, starting from a volunteer position and into a role that I couldn't have imagined, and I love being with Wheelchair Rugby Canada. It's been a really fun roller coaster ride. This last 2 years has been an amazing experience being a new parent, obviously, transitioning back into my role as a Performance Services Manager full-time. I've had a wonderful support network of family, my mom, my husband, and obviously Wheelchair Rugby Canada that has supported me right from day one, from the exciting news of being pregnant and then having our little daughter Betty. So it's been a fine balance of making sure that I, have time with my family, making sure that I complete my my goals as a performance service manager, but I couldn't do it without the support that I've had so far with both Team Canada and my family. We are being forward-thinking and supporting new parents like myself in making sure that we feel supported but also seen, and I have so much gratitude for Wheelchair Rugby Canada in making sure that I have everything that I need and that I can continue on and perform my best as a performance service manager in supporting the team in a high performance environment, but also being the best mom that I could be to my little daughter Betty. With Kathy and Laurel leading Wheelchair Rugby Canada, they've provided an excellent example of what inclusion looks like. And I feel that as a new parent that this has been a really important step for me, but also the policies that are in place that have really supported me and future parents in our organization. I've had many other women in the sport, in parasport, approach me and say, how is this possible? And it's with that leadership and forward thinking, and I encourage any new parent out there to really speak with the organization and ask about what can they do to provide that same support. And I have the most respect and gratitude for Wheelchair Rugby Canada, and I'm forever thankful.
My name's Melissa Lacroix. Most of the team calls me, or I go by Mel. First mistake. All right, my role with the team is lead IST and lead physiologist. IST stands for Integrated Support Team. So, with Wheelchair Rugby Canada here, we have a wide range of IST involved in the program, and the IST is there to support the program, the athletes and the staff in all areas of sports science and sports medicine. So, that it could include but doesn't limit us to, nutritionists, paramedical, so like athletic therapists or physicians, sports medicine staff, and then we have mental performance coaches, strength and conditioning coach, sports analytics, so performance analysts. We really want to work together as what we call a transdisciplinary team. So what that means is essentially the staff as a whole is working together, collaborating, have a really strong understanding of each other's areas of expertise, but we're working together on solving problems or helping the athletes perform and stay healthy. So sports science, the way I see it is that we're constantly evolving. The sports are always evolving, athletes evolving. So we need to be able to stay on top of research and innovation and being able to analyze and test if and how we're improving as a team, as athletes, and why we're improving and where we can make adjustments and help the athlete as a whole. So I do think it's really important. I obviously love data and collecting as much as possible, but I also realize that data is just numbers on a spreadsheet or numbers on a paper. The real impact of those numbers and that information that we collect really comes through that relationship with the coaches, the relationship with the athlete. Within wheelchair rugby, the coaches and athletes are the experts in their sport. So for me, it's about taking those numbers and really having those conversations and how we can apply it to the sport itself. All right, so my daily routine as a physiologist usually starts with P and ends with numbers and or data analysis and reporting. So what that means is often in the mornings before training sessions and my routine before a practice or competition would be to help the athletes prepare physically as best as possible for those sessions. So that could be from measuring hydration, helping with their protocols for nutrition and hydration and physical preparation going into sessions, and getting all of our technology ready for those sessions as well to help with monitoring training loads throughout those competitions and practices. During practices and training sessions, the focus is still on performance, so really supporting the athletes and the coaches within the performance. So that again goes to the physical prep side of things with fueling and hydrating, and given a lot of the athletes in the program have a spinal cord injury and have some sort of impairment to their thermoregulation system, a lot of my role within competition and training is to help with the cooling strategies. Following competition or training, the main focus quickly turns to recovery, so helping the athletes with their recovery for the next session as quickly as possible, and helping the coaches with preparation for the next training session and competition. So that usually ends with, my evenings usually end with data analysis, so downloading all the data and information from those practices and analyzing it and creating reports for the coaches. So I'm coming into my 10th season with the program. Throughout my career with the program, I've fulfilled different roles. So starting as a physiologist, and I've had the opportunity to work within strength conditioning, lead different research and innovation projects, and most recently the opportunity to lead the IST. Through my career, I've been fortunate to have some really incredible mentors and leaders who challenge me and help me develop and grow into the practitioner and leader I am today. And some of those are within the program here at Wheelchair Rugby Canada, and others throughout the Copston network that I've been part of. I think we have a really great culture overall that supports collaboration within the IST and supports the innovation within sports science and sports medicine. So, given that there isn't a whole lot of research for parasport athletes, it's really important for us as practitioners to be the ones to be innovative and create the research and continue to analyze and push boundaries within sports science. So I've been surrounded by some really great mentors and other experts that continue to help me grow and push me. And growing up as an athlete, I was always really interested in training. Going into college, I went into athletic training as my background, as my undergrad. So had gone through a lot of injuries as an athlete myself, and so the athletic therapy side was really interesting to me to learn how the rehab process and return to sport worked. And then from there, I think that training side was even more intriguing. So beyond just the injuries, how to return to sport, and was always interested in the internal systems of how things work and why things work. So I continued on with my master's in physiology, and then had that opportunity after my master's to work in sports science lab at Canadian Sports Institute Pacific, where I learned a little bit more of that applied side of physiology, and really loved the challenge of constantly learning and being innovative. The advice I'd give to any young practitioner coming into sports science and physiology, I think the biggest thing is coming in and learning the sport that you're working with, and learning the athletes, and really involving the athletes in the process, and the coaches in the process of any data collection or testing you're doing, any type of intervention is always learning the sport and the athletes and that relationship piece. And then I also think as a practitioner, it's important to have a wide range of skills. So not only having your small area of expertise, but really understanding what all of the other areas of sports science and sports medicine. That's where I would definitely say, have your area of expertise, but then go on and try to learn as much as you can of the other areas.
Favorite movie line quote? Why didn't I take the blue pill? Matrix 1.
Why, oh why didn't I take the blue pill?
Favorite movie line would be, "You can't handle the truth."
You can't handle the truth.
You like Dax?
Lark's looking after cows.
Yeah, Dax. Do you like Dax?
Say hello to my little friend.
Say hello to my little friend!
Favorite movie line or quote? I really don't know one. Something Denzel Washington said. Wilson!
Wilson!
Well done!
You gotta change it.
The first rule of Fight Club is don't talk about Fight Club.
The first rule of Fight Club is you do not talk about Fight Club.
Nobody puts baby in a corner.
Nobody puts baby in a corner.
I got it. Shake and bake! Shake and bake, baby! Shake and bake.
Shake and bake, buddy! Shake it before you bake it!
I'll be back.
I'll be back.
Go on, streak it! Bring your hat! We're going streaking! Yes! Favorite movie line?
Bye, buddy. Hope you find your dad.
Bye, buddy. Hope you find your dad.
Thanks, Mr. Narwhal. Bye.
Elf.
Rocky 4, baby. No pain. No pain. Rocky 4. No pain. No pain. No pain.
Not a big movie guy. Probably something funny. Oh yeah, lots of room for activities.
Look at all this sports space. We do aerobics in here. So many activities.
Favorite movie line quote. What's in the box?
Because I envy your normal life.
Put the gun down, David.
It seems that envy is my sin.
Oh, what's in the box?
Tap it in. Happy Gilmore.
Tap it in. Just tap it in. Give it a little tappy. Tap, tap, taparoo.
I'm trying to think. But the movie is
Dirty
that.
Dancing.
Have you seen Dirty Dancing?
I was not even born.
Hi, my name is Ali Govier, and I'm the National Team Athletic Therapist for Wheelchair Rugby Canada. Athletic therapists are medical professionals who are responsible for emergency and acute care. They're responsible for injury prevention, rehabilitation, and as well as injury assessment. There's a difference between athletic therapists in comparison to other medical professionals with the fact that athletic therapists are seen on site at the time of injuries. Something that you don't see behind the scenes working with Wheelchair Rugby Canada is the amount of integration and collaboration that happens between the IST. We do work very closely with the rest of the IST to ensure that the athletes have care from a holistic approach, making sure that we work together to address their nutrition, the physiologists we work closely with, we make sure that their mental, emotional, physical well-beings are all taken care of. And that encompasses and requires us to plan one-on-one meetings where we do health intakes, or we're making sure they follow specific prehab programs, which would entail them doing strengthening, conditioning to work on stability of certain joints and muscles. We'll provide them with plans for flexibility just to improve their overall physical well-being. Specifically with wheelchair rugby, something that you don't see is the community. I love the environment that I walk into every day when I'm working centralized and decentralized with the team. I think it really provides an environment that makes me want to be here, want to work with both the athletes and the staff. The medical team's game day routine varies greatly each day. Some days I wake up and there's 6 or 7 athletes that I need to connect with for varying issues, whether it's injuries or health and illnesses. Making a busy morning before heading over to the gym, whether it's for practice or a game day. Whereas some days things are slow and quiet, I wake up and I can just do my own personal morning routine before heading over to the gym with the medical team. The medical staff aim to be some of the first staff on site at the gym, so when the athletes arrive, we can get right into tending to whatever that is that they need. Some wound care, taping, we will provide maybe some pre-game, pre-practice stretching, assisted stretching, and or any type of muscle activation. We will also help with transfers, helping some of the athletes move from day chair to game chair, as well as we will be tying up belts and helping with any other equipment that is required. We help with nutrition by providing snacks like bananas, peanut butter and jam sandwiches, granola bars, fruit bars, to ensure that all the athletes have the fuel they need throughout the games and all the tournaments and practices. Once the game starts, you'll see us on the sideline observing and ready to go for any assistance that may be required, whether that's covering up any new wounds or providing any type of assistance to equipment adjustments, as well as you'll see us flipping athletes up in their chairs if they're hit and knocked over. After the games are finished, we will help pack up the benches and then provide athletes with assisted stretching. We'll make ice packs and ice bags so the athletes can properly recover. If you come into the recovery room, you'll see a few things happening. We'll have massage and soft tissue work being done on the table. You'll also see a game ready modality as well as a Normatec modality, which basically are machines that help promote healing. Specifically with high performance sport, the use of athletic therapy has increased tenfold. People are starting to see the benefits of encouraging body recovery between events and the difference it makes on people's outcomes and their performance and their ability to succeed. I chose athletic therapy because sport has always been a central point and aspect in my life. As a kid, I played multiple sports across different disciplines, and it was a huge impact and made a huge difference in my life. I always knew I wanted to work with high-performance athletes. However, parasport kind of took me by surprise. I would encourage any woman in sport, any athletic therapist in general, to get involved in parasport. It's such an untapped area. It has a level of complexity that is super unique. Something that parasport has brought into my life is knowing that I'm always going to be learning. I always need to be on my toes and be open to trying new things and utilizing and building new skills. Gameplay, and yeah, that's a weird sentence too. Okay. And I don't know how I started that sentence. I keep forgetting this one word that I'm going to say.
Everyone, we're here today to see the differences and similarities between wheelchair rugby's training schedule and what ours look like, so I'm going to take you through it today.
With wheelchair rugby, it's a bit different from able-bodied rugby. We got our roster of 12 when we go to events, and on court, we play our game is 4-on-4.
34, 35. Hey, 35 seconds. Go eat it up.
Lightweight. There we go. Let's go. So usually you just go straight back in the rugby chair.
Yeah. So when we're with a trainer, so most of working out is just finding an adaptive way to do it.
Yeah.
So because we don't have the core, stuff like this is most of it's fighting just to stay balanced versus putting it towards the bench press. So,
well, just from everyone here, we're really grateful for you guys coming out. It's been great learning about the sport you play and similarities and differences, and yeah, look forward to cheering you guys on, and good luck going towards the Paralympics, and see you there.
Best of luck with the rugby.
Appreciate it. Thanks much, guys.
There's a donation, just the straight donation part of the website.
I'm Nancy Wong, and I'm the Performance Services Manager with Canada. Well, with performance service management, there is kind of two aspects of it. One is remote work, and one is on-site work. So with being a team manager on-site, it's just making sure that all of the logistics is covered for the players and for the staff so that we can run efficiently and smoothly and get on the court. So what?
With Travis, there's a little bit of play-by-play, but it's a lot of talking about stuff. Let's just go with the flow. Talk about what you want to talk about.
The Habs. Kind of dark.
Is it draft or the draw Sunday?
The 8th next week. Wednesday? Monday's the 8th? Yeah, Monday.
Yeah, Monday. All right, good afternoon from sunny Moncton. Thank you for tuning in to the 40th Canadian National Championships. Today we have Ontario Sons versus BC2. My name is Byron, and I'm joined by Patrice Desjardins.
AKA
Pico.
There you go. Should be an exciting game. It's the rematch of last year's Division 2 finals between Ontario and BC. So I'm sure Ontario really wants to have revenge on their loss last year. BC came up on top.
Yeah, it was such an exciting final. I know that BC was trailing near halftime and made a comeback to secure the win. So, and pretty much the rosters are very similar to last year. So,
yep, should be another close game.
And maybe even, I think if tournament goes kind of as predicted, this could be a preview of the finals for this year.
Yep. So Ontario added Ian Crow from the London Annihilators on their squad this year, and I believe BC had Will McCrate last year, and he's moved on to Div 1, right?
Yes,
so
but we picked up a returning player, Kalen McDougall, after quite a long break from rugby. He's back, and he's a really solid 1.5.
Yeah, lots of experience. And Ontario has a couple new players, first time at Nationals. We've got Natasha Smits and Connor. Connor's last name is Mathewson Webster. So both are making their debut here at the 40th Canadian National Championships.
It's always super exciting to see new players joining the wheelchair rugby family, and it'll be exciting to see how they do.
Brings me back to 2006 when you and we started that year, and we shared the Rookie of the Year award. So
that's right, and that was the only other time Nationals was held on the East Coast.
Yeah, that's right.
In Halifax, so
it was fun, good times. So going goal for goal for now. Both both teams are running pretty smoothly. So we'll just wait for our first turnover.
So far, both teams have been running contained defense, and Ontario's got some pressure right now.
Oh, almost a steal here at half court.
Pretty lucky balance in BC's favor there. But you got to be in the right spots and working hard to get the luck. So
exactly.
Nice, Julia with a nice attack. Scores a try.
Yeah, Julia has really improved in the last few years and has become a dominant player for BC in Division 2.
Yeah, so I have the privilege of being one of her coaches, and she's really taken a huge step this year.
Ooh.
It was a pleasure to watch her and a bunch of other Canadian women compete in Paris at the Women's Cup. She played amazing there and helped Canada come back with a bronze medal.
Yep. So here we just saw Ontario call a timeout. Ian Crow, number 6, was going to be over and back. So once you cross half court, you're not allowed to go back in your back court. So before he did that, he called a timeout. You're allowed 4 timeouts on the floor during a game. So they used their second one, I believe.
Each team also has 2 bench timeouts. You are not allowed to use those during the run of play. You can only call those during a whistle.
On the floor timeout, you get 30 seconds, and then on the coach timeout, you get a minute. So the coaches have a bit more time to discuss strategy or make some adjustments, and with a minute, then only 30 seconds.
I think number 2 for BC was hit out of bounds, so he's going to spend some time in the penalty box until Ontario scores or a full minute elapses.
So here we have both teams playing a balanced lineup. With Ontario, we have Reed Mulligan, has a 3-5. From Ottawa, playing for the Ottawa Stingers, we got Ian Crow and Dylan Lamoureux, her 2-pointers, and we got Erica Schmutz playing has a 0.5 for Ontario. So very skilled, experienced 0.5 for that team, Ontario.
Yeah, for BC, Julia Haynes is a 2.5. Well, she's a 3.0, but when she's on the court, BC is allowed to go to 8.5 points. So in essence, she plays as a 2.5. We have Andrew Davis, number 2. He's a 2.0 for BC. Then we have Jessica. She is a 2.5 and plays as a 2. She is also a woman player. And then rounding it out, Kalen McDougall is a 1.5.
So the score is still tied here early in the first quarter, 3-3, with Ontario with the ball. Ian just waiting for his help here. Dylan's coming for a crack block, and here they go.
And that shows Ian's experience. He knows that he can't beat Julia one-on-one, so he's not even going to waste time trying. He's going to just wait for help, run a crack block, and then beat them that way. Ontario's tripling the screen, and Ian's guarding Andrew one-on-one. Drew gets the ball in. Let's see if he can beat him one-on-one.
Drew's got some speed. Looks like arm's a little heavy here to start, but he's got it. He's got it. Question for you, Byron. I don't see Ryan Young's name on the roster. Was he supposed to?
Yeah, he was supposed to be here, but he's dealing with some health issues, so unfortunately he had to pull out last minute.
Because he's another player that can make a difference. He's fast, plays as a 1-5, I believe, right? Because he's over 45. He's a two-pointer over 45, so I was just surprised he wasn't here today.
Yeah, he would have been a really big help to have here. It would have given us, another really great player to have to sub in and out and help manage our athletes' minutes. But again, I mean, he's got things under controls, but it's just a long trip to make when you're dealing with some health stuff.
Yeah. Ooh, almost a steal by Erica here. She tried hard.
All right, so Ontario dropped into key defense. Let's see what kind of key offense BC is going to run here and how well it goes.
Got some size on defense there in the middle with Ian and Reed, but there's nice patience by Julia here.
Yeah, and a really great steal from Kaylin, and Drew slipped into that open space, and nice pass from Julia.
Another player who has improved a lot in the last couple of years is Dylan Lamoureux, number 44. He plays for the Belleville Quadzillas, and his chair skills have really improved. His speed, his agility, so he's coming along, doing really well.
Yeah, playing against him at the Vancouver Invitational earlier this year, I really noticed that he had taken another step, so that's great to see. Oh, a nice little pop-up to Jess, over to Julia. Nice effort from Reed, but it's tough to recover. Well, a nice little crack block from Ian there.
Loose ball off number 44. It's going to be BC ball. I think Reed had Ian Crow coming up the court. Maybe he didn't see him, so he went with the deep pass for Dylan. But
yeah, Ian was pretty wide open there. Probably would have been the right play to chuck it deep. But I was saying in the earlier broadcast, watching from the sideline, it's pretty apparent where the open players are. But when you're playing, it's a lot tougher to see.
Yeah. No, for sure, and same if you're coaching, right? If you're coaching your athletes, you can see way more. You can see the whole play. But when you're playing, you gotta think about a lot of things like protecting the ball, dribbling, every 10 seconds, and
the big monster coming to blow you up.
Yeah, exactly.
It's nice to see BC convert on that turnover. Oftentimes in wheelchair rugby, you get a turnover and you end up turning it right back over.
Yeah, for sure, because your spacing is kind of off sometimes when you get the turnover. So it's not really your set offense, or sometimes you're gonna rush a pass or something. So
it can be such a momentum sapper when that happens, because your energy level goes up when you get that turnover, and then you give it right back, and it's just like, oh man.
Timeout called by Jessica from BC. She was going out of bounds, so before she crossed that line, she used her timeout. So smart call by Jess.
And that contained defense from Ontario is going to lead to those kinds of calls. They funneled Jess into what we like to call a danger area on the court. So right near that half-court line, right near the sideline. And they funneled her there and then put the pressure on her, and she had no choice but to use that timeout.
As promised, it's a good, close game so far. I think both teams use the timeout now. They fix it on the clock. Earlier it said 3-2, but now it's 1-1, so it makes a bit more sense now. They have 3 left. Wow. Good effort here by Jess.
Yeah, she showed a lot of patience on that. She kept attacking with the ball, but not at full speed. She was really using her picks, like Kaylin and Andrew were attacking at the same time. And, you know, eventually the defense has to make a decision on who they're going to cover, and the hole opened up and just waltzed right through.
And she's been playing for a long time now, too. She's getting a lot of experience playing with players on the BC team, like yourself, Trevor, and you guys are their coaches, and at the same time teammates. So I'm sure she's learning a lot from you guys.
Yeah, oh yeah. Like she used to train like a ton. And she really picked up a lot of knowledge. She's one of the players I really lean on a lot. Her knowledge level is really, really high. So we'd like to kind of tap into that and have her help as we're coaching as well.
Okay. So Julia is trapped on the baseline here. She's going to have to make a little nice side pass here to Andrew. But they're running out of time to get over half. You have to cross half court within 12 seconds or it's a turnover, but here they called a timeout just in time. I think they were at maybe, I guess, at 11 according to the refs count, but they used a timeout and just before the whistle was blown.
Yeah, well-used timeout.
Well, you might as well use them when you got them early, because the longer you can keep the score closer, I think you feel like you're more in the game. You have a better chance of winning. I think your confidence is higher too. So might as well use those timeouts.
Oh, totally. And I mean, you can't take them with you to the next game, so there's no real point in holding on to them.
Nope.
All right, we've had our first subs of the game. Josh Holton is in for Jessica Kruger. Josh is another player that's really taken a big step this year.
Winner of the, I think, best mid-pointer at the Vancouver Invitational in Division 2, I believe.
Yes. Oh, over and back call on BC.
Yeah. Key turnover for Ontario.
And Ontario's had one sub as well. We have Kevin McEwen in for Dylan Lamoureux.
Yeah, Kevin, another Ottawa Stinger, so one of my teammates from my club team. So we have him and Reed there on the court representing the Ottawa club.
Yeah, and Kevin always really impresses me with his knowledge of the game. He's pretty much always in the right spot, doing the right thing.
Yeah. He plays the 3 role really well, where he creates space on offense, and he's always at the right spot at the right time, like you just mentioned. And it's good to have that threat deep with a guy like Reed, and even Crow has pretty good range on their passes, right? So that if you space out the court, good things can happen.
Yeah, and he's really that safety valve, right? If Ontario's struggling to get the ball across half, he's usually always able to get open for a brief window and provide that outlet. Ooh.
There you go, good patience here. Okay, Erica. Oh, she's gonna try to bait a call here. There you go, she got it. That's experience, B. Move those arms, protect the ball, and that's, there's a chance they're gonna hit your arms. So if the ref sees it, he'll call it.
Erica played for years on the national team and went to one Paralympics in 2008 in Beijing.
I think she was the first woman to score a goal at the Paralympics, I believe.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're correct on that. And she was also one of the Canadian women representing Canada at the Paris World Cup earlier this year. Her, Jessica, Julia, and Tiana were all there.
Yep. Well, it's good to see more and more women playing the sport of wheelchair rugby. When Erica started, it's basically the only one in Canada. Maybe there was maybe 2 or 3, right? But now there's a good, at least I'd say 12 to 15 that play all over Canada. So it's nice to see.
Yeah.
10 seconds on the clock here. Oh. So 6 seconds left on the clock here for the first quarter. See if BC tries to get the ball in quick and score for the buzzer. Oh, they're going to run out of time. Tie game, 9-9.
Yeah, that was a big last goal from Ontario. So often teams will try to score that last goal with as little time left on the clock as possible to ensure that it is the last goal. And depending on who has the arrow for the next quarter, that determines who starts the quarter with possession. So if you score last goal and you start the next quarter, you can potentially have a 2-point swing. But even if you're not starting with the ball next quarter, you're preventing the other team from getting that 2-point swing. So you'll often see teams strategize and score at particular times in the last 2 minutes to try to ensure that they have last possession.
Yep. Yeah, especially at the higher level where teams are pretty even. Those last goal situations, the last goal makes a huge difference in games where you're going to win by 1 or 2 points. It's really important. So the teams are putting more and more emphasis on scoring at a certain time. So
you'll often see teams using timeouts to ensure that they can score.
Yeah.
At like around 52 seconds to ensure that they have a shot at last goal. All right, we're going to take a quick second to thank our sponsors. So 49 Bespoke, Gahan Hub City, Rocket Printing, Macron, Ontario, Fesco Metalcraft, Tango Medical, and the City of Moncton. Thank you guys for helping make this 40th Canadian Nationals a big success.
Yeah, it's been a fun first day here in Moncton. My first time, I think, in New Brunswick.
Yeah,
so,
mine as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of rainy this morning, but apparently the weather is supposed to clear up this afternoon and this weekend. So
it could be sunny right now.
Yeah, we don't know.
It's kind of tough to tell. There's not really any windows in here,
No.
but it is a great space with a high ceiling and great courts.
Yeah, I really like the courts they got here this weekend. The only lines you see are the rugby lines, which is fun for us. Sometimes they play in gyms where they have all the basketball, volleyball lines, so it can get confusing. Here, it's all you need is the key at the goal line and the middle line, and basically you're all set. So it makes it easier for us to know where you are on the court.
Yeah, talking with Sally Hutt, the executive director of New Brunswick Wheelchair Sports, she mentioned that the City of Moncton provided these courts. So thank you to the City of Moncton.
Yeah. So Ontario takes the lead here. A goal by goal from Ian Crow.
Nice speed from Julia up the sidelines.
Yeah. When you play defense against a player that has more speed, sometimes you have to adjust your angle. And we could see Reed and Ian, I'm sure if they had to do it again, they would have angled a little bit better towards half court. But I'm sure they'll learn from what just happened here.
Yeah, 100%. Like oftentimes the first quarter, first half of the game, you're just kind of sussing each other out. You're kind of getting an idea of a player's speed, and you make adjustments from there.
Oh, nice inbound here by Josh. Over the top to Julia, should be an easy one.
Yeah, nice
Same
range.
thing when you're playing defense against an inbounder. You're not really sure the range. Like now, they know that Josh can throw it at least, 3/4 of the backcourt. So they'll have to be aware of that now.
Yeah, Ontario really, kind of sold out a little bit on the deny there. Oftentimes, you want at least one player covering that over the top just to take away those easy over the top goals. Kind of vice versa, like BC just on the last play there, they were covering that over the top, and Ian just streaked out and nice easy pass. And
yep. Yeah, it's not necessarily always on the first inbound. It can be on the second pass, too, that the over-the-top needs to be covered. Timeout called by BC. That's their third of the game so far.
Yeah, I mean, it really looks like Ontario settled in well here, and they're starting to really put a lot of pressure on BC's possessions. One thing I noticed BC needs to kind of improve upon here is they're really looking to push out of that first touch. I think they need to look at maybe passing out of that first touch, just because Ontario's really keying in on stopping that push, and they're doing a great job at it.
Yeah. Well, they're hitting and turning, right, so it makes it difficult for that player who's pretty low to make that pop pass or a deep one. So, like you said, if they can pass it earlier, like pop it quickly, advance the ball is always better through a pass. It's just quicker. Not always better, but it's quicker than pushing.
Exactly.
Oh. 12 on the shot clock.
Ooh, a bit of a lucky call on that one.
Yeah.
Illegal use of hands on Reed Mulligan.
No, is that the call? I think it's a 4 in the key.
Oh, 4 in the...
Yeah, 4 in the key. Kevin just, I think, touched the line there. He was backing up. Maybe didn't notice that he was so close to the key, but it's a reset on the shot clock, so it's back to 40, so BC has a bit of time. And
Yeah, so that reach in by Reed was clean, so a bit of a bailout there.
BC deciding not to trap the penalty box. Sometimes teams will do that if they want that player to inbound, but it seems like it's not part of their strategy right now. They're just going to let Kevin go on the court.
So right there, it really looked like BC was trying to bait another penalty goal to keep that player in the box, but it had a couple of shots, but it didn't work out. And a nice try.
Yep.
Oh. You hate to see those as a coach, hey, Pico?
Yeah. You never want to, you're as a coach, you might be okay with forced turnovers, but when it's unforced, yeah. But I mean, you got to trust that the guys will fight to get it back. So
exactly.
It's not going to be the last turnover of the game.
Exactly, and you just hope that that we can refocus and look at that. Like
they got it.
They put the pressure on, and they got the turnover.
And then Erica used timeout because she was going out of bounds. So just before she crossed the line, used her timeout, and that's the second for Ontario.
So there is an example of passing out of that first touch. So Reed got the first touch, and instead of pushing, instead of even looking to push, he just gives it right back to the inbounder, and led to an easy try.
Yep.
Julio manages to get out of that double and use Kaylin in his screen. Here, now the ball needs to go to Josh.
Yeah, either the Josh after the inbound or right away to Andrew. Andrew has to set up his underneath pass, and because Julia's got that range, and Drew's got the chair skills to get under and get that ball. So it's just a bit of a miscommunication, I guess.
Yeah, just maybe not a little bit of uncertainty around how the offense is supposed to work, and maybe they're just not making the correct reads off the defense quick enough. And BC's subbed in, so Josh Holton and Kaylin McDougall are out, and Nathan Bragg and Tiana Hesmert are in for their first action of this game. And Nathan is a player that has made good strides this year as well, so I'm excited to see how he does here. Oh, a little bit of an unlucky bounce off Nate's chair, but I mean, quite a few of those have gone in BC's way so far, so eventually the luck's going to run out.
Yeah, we got two members of the BC team on the court here, Nathan and Julia, that actually played for the Ottawa Stingers a few years. Both went to school in Ottawa at the Ottawa University, and Nathan went to Carleton University. So I got the chance to play with them for a few years, and they're both really good people and athletes that are keen to learn and just good for the team atmosphere. So.
And both really smart. I mean,
oh, for sure.
Julia's on her way to being a full-fledged doctor, and Nate did a communications degree. So.
Yep. So I do have to take a little bit of credit for how good they're playing now. So. Even though they're coached by you and Trevor now, but.
Well, you laid the very good groundwork, especially with Julia. So.
Well, Nate's he's a fan favorite. Works in communications, like you mentioned, for BC Wheelchair Sports and for WWR, I believe. So he basically knows everyone. Everybody knows Nate. So
he might be the biggest wheelchair rugby fan I
know.
Yeah.
He watches a lot of rugby.
And he is very, very passionate about the sport.
Yep. This is awesome. Yeah. Again, that second pass needs to be set up a bit better, I think, on the BC side, right?
Yeah, I mean that's where I really see the BC struggling right now. And I mean Ontario's taking advantage of it, and they're up to a 3-point lead here.
So they got a couple people in the sub box, so we'll see if they'll make a substitution soon. Ontario.
Nice attack up from Nate there.
There you go. Nice recovery by Kevin. I think he's going to be able to stop. Oh! It's close.
Yeah, I mean, nice hustle from Kevin. He made Andrew turn back. Just got to throw the brakes on. Where's the e-brake?
Nah. So BC will be 4-on-3 for a few seconds, maybe a minute, depending on if they score or not. Oh. Nice inbound by Nate. Oh, I think Tatiana was going to maybe make her way to the box, but changed her mind.
Again, Drew's looking for that, looking to hit one of the Ontario players out of bounds and either cause another penalty or a penalty goal. Tiana's trapped in the key, so BC's got to score quick.
Yep. Falls into Reed. Reed's going to follow his pick. Reed's playing really well this year. He actually played in the U.S. League for Washington, D.C. So he, along with that and playing with Ontario and Ottawa, he's competed in a lot of tournaments, and you can tell he's in better shape than he was last year. He's faster. So I think that's going to make a difference for Team Ontario this year.
Yeah, he's one of about 10 Canadians that played in the USQRA this year.
Yeah, I think so. I think it was 10. 7 ended up representing their club team at nationals, because not everyone is qualified, right? So
yeah, I mean it's great to see so many Canadians going down there and getting that valuable experience.
And Reed did win the High Pointer Award for Best High Pointer in Division 1 in Vancouver, so it's coming in hot. Feeling it.
He's feeling it.
So turnover again. It's going to be Ontario ball coming in. We have two subs. Jamie Sofa from the Toronto Titans and Natasha Schmidt, who's competing at her first national championships. I believe she's a three-pointer playing as a 2-5. And Jamie, same thing. He's a 3 playing as a 2-5 because he's over the age of 45.
And what club does she play with?
Natasha's in London. So she's with the London Annihilators.
Nice.
It's fun. It's fun to see. I was at a camp there in London a couple of weeks ago, and they have, I think, 4 or 5 new players. So it's exciting to see that there's more people who are going to join our sport. It was kind of tough with the COVID years where we didn't really get to practice much or didn't have access to the hospitals where we can maybe meet some of the patients that suffered an injury or whatnot. So now that things are opening, it's the recruitment is getting better.
Yeah, which is great to see because we lost a few players during COVID. Just like they moved on to other things, and it's really great to see the sport kind of growing again.
Yeah. We all know that the national team the members are getting a little older, so we need to add some youth in there. So hopefully we'll find more and more, and we'll have a deeper roster.
100%. And I'm super excited about the youth program that you started up, Pico, and
yeah.
we started up a youth program in BC as well, and it's exciting to see young kids getting excited about wheelchair rugby and kicking some butt on the court.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's there's more people than we think that are out there that might be interested in playing the sport. And for kids, it's awesome. I mean, one of the players that plays on the Ottawa team, he already prefers rugby over basketball. So like, oh yeah, we got one. He's gonna stick with us. So
that's exactly what we like to hear.
Yeah.
And so to anybody watching, if you know somebody with a disability that affects their upper body as well as their lower body, they are most likely eligible for wheelchair rugby. So if you want to know, where the local closest club is, just sign on to wheelchairrugby.com, and there's a section of the website, like a club locator.
.ca, I believe. Wheelchairrugby.ca.
Perfect. Thank you.
No problem. So Ontario just turned it over. BC ball. Got the ball into Andrew. Oh, nice pick by Erica, but I think Julia was able to get out of it, and she should be able to score that goal. Nice effort from Julia here.
So, for example, Julia, her disability is she had a stroke when she was younger, so it is really affecting her left arm and her left leg. So it's not just spinal cord injury type disabilities that can play, like cerebral palsy, Charcot-Marie tooth, a variety of neuromuscular disorders. So.
Yep. No, usually you need to have impairment in 3 limbs, but if you're not sure if you're eligible or not, just come out and we'll tell you.
Yeah, exactly.
We can still play for fun. A lot of clubs, they have members that might not be eligible to play at the Paralympic level, but for clubs, to have fun, practice with the team, and go to some tournaments, we're welcoming everyone.
Exactly.
Ooh.
Nice outlet pass to Nate Dogg. Gets it over to Drew and cruises in for a try. So we'll take a moment here to let you know that Wheelchair Rugby Canada is having an auction, and the proceeds are going to help pay for national championships. Just check out the Wheelchair Rugby Canada's Instagram page and the link tree to be able to bid on a Baytech Mini, and the starting bid is $4,000, but retail price, I believe those are around $8,000 to $9,000. And you can also bid on a equipment management kit sponsored by Vesco, and the starting price is $350 for that. And that's going to be full of all the tools that you need to help run a wheelchair rugby team.
So Ontario turned it over. BC's got the ball with 57. Oh, never mind. The ball has been turned over again, so nice steal from Jamie Sofa. Ontario's going to try to score quick. Nice pass by Ian.
Yeah, and again, that's one of those unforced turnovers that you really hate to see. Just have a little bit more focus on the inbound and get that ball right into the person's lap. So I'm kind of guessing that BC's going to hold up and try to score last goal here.
Oh, I think it went off Jamie Sofa's wheel, so it should be BC ball, but there's only 20 seconds left on the shot clock.
It should be enough time to score comfortably, but again, you're putting yourself in the positions where the pressure is a little bit higher, margin for error is a little bit lower, so good job from Ontario, and let's see if BC can execute.
Oh. Ball's into Julia. Oh.
Oh, Julia has to use a timeout because she's so close to the sideline there. You know, Ian's a big boy, and you know, it doesn't take much to get shoved over the sideline there. So nice call from Julia.
Yeah, that's their last time out. The clock is going to reset to 15, so the shot clock and the score clock are the same. So ideally for BC, it's really important to score that last goal before the halftime.
Yeah, it's going to be very important.
Because it's also their arrow, so they're starting the third quarter with the ball.
You know, and hopefully, you know, you score that first goal. You score the last goal here, and first goal of the next quarter, and you know, the score will be 19 to 20 in that situation.
Ooh, that's off, Ian. Remains black ball.
I think Andrew and Tiana need to work a screen here. But Ontario is running a really tight double-double. Ball comes into Tiana, gets it off to Julia.
No goal. Andrew crossed the end line without the ball, so a turnover, and Ontario will have 6 seconds to try to score a goal here.
Yeah, so to score a successful try, you have to have possession of the ball and cross the goal line with 2 of your 4 wheels.
Yeah, the back casters do not count, though, so it's the 2 big wheels and the front casters.
So BC here, you know, it has to maintain focus, and there's 6 seconds left, which is plenty of time for a team to score. So even though BC wasn't successful in scoring that try, they have to have a tight defense here and not let Ontario gain too much momentum. All right, we're going into halftime. Ontario 20, BC 17. I mean, so far, the game's kind of following what we thought. A pretty tight game.
Yeah.
Lots of turnovers each direction. You know, some swings of momentum. I mean, Ontario definitely looks like is carrying the momentum at this point. And we'll see during halftime what kind of adjustments the coaches make on both sides, and see who can come out and take control in the second half.
I think both teams mainly play all their players. I think maybe Ontario, we haven't seen Connor on the court yet, but I'm sure he'll get there sometime in the second half. And I think BC, all their players have been on the court in the first half. So it's good to see the both coaches on both sides trusting their players and their lineups and getting everyone some experience before the medal round. Because there is, you know, like you mentioned earlier, there's a chance that these teams are going to face each other. I mean, there's other good teams here in Division 2. I think Quebec had a good game earlier today. I think they beat Alberta before this one on the other courts. So it's going to be interesting.
Yeah. So how the tournament's working on the Div 2 side is it's a straight round robin. So each team plays each other once, and then from those rankings, the first place and second place team will jump immediately to the gold medal game, and third and fourth will play for the bronze medal. And I think there's a 5th, 6th game.
No, there isn't.
Okay, just
so
straight into the medal round.
Yeah. So after the round robin, first against 2, 3 against 4, and the team that finished 5th in their respective division will be out of the tournament, so they won't be playing on Sunday.
Not a bad consolation prize. You get to sleep in on the Sunday.
Yeah. We were supposed to mention something about donation, but I forgot, so Brian,
yes.
I'll let you...
Yeah, so wheelchairrugby.ca, there is a section of that website where you can sign up to make a donation to Wheelchair Rugby Canada. And that money will go towards the national team and helping Canada prepare for the Pan Am Games later this year in Santiago, Chile. And that's going to be Team Canada's first try to qualify for the 2024 Paralympics in Paris. So hopefully Pico and I will both be representing Canada down in Santiago.
Yeah, only the team that finishes first will qualify automatically, and whoever finishes probably, I would say 2, 3, and 4 will have to go to another tournament to try to qualify against teams from all over the world. So the European Championships are happening right now in Cardiff, Wales. I think it's ending on Sunday, I believe, this weekend. So all the zonals, all the different zones are going to have their tournaments from now to, or the later one, in November to determine the teams that are going to qualify for Paris, and then the other teams that will have another opportunity to compete for the remaining positions.
Yeah, I think after all the sectionals are done, there'll be 2 spots remaining. So I think that the top 8 teams in world rankings that have not qualified at that point will be invited. And I heard rumors that it might be in Australia, the last chance qualifier. And yeah, so the top 2 teams from that tournament would advance on and get to represent their countries in Paris at the 2024 Paralympics.
Yeah, it's going to be a good year for the national team, for club teams and some provincial programs. This is basically the end of the season. Usually starts around September and ends here at the national championships. Some athletes will take a few months off, depending if they're interested in spending their time doing different things. But for some of us, it's basically year-round, so we're going to keep going and keep training.
Yeah, so for athletes that are on the provincial teams as well as the national team, this is kind of really the beginning of the international schedule. So those players competing on the national team will have a very busy summer with training camps and tournaments, getting the team all prepared to do our best and at that qualifier at Parapans.
So we're about ready to start the second half. Looks like the starting lineups are back on for both teams. So the coaches decided to go with the same formation as they did to start the game. For Nikki. For Nikki penalty again. So on defense, you are not allowed to have more than three players in the key. You can see the key's taped up. I think it's 8 meters by 1.75 meters.
Yeah, it's that rectangle there in front of the goals.
So and on offense, you're only allowed to be in there for 10 seconds maximum. So if you're there for over 10 seconds, it's a turnover. The ball goes to the other team.
And key offense is something that a team will spend quite a bit of time working on at training camps and at their local club practices, as well as key defense, because it's part of the game. It's like a set piece, and it is quite easy to practice. But it can be quite difficult to execute properly. There's a lot of timing and communication and just being on the same page that goes into being able to run those plays successfully.
Well, it's because the space is so limited too, right, in the keys. So you have to really pay attention to all the small details, chair position, trying to get an extra inch if you can of space. So it's just different than playing with the full court, because you're just limited what you have to work with.
So one change I've noticed that BC has made is they've gone to having Kalen inbound. So Kalen is the 1.5 on this lineup. So he generally in wheelchair rugby, you like to break your lineup down into the number 1, number 2, number 3, and the number 4. And your number 1 is your primary ball carrier, and your number 4 is going to be your primary picker. So to have your number 4 inbound is a little bit unusual, and it is an interesting switch up from BC. So we'll see how it goes for them.
At least it's a number 4 with quite a bit of function as a 1.5, right?
Yeah.
So you see that a bit more often than a 0.5 inbounding.
And internationally, you do see a number of teams that will have their number 4 inbounds, even if the number 4 is a 0.5 or a 1. It's quite common on high-low lineups, but there are a number of balanced teams that will have their 0.5 inbound internationally.
So we just saw another turnover happening where Ontario was able to steal the ball and then they gave it right back. So that's a triple. That's a turnover. So It's frustrating when you are able to get a turnover on defense. You want to capitalize on it, and they haven't been able to do that in the last 3 possessions. But finally, Ontario scored.
Yeah, and I think what's leading to a lot of those turnovers on BC's half is that Ontario is really doing a great job of doubling Julia to prevent her from being able to push with the ball. And it's really leading to a bit of confusion on BC's half on how to execute out of that.
Especially if Ontario is able of pushing Julia to her bad side, so her left side. She's going to have a harder time trying to get rid of the ball that side. So I'm sure it's part of their strategy.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
Nice push here by Reed to get a 4-point lead early in the third quarter.
Jess using Kaylin as a pick. She gets the ball up to Julia. Nicely
That's a nice
done.
play. Good angle here by Dylan. Ooh, guys got greedy. Went for that ball.
Jess is such a heads-up player. She's so good at making those kind of short to medium-range passes. And she can really see those windows opening up, and she's always ready to dish the ball. Oh, a nice defensive sequence from BC. You know, they take some time off the clock and manage to drop into a key defense. Nice. Reed just managed to sneak his way in on that left side.
Oh, wow. Nice swipe here by Ian. See if, I think it should still be BC ball. Nope.
Oh, they call it Ontario ball. So generally, when a ball gets knocked off a player's lap, they retain possession. But if the ref determines that the ball kind of hit their knee on the way out, or maybe, part of their chair as it was getting knocked off the lap, they will call that turnover.
This one was close. It could have been either way, I think. 5-point lead here for Ontario, or seem to be taking control of the game.
Yeah, the momentum's definitely swung in Ontario's favor, and Ontario seems to be scoring fairly easily, where BC is definitely struggling a little bit more to convert.
And they're out of timeouts too, right? So at some point they're gonna have to pass the ball and trying to get it over half, and it might seem like a unforced turnover, but they basically don't have an option. If they can't cross over a half within 12 seconds, they're gonna have to throw it.
Yeah, and the idea is there is like, instead of the other team having the ball already close to your goal, you at least make them inbound close to their goal and give your defense more room to work with.
Ball's in here to Dylan, number 44. Nice play here to recover by Drew, and then hitting him out close to the center line to get everyone back. But Dylan was able to call timeout just before he crossed the line again. The guys are actually, the players are making the right calls when it comes to timeout so far in this game. There's only one left for Ontario, but still, they're using it wisely.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. I mean, it's really not too big of an issue if you use your timeouts to prevent turnovers. It doesn't, who cares if you use them all up in the first quarter? At least you prevented 4 turnovers.
Yeah. So again, BC has just dropped back in the key, so we'll see what Ontario's going to run here. Looks like they'll be attacking the middle with a 2-on-1, hopefully. Some hesitation here, but nice pick here by Erica to create a lot of space actually for Reed to.
Yeah, Ian managed to kind of bait that corner player to cheat in a little bit too much, and Erica was right there ready to seal.
You can see Ian here. He's got length. He's a tall guy. He likes to swipe for the ball, so he'll get some of the. Oh, that's a. Oh.
Whoa.
Yeah. It was close to over and back, but ended up being out of bounds. So.
And yeah, in danger areas on the court, right? It was so like the ball had just come in, and that's a tough play because you're challenging the center line right close to the sideline, and you know, in those situations it's just so much better to turn back, and you got so much time to get across half that you don't need to rush. The name of the game in wheelchair rugby is you want to be scoring on 95% plus of your offensive possessions, so it's really about playing smart and not forcing the issue on offense.
Oh, for sure. You want to try to make the higher percentage plays though every time. Easier said than done, but
oh yeah, 100%.
With experience and practice, it makes it a little easier. Oh. Another one here that BC just can't afford at this point in the game, right? Can't afford these turnovers. You're down by 6.
And you can see, you know, it really looks like BC's just lacking a little bit of confidence at the moment. You know, like, you know, that pass it's an easy pass to make, and when you kind of put it behind somebody, you hesitate to make the pass, and then when you make the pass and it's behind, it's just.
Well, you also have to consider, like, sometimes, the pass can be better, but the receiver can be in a position to help out.
Yeah.
With a better angle or more space on the court, where you're not really passing behind the player, but.
Yeah, you know, you just hug the sidelines a little bit more. You don't cut in quite as early, and then you have more adjustment to a pass.
We are quadriplegics, or not necessarily quadriplegics, but players have impairments in their hands, so the passing will never be perfect.
And a common adage you'll hear coaches say is, you know, force the team to pass.
Yeah.
And anything can happen. So.
Yep.
Ontario scores and stretches the lead to 7. And it looks like we're going to see a bench timeout and some substitutions.
Yeah, BC chose to use one of their bench timeouts, get some subs, maybe go over a couple things. Looks like Coach Trevor Hirschfield wants to talk to his squad.
And Garrett Hickling is taking the opportunity to talk to his squad as well.
A lot of experience coaching. Dave Wilsey and Garrett Hickling on the Ontario side. Both guys have played for many, many years on the national team, won the World Championship in 2002
Yep.
in Sweden. And then Trevor he's been around since 2004 probably on the national, or close to that on the national team.
Yeah, he wasn't at Paralympics in 2004, but
he was at Worlds in 2006, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So, it's 17 years ago.
Yeah.
So yeah, for sure. There's lots of experience on the benches, which is great for the athletes.
And it's great to see, you know, longtime national team members giving back to the sport, helping pass on their knowledge and their love of the game to the next generation.
It's all about passion, right? We're all passionate about the sport. It has changed many lives, being able to compete at the highest level and travel around the world. So we're really fortunate to be able to play the sport, and so we're just I think we're all trying to give back and see other people succeed.
Oh, nice big hit from Ian. Ian's a big body out there.
Oh, yeah.
And Julia just bounced right off.
I think he's a 6'4", or 6'5", or he's a big guy. Nathan, nice heads-up play. Pass to Josh. Josh is going to make it to Julia.
Nice pass.
Nice play. Reed almost got the jump ball on that one.
Yeah, it was definitely close. I mean, Josh did a good job of getting the ball out of Reed's hands there. And
yeah, a lot of times if the ball carrier moves the ball, the refs are not going to blow the whistle very early. They're going to wait till... Oh boy, nice play here by Kevin. Paul is into Josh. Uses his pick. Very nice.
Nathan crosses up with Josh, and he's wide open on the left side.
Oh, he just dribbled at the right time.
This can definitely be a tough situation for a player. You know, you're surrounded by the defense, and they're swiping at the ball, and it can be tough to work the ball up and get it out. So nicely done by Josh. Just a little bit of an issue there attacking the key.
Looks like, yeah, Ree was able to get the ball in.
We've got a nice little drag race between Ian Crow and Josh Holton.
Yeah, Josh got some wheels on him. Can use a bit. I think he has a bit of trunk muscles, so he can use that to proper his chair forward.
Yeah, Josh is one of those athletes that started playing wheelchair rugby when he was fairly young. I think he started when he was 13, 14. He's got a lot of years of wheelchair basketball under his belt as well, and that definitely helps make the transition into a sport like wheelchair rugby.
Oh. Turnover here. It's going to be Ontario ball in the corner. There's no touch off the inbound, so.
It looks like Ontario's has adjusted really well to the low point inbound from BC. They're really throwing a tough deny, and BC just doesn't have enough motion to create those windows for the ball to come in.
Pick and roll here. Ian's going to score in the corner, and there'll be a minute 6 left in the third quarter. Yeah, I think we forgot to mention the sub for Ontario making his debut, and then on the live stream at the National Championships, it's Connor. Number 1 here is a 0.5.
Yeah, he just went through classification yesterday and got his first class as a 0.5. So newer athletes have to go through the classification process, and once you've been through 3 times, you get your permanent class. So Connor's has started his journey to receive his permanent class.
He's also out of London, Ontario, playing for the Annihilators. So he's really keen. I had a chance to chat with him a couple of weeks ago in London, and he's got a ton of questions. He really enjoys the sport, and I think we're gonna see him for a long time.
And that's awesome. I mean, even if he doesn't make the national team level, the sport can provide so much for athletes, like a sense of community. You know, you get in better shape, you're having fun, competitive outlet. I learned so much in my years playing wheelchair rugby, and it's been such a big positive impact in my life. So I love it when I see other athletes getting that same benefit.
Yep. No, for sure. Turnover here. Kevin was able to steal the ball from the BC player, and Ontario score to go up 11 late in the third. 15 seconds left here. Julia's going to push to score the goal before the end of the quarter. Maybe by a couple seconds. No, decides to score. There's 8 seconds left for Ontario to score the last goal. See what happens here. It's enough time. It's enough time. We'll have to execute.
Definitely, yeah. And BC's got to make sure they contain here. Don't let any of these Ontario players get open.
There you go. Really good chair position by Josh on Ian, not letting him go over half and near the goal line. So
yeah, Josh uses his angles really well, and he used the right angle to contain Ian and that speed.
So end of the third quarter, we have 1 more left. It is 35-25 for Ontario. Did you expect the score to be a little closer at this point, or you're just like, oh well, teams are trying different things and figure things out for the later games?
You know what? I was definitely hoping to see a closer score. I definitely expected BC to keep the game a lot closer. That being said, I mean, 10 points, it is quite a lead, and Ontario's most likely going to be able to take this game all the way, but you never know. BC could stage a comeback here, but at this point it'd be tough going to fight back from 10 points down.
And at this point, I think you just shouldn't really look at the clock or at the score too much. I think you just focus on the goals that you have for this quarter. You want to finish on a good note because it's only day one of the tournament, right? So every quarter matters. It's just a matter of setting up small wins or small goals and then go from there. But looks like we'll have some substitutions on the Ontario side.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm on the bench here, I'm telling my athletes to build some momentum, to carry it into the next game and the rest of the tournament. And you're right, you don't look really at the score at this point. You just try to build out that momentum however you can. All right, Ontario ball to start the fourth quarter.
We have 4 women on the court. It's not something you see very often, right? Like to have 2 on each team. So it's like we just mentioned earlier. It's great to see the growth of the sport with women.
Yeah, it's great to see. I think this is the first time Jamie Silva has been on the court.
No, he played earlier.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He had I think he had at least 1 shift for sure.
Another long-time player for Ontario, hey?
Yeah, Jamie, he started off playing wheelchair basketball and then he switched to rugby. But yeah, he's been around for a long time. He's got a lot of energy. He works really hard on the court, and he's fun to play with. I
know that he is a big regular at the training center in Toronto there.
So he trains with guys that are on the national team. So Cody Caldwell, Travis Morale, Erica Rodriguez. So he's been showing up pretty often lately, and I know he set a goal for himself to be an impact player for the national championships. So there he is. There he is on the court.
Ball in for Ontario. Sofa's got the ball, looking up court. Spots Dylan. Oh, nice heads-up play by Julia there, stopping him on the line.
So Dylan used the last time out for Team Ontario, so both teams are out. You can see that there's strategy involved with stopping players at half court. I think probably like 4 timeouts so far have been called at half court. So
yes,
there's a few opportunities to get a turnover on defense, off the inbound, at the center line, back in the key. But the center line is a danger zone, and teams will sometimes bait the player to get just over half and then trying to hit him so his wheels go in the back court. So we saw it a few times today.
Ooh, tough pass for Jamie to catch there. That came out
hot and wide.
Yeah, that is a tough one to bring in.
Oh, it will remain BC ball, but a good attempt by Jamie to try to steal the ball here. Ooh, nice push by Andrew. Thought maybe Dylan had a chance to cut the angle, but Drew kept pushing and got the advantage here.
Yeah, Drew has some really great speed for 2.0. You know, quite a few years ago, he did play quite a bit at the Div 1 level for BC, and he's using that speed now in the Div 2 level to help our Div 2 team have success.
Ooh.
Oh, big hit.
Nice hit.
Turnover.
Dasha almost brought the ball back from the ground to her lap, but Julia came with the big hit and she lost control of the chair a little bit.
Nice little handoff from Jess to Julia. Julia in for a try. That cuts the lead to 8.
Yeah.
So BC building a little bit of momentum here. I mean, in a way, it's almost to be expected when you know, when a team throws out some younger or some newer players. You know, definitely an opportunity to get some turnovers.
Push. And that Ash doesn't try to push over half. Oh.
There, I think that's maybe one of the first 12-second calls.
There hasn't been many, you know. If BC can score here, they'll be down 7. And yeah, they will. But it's good experience for the newer players to try to readjust a little bit here.
Oh, 100%. I mean, these tough minutes are the minutes where you really learn a lot as a newer player, and even as an experienced player.
Oh. Nice.
Nice catch. Ball into Drew. He's gonna get pointed up court, use that speed. Just put that ball into space and let Jessica Kaylin get into it, but oof. Nicely done by Jessica.
Yeah, she looks like she was close to that line.
That was, yeah, that was a little spicy. Nice play by Drew to knock Erica out of bounds there. You know, the offense looked like it was in a bit of a predicament, but Drew kind of bails out BC by using his strength to knock out Erica. That try, BC cuts the lead to 7. Ontario gets the ball into Erica. Erica's doing a great job of wheeling with the ball.
Yeah.
It's not often you see a low pointer like that.
Oh. Still got it.
Advance up and
there you go. Nice play by Erica. Yeah.
they find Dylan all alone.
Give and go with Jess and Kaylin. Gonna use her pick to get up the court. She might need to find an option here. Oh. Wow. Pinball.
BC manages to gain possession of that bouncing ball, and Julia's in for the try.
Not sure if that was in the playbook, but it worked out.
Hey, it worked. Whatever works.
We got a bench time out here called by Ontario. See if they make some subs or they just want to have a little chat with their players. Looks like they might keep the same 4 in. I'm not sure. We'll find out soon.
Yeah, I mean, there's about 3 minutes, 43 seconds left in the game, and the lead is still pretty comfortable at 7 points. So it's a great opportunity to keep your newer players in there and give them some valuable playing time.
So next game we got Ontario Lightning playing against BC1.
So for those of you who are unaware, Pico's playing for the Lightning and I'm playing for BC1.
Yeah, should be a good one. I think we're on the second court, aren't we?
I believe so.
Yeah. So the game that will be streamed next will be between Quebec B and the New Brunswick, the local team.
And I believe you're going to get Mel and Kendra as commentators.
Oh, yeah.
So Kendra is one of the provincial coaches for BC, and Mel is one of the national team players and provincial players for Team Quebec. Kendra was the coach of that women's team earlier this year in Paris, and Mel was the captain.
All right. Ooh, turnover here. Oh, I don't know. It will be Ontario ball. I was close to another turnover.
Drew just was right near the center line, so she just had to tap it into the front court there, and Drew just couldn't quite secure that bouncing ball. Nice ball movement from Ontario there.
Three on the clock. No, too high. It's tough to pass over Julia in the corner in the short space. She's tall, but they were out of timeouts, so Ontario had to try something, make a play, and just ended up being a turnover.
You know, they've transitioned well to deny defense here, so they're gonna see if they can get that turnover back. Ball in on the give and go.
Connor tried to help out Ian here with a little tap, but it went out the front of his chair. Nice try.
And just like on that offensive possession, BC is just all on one side of the court, right? And they're just not quite utilizing that full width. And it leads to tough plays like that, tough passes with where the defense is not that far away. It really makes it a lot easier on the defense. They don't have to cover as much ground.
So BC forcing the number one to inbound, but it was pretty easy inbound here from Reed to Ian.
Although BC's getting a nice contained look here.
I think almost a steal by Julia, but it hit the front of her chair, and the ball went out of bounds, so it's still Ontario ball. Oh, nice easy pass here from Ian to Kevin. Penalty try.
Yeah, 2 minutes, 14 seconds left in this game, and it's been quite a few kind of balls on the ground, but really, it's ending up is goal for goal. Each team are getting really good chances at turnovers. They just can't quite convert on them.
Oh, big hit by Ian. He's on a mission. Big man on campus.
And Ian was part of the national team program for many years and has played at the Div 1 level as well as the Div 2 level. So
lives in Ontario now, but actually he's always lived in Ontario, but he was really close to Manitoba because he used to live in Kenora, Ontario, but now he's in London, Ontario. So he played many years for the province of Manitoba. I would say probably for the first 10 years of his rugby career.
Yeah, and he did play quite a bit of wheelchair basketball back in the day as well. But he's really helping out this Ontario Div 2 team. He's making a big difference for them.
He's bringing stability to the team.
Yeah, I kind of had playing in that number 2 role. He's got confidence. He's got a lot of knowledge, and he's got great speed. So he's really helping stabilize their offense and being a big problem for BC on defense.
A bit of top spin. He might get it though. He does.
Oh, nice push by nice hustle by Drew. Oh, that thing was speeding up with each bounce.
Not as fast as Andrew though.
Oh, turnover for BC.
I think the ref yelled white, but he pointed the wrong direction. So yeah, he just he corrected his call right here.
Oh, you fooled me, that's for sure.
Oh, he's gonna have to reset here, use his teammates maybe. Probably needs a pick and roll. Julia's gonna be hard to beat one-on-one. Her side to side's pretty strong.
Yeah, I mean Reed's quite good turning, but Julia, I think it's definitely his match.
Oh, he dropped the ball. Oh boy.
That's tough for Connor to try to get that ball back in.
So 24 seconds left in the game. BC will try to get the ball in here.
They're down 6. I don't know if they can score this, cut the lead to 5, but they're just running out of time.
Another steal. Reed, who got the ball stolen from him earlier, just got it back. So
Ontario, a lot of their players have quick hands, and they're not shy to get in there and try to make a play on the ball. So
they got a bit of height too when Reed and Crow are on the court, and Jamie's pretty tall too. Oh, nice hit. 5 seconds left. Reed really wants to swipe that ball, but Julia uses her arms to protect the ball, and there she scores with 1 second left.
Final score, Ontario Suns 42 and BC 2 at 36. Thank you guys for tuning in and enjoying this game with us. Stay tuned for the next game. All right. Well done, Nico. Everything sounds so quiet now. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I gotta get ready. What time is it?
We're here today to see the differences and similarities between Rugby's training schedule and what ours look like, so I'm going to take you through it today.
Here at Rugby, it's a bit different from able-bodied rugby. We got a roster of 12 when we go to events, and we play our game is 4-on-4.
34, 35. Hey! 30 seconds. Go eat it up.
Let's go. So usually you just go straight back in the rugby.
So when we're with a trainer, so most of working out is an adaptive way to do it.
Yeah.
So because we don't have floor, stuff like this is most of it's fighting just to stay balanced versus putting it towards the bench.
Well, just from everyone here, We're really grateful for you guys coming out. It's great learning about the sport you play and similarities and differences. And yeah, look on and good luck going towards the Paralympics. And yeah, hopefully see you there.
That's the rest of your season.
Appreciate it. Thanks so much, guys.
I'm Nancy Wong, and I'm the Performance Services Manager with Canada. Well, with performance service management, there is kind of two aspects of it. One is, remote work, and one is on-site work. So with being a team manager on-site, it's just making sure that all of the logistics is covered for the players and for the staff so that we can run efficiently and smoothly and get on the court. So what is team management? It's making sure that our logistics is smooth and covered from the players' perspective on making sure that they have everything that they need to get on court and do their job, as well as the staff, making sure that they're logistically supported to do their roles and be able to fulfill their responsibilities to support the athletes in a high-performance environment. Day-to-day routine as a team manager starts right early in the morning, ensuring that the players have access to nutrition right from breakfast, lunch, and dinner, logistics from transportation to getting from the hotel to the venue, ensuring that they have everything that they need to get on court, from clean jerseys to snacks to water, and that they're set up with the IST so that their jobs and roles and responsibilities are supported from a logistical standpoint. Time management and priority management are probably my top two that I always have to keep in mind when it comes to team management, ensuring that that you have the problem-solving skills and also critical solving skills to basically manage all the hiccups and scenarios that can come into any high-performance environment. Being flexible, but also being nimble, and to work with what you've been given in order to support the players and the staff. It all started off with a volunteer opportunity. I met with Duncan Campbell many years ago, and this was after I had finished my program at SFU as a kinesiology student. And I wanted to seek more experience with working with those in different populations, and this was something that I had the opportunity to do. And I started off as an equipment manager, volunteering with the Vancouver club team. And from that, I was introduced to volunteer with the national team. And from there, I was just provided an opportunity to really showcase what I had. And I had an amazing team at Wheelchair Rugby Canada that believed in me and offered me a position as the Performance Services Manager. And that was over a decade ago. So here I am, starting from a volunteer position and into a role that I couldn't have imagined, and I love being with Wheelchair Rugby Canada. It's been a really fun roller coaster ride. This last 2 years has been an amazing experience being a new parent, obviously, transitioning back into my role as a Performance Services Manager full-time. I've had a wonderful support network of family, my mom, my husband, and obviously Wheelchair Rugby Canada that has supported me right from day one, from the exciting news of being pregnant and then having our little daughter Betty. So it's been a fine balance of making sure that I, have time with my family, making sure that I complete my my goals as a performance service manager, but I couldn't do it without the support that I've had so far with both Team Canada and my family. We are being forward-thinking and supporting new parents like myself in making sure that we feel supported but also seen. And I have so much gratitude for Wheelchair Rugby Canada in making sure that I have everything that I need, and that I can continue on and perform my best as a performance service manager and supporting the team in a high performance environment, but also being the best mom that I could be to my little daughter Betty. With Kathy and Laurel leading Wheelchair Rugby Canada, they've provided an excellent example of what inclusion looks like. And I feel that as a new parent, that this has been a really important step for me, but also the policies that are in place that have really supported me and future parents in our organization. I've had many other women in the sport, in parasport, approach me and say, how is this possible? And it's with that leadership and forward thinking, and I encourage any new parent out there to really speak with their organization and ask about what can they do to provide that same support. And I have the most respect and gratitude for Wheelchair Rugby Canada, and I'm forever thankful.
My name is Melissa Lacroix. Most of the team calls me, or I go by Mel. First mistake. All right, my role with the team is lead IST and lead physiologist. IST stands for Integrated Support Team. So, with Wheelchair Rugby Canada here, we have a wide range of IST involved in the program, and the IST is there to support the program, the athletes and the staff in all areas of sports science and sports medicine. So, that it could include, but doesn't limit us to, nutritionists, paramedical, so like athletic therapists or physicians, sports medicine staff, and then we have mental performance coaches, strength and conditioning coach, sports analytics, so performance analysts. We really want to work together as what we call a transdisciplinary team. So what that means is essentially the staff as a whole is working together, collaborating, have a really strong understanding of each other's areas of expertise, but we're working together on solving problems or helping the athletes perform and stay healthy. So sports science, the way I see it, is that we're constantly evolving. Sports are always evolving, athletes evolving. So we need to be able to stay on top of research and innovation and being able to analyze and test if and how we're improving as a team, as athletes, and why we're improving and where we can make adjustments and help the athlete as a whole. So I do think it's really important. I obviously love data and collecting as much as possible, but I also realize that data is just numbers on a spreadsheet or numbers on a paper. The real impact of those numbers and that information that we collect really comes through that relationship with the coaches, the relationship with the athlete. Within wheelchair rugby, the coaches and athletes are the experts in their sport. So for me, it's about taking those numbers and really having those conversations and how we can apply it to the sport itself. Right, so my daily routine as a physiologist usually starts with P and ends with numbers and or data analysis and reporting. So what that means is often in the mornings before training sessions and my routine before a practice or competition would be to help the athletes prepare physically as best as possible for those sessions. So that could be from measuring hydration, helping with their protocols for nutrition and hydration and physical preparation going into sessions, and getting all of our technology ready for those sessions as well to help with monitoring training loads throughout those competitions and practices. During practices and training sessions, the focus is still on performance, so really supporting the athletes and the coaches within the performance. So that again goes to the physical prep side of things with fueling and hydrating, and given a lot of the athletes in the program have a spinal cord injury and have some sort of impairment to their thermoregulation system, a lot of my role within competition and training is to help with the cooling strategies. Following competition or training, the main focus quickly turns to recovery, so helping the athletes with their recovery for the next session as quickly as possible, and helping the coaches with preparation for the next training session and competition. So that usually ends with, my evenings usually end with data analysis, so downloading all the data and information from those practices and analyzing it and creating reports for the coaches. So I'm coming into my 10th season with the program. Throughout my career with the program, I've fulfilled different roles. So starting as a physiologist, and I've had the opportunity to work within strength conditioning, lead different research and innovation projects, and most recently the opportunity to lead the IST. Through my career, I've been fortunate to have some really incredible mentors and leaders challenge me and help me develop and grow into the practitioner and leader I am today. And some of those are within the program here at Wheelchair Rugby Canada, and others throughout the Copston network that been part of. I think we have a really great culture overall that supports collaboration within the IST and supports the innovation within sports science and sports medicine. So, given that there isn't a whole lot of research for parasport athletes, it's really important for us as practitioners to be the ones to be innovative and create the research and continue to analyze and push boundaries within sports science. So I've been surrounded by some really great mentors and other experts that continue to help me grow and push me. And growing up as an athlete, I was always really interested in training. Going into college, I went into athletic training as my background, as my undergrad. So had gone through a lot of injuries as an athlete myself. And so the athletic therapy side was really interesting to me to learn how the rehab process and return to sport worked. And then from there, I think that training side was even more intriguing. So beyond just the injuries, how to return to sport, and was always interested in the internal systems of how things work and why things work. So I continued on with my master's in physiology, and then had that opportunity after my master's to work in sports science lab at Canadian Sports Institute Pacific, where I learned a little bit more of that applied side of physiology and really loved the challenge of constantly learning and being innovative. The advice I'd give to any young practitioner coming into sports science and physiology, I think the biggest thing is coming in and learning the sport that you're working with and learning the athletes and really involving the athletes in the process and the coaches in the process of any data collection or testing you're doing, any type of intervention is always learning the sport and the athletes and that relationship piece. And then I also think as a practitioner, it's important to have a wide range of skills. So not only having your small area of expertise, but really understanding what all of the other areas of sports science and sports medicine. That's where I would definitely say, have your area of expertise, but then go on and try to learn as much as you can of the other areas.
Favorite movie line quote? Why didn't I take the blue pill? Matrix 1.
Why, oh why didn't I take the blue pill?
Favorite movie line would be, "You can't handle the truth."
You can't handle the truth!
You like Dax?
Lark's looking after cows.
Get Dax. Do you like Dax?
Say hello to my little friend.
Say hello to my little friend!
Favorite movie line or quote? I really don't know one. Something Denzel Washington's. Wilson! Wilson! Well done!
You gotta change it.
The first rule of Fight Club is don't talk about Fight Club.
The first rule of Fight Club is you do not talk about Fight Club.
Nobody puts baby in a corner.
Nobody puts baby in a corner.
I got it. Shake and bake! Shake and bake, baby! Shake and bake.
Shake and bake, buddy! Shake it before you bake it!
I'll be back.
I'll be back.
Go on, streak it!
Bring your hat!
We're good! Streaky! Yes! Favorite movie line?
Bye, buddy. Hope you find your dad.
Bye, buddy. Hope you find your dad.
Thanks, Mr. Narwhal. Bye.
Elf.
Rocky 4, baby. No pain. No pain.
Rocky 4. No pain. No pain.
No pain. No pain. No pain. Not a big movie guy. Probably something funny. Oh yeah, lots of room for activities.
Look at all the sports space. We do aerobics in here. So many activities.
Favorite movie line quote? What's in the box?
Because I I envy your normal life.
Put the gun down, David.
It seems that envy is my sin.
Oh, what's in the box?
Tap it in. Happy Gilmore.
Tap it in. Just tap it in. Give it a little tappy. Tap, tap, taparoo.
I'm trying to think. But the movie is
Dirty
that.
Dancing.
Have you seen Dirty Dancing?
I was not even born.
Hi, my name is Ali Govier, and I'm the National Team Athletic Therapist for Wheelchair Rugby Canada. Athletic therapists are medical professionals who are responsible for emergency and acute care. They're responsible for injury prevention, rehabilitation, and as well as injury assessment. There's a difference between athletic therapists in comparison to other medical professionals with the fact that athletic therapists are seen on site at the time of injuries. Something that you don't see behind the scenes working with Wheelchair Rugby Canada is the amount of integration and collaboration that happens between the IST. We do work very closely with the rest of the IST to ensure that the athletes have care from a holistic approach, making sure that we work together to address their nutrition, the physiologists we work closely with, we make sure that their mental, emotional, physical well-beings are all taken care of. And that encompasses and requires us to plan one-on-one meetings where we do health intakes, or we're making sure they follow specific prehab programs, which would entail them doing strengthening, conditioning to work on stability of certain joints and muscles. We'll provide them with plans for flexibility just to improve their overall physical well-being. Specifically with wheelchair rugby, something that you don't see is the community. I love the environment that I walk into every day when I'm working centralized and decentralized with the team. I think it really provides an environment that makes me want to be here, want to work with both the athletes and the staff. The medical team's game day routine varies greatly each day. Some days I wake up and there's 6 or 7 athletes that I need to connect with for varying issues, whether it's injuries or health and illnesses. Making a busy morning before heading over to the gym, whether it's for practice or a game day. Whereas some days things are slow and quiet, I wake up and I can just do my own personal morning routine before heading over to the gym with the medical team. The medical staff aim to be some of the first staff on site at the gym, so when the athletes arrive, we can get right into tending to whatever that is that they need. Some wound care, taping, we will provide maybe some pre-game, pre-practice stretching, assisted stretching, and or any type of muscle activation. We will also help with transfers, helping some of the athletes move from day chair to game chair, as well as we will be tying up belts and helping with any other equipment that is required. We help with nutrition by providing snacks like bananas, peanut butter and jam sandwiches, granola bars, fruit bars, to ensure that all the athletes have the fuel they need throughout the games and all the tournaments and practices. Once the game starts, you'll see us on the sideline observing and ready to go for any assistance that may be required, whether that's covering up any new wounds or providing any type of assistance to equipment adjustments, as well as you'll see us flipping athletes up in their chairs if they're hit and knocked over. After the games are finished, we will help pack up the benches and then provide athletes with assisted stretching. We'll make ice packs and ice bags so the athletes can properly recover. If you come into the recovery room, you'll see a few things happening. We'll have massage and soft tissue work being done on the table. You'll also see a game-ready modality as well as a Normatec modality, which basically are machines that help promote healing. Specifically with high-performance sport, the use of athletic therapy has increased tenfold. People are starting to see the benefits of encouraging body recovery between events and the difference it makes on people's outcomes and their performance and their ability to succeed. I chose athletic therapy because sport has always been a central point and aspect in my life. As a kid, I played multiple sports across different disciplines, and it was a huge impact and made a huge difference in my life. I always knew I wanted to work with high-performance athletes. However, parasport kind of took me by surprise. I would encourage any woman in sport, any athletic therapist in general, to get involved in parasport. It's such an untapped area. It has a level of complexity that is super unique. Something that parasport has brought into my life is knowing that I'm always going to be learning. I always need to be on my toes and be open to trying new things and utilizing and building new skills. Gameplay, and yeah, that's a weird sentence too. Okay. And I don't know how I started that sentence. I keep forgetting this one word that I'm going to say.
We're here today to see the differences and the similarities between wheelchair training schedule and what ours look like, so I'm going to take you through it today.
With wheelchair rugby, it's different from able-bodied rugby. We got 12 when we go to events, and on court, we play our core.
34, 35. Hey! 35 seconds. Heat it up.
Let's go.
So usually you just go straight back in the rugby chair?
Yeah, so when we're with a trainer, most of working out is just finding an adaptive way to do it.
Yeah.
So, because we don't have the core, stuff like this is it's fighting just to stay balanced versus putting it towards the bench press. So,
from everyone here, we're really grateful for you guys coming out. And it's about the sport you play and similarities and differences. And yeah, look forward to cheering you. Good luck going towards the Paralympics. And yeah, hopefully see you there.
Best of luck with the season.
Appreciate it. Thanks so much, guys.
I'm Nancy Wong, and I'm the Performance Services Manager with Canada. Well, with performance service management, there is kind of two aspects of it. One is, remote work, and one is on-site work. So with being a team manager on-site, it's just making sure that all of the logistics is covered for the players and for the staff so that we can run efficiently and smoothly and get on the court. So what is team management? It's making sure that our logistics is smooth and covered from the players' perspective on making sure that they have everything that they need to get on court and do their job, as well as the staff, making sure that they're logistically supported to do their roles and be able to fulfill their responsibilities to support the athletes in a high-performance environment. Day-to-day routine as a team manager starts right early in the morning, ensuring that the players have access to nutrition right from breakfast, lunch, and dinner, logistics from transportation to getting from the hotel to the venue, ensuring that they have everything that they need to get on court, from clean jerseys to snacks to water, and that they're set up with the IST so that their jobs and roles and responsibilities are supported from a logistical standpoint. Time management and priority management are probably my top two that I always have to keep in mind when it comes to team management, ensuring that that you have the problem-solving skills and also critical solving skills to basically manage all the hiccups and scenarios that can come into any high-performance environment. Being flexible, but also being nimble, and to work with what you've been given in order to support the players and the staff. It all started off with a volunteer opportunity. I met with Duncan Campbell many years ago, and this was after I had finished my program at SFU as a kinesiology student. And I wanted to seek more experience with working with those in different populations, and this was something that I had the opportunity to do, and I started off as an equipment manager, volunteering with the Vancouver club team. And from that, I was introduced to volunteer with the national team. And from there, I was just provided an opportunity to really showcase what I had. And I had an amazing team at Wheelchair Rugby Canada that believed in me and offered me a position as the Performance Services Manager. And that was over a decade ago. So here I am, starting from a volunteer position and into a role that I couldn't have imagined, and I love being with Wheelchair Rugby Canada. It's been a really fun roller coaster ride. This last 2 years has been an amazing experience being a new parent. Obviously, transitioning back into my role as a performance services manager full-time. I've had a wonderful support network of family, my mom, my husband, and obviously Wheelchair Rugby Canada that has supported me right from day one, from the exciting news of being pregnant and then having our little daughter Betty. So it's been a fine balance of making sure that I, have time with my family, making sure that I complete my my goals as a performance service manager, but I couldn't do it without the support that I've had so far with both Team Canada and my family. We are being forward-thinking and supporting new parents like myself in making sure that we feel supported but also seen, and I have so much gratitude for Wheelchair Rugby Canada in making sure that I have everything that I need and that I can continue on and perform my best as a performance service manager and supporting the team in a high performance environment, but also being the best mom that I could be to my little daughter Betty. With Kathy and Laurel leading Wheelchair Rugby Canada, they provided an excellent example of what inclusion looks like. And I feel that as a new parent that this has been a really important step for me, but also the policies that are in place that have really supported me and future parents in our organization. I've had many other women in the sport, in parasport, approach me and say, how is this possible? And it's with that leadership and forward thinking, and I encourage any new parent out there to really speak with the organization and ask about what can they do to provide that same support. And I have the most respect and gratitude for Wheelchair Rugby Canada, and I'm forever thankful.
My name is Melissa Lacroix. Most of the team calls me, or I go by Mel. First mistake. All right, my role with the team is lead IST and lead physiologist. IST stands for Integrated Support Team. So, with Wheelchair Rugby Canada here, we have a wide range of IST involved in the program, and the IST is there to support the program, the athletes and the staff in all areas of sports science and sports medicine. So, that it could include but doesn't limit us to, nutritionists, paramedical, so like athletic therapists or physicians, sports medicine staff. And then we have mental performance coaches, strength and conditioning coach, sports analytics, so performance analysts. We really want to work together as what we call a transdisciplinary team. So what that means is essentially the staff as a whole is working together, collaborating, have a really strong understanding of each other's areas of expertise, but we're working together on solving problems or helping the athletes perform and stay healthy. So sports science, the way I see it is that we're constantly evolving. The sports are always evolving, athletes evolving. So we need to be able to stay on top of research and innovation and being able to analyze and test if and how we're improving as a team, as athletes, and why we're improving and where we can make adjustments and help the athlete as a whole. So I do think it's really important. I obviously love data and collecting as much as possible, but I also realize that data is just numbers on a spreadsheet or numbers on a paper. The real impact of those numbers and that information that we collect really comes through that relationship with the coaches, the relationship with the athlete. Within wheelchair rugby, the coaches and athletes are the experts in their sport. So for me, it's about taking those numbers and really having those conversations and how we can apply it to the sport itself. So my daily routine as a physiologist usually starts with P and ends with numbers and or data analysis and reporting. So what that means is often in the mornings before training sessions and my routine before a practice or competition would be to help the athletes prepare physically as best as possible for those sessions. So that could be from measuring hydration, helping with their protocols for nutrition and hydration and physical preparation going into sessions, and getting all of our technology ready for those sessions as well to help with monitoring training loads throughout those competitions and practices. During practices and training sessions, the focus is still on performance, so really supporting the athletes and the coaches within the performance. So that again goes to the physical prep side of things with fueling and hydrating, and given a lot of the athletes in the program have a spinal cord injury and have some sort of impairment to their thermoregulation system, a lot of my role within competition and training is to help with the cooling strategies. Following competition or training, the main focus quickly turns to recovery, so helping the athletes with their recovery for the next session as quickly as possible, and helping the coaches with preparation for the next training session and competition. So that usually ends with, my evenings usually end with data analysis, so downloading all the data and information from those practices and analyzing it and creating reports for the coaches. So I'm coming into my 10th season with the program. Throughout my career with the program, I've fulfilled different roles. So starting as a physiologist, and I've had the opportunity to work within strength conditioning, lead different research and innovation projects, and most recently the opportunity to lead the IST. Through my career, I've been fortunate to have some really incredible mentors and leaders who challenge me and help me develop and grow into the practitioner and leader I am today. And some of those are within the program here at Wheelchair Rugby Canada, and others throughout the Copston network that I've been part of. I think we have a really great culture overall that supports collaboration within the IST and supports the innovation within sports science and sports medicine. So, given that there isn't a whole lot of research for parasport athletes, it's really important for us as practitioners to be the ones to be innovative and create the research and continue to analyze and push boundaries within sports science. So I've been surrounded by some really great mentors and other experts that continue to help me grow and push me. And growing up as an athlete, I was always really interested in training. Going into college, I went into athletic training as my background, as my undergrad. So had gone through a lot of injuries as an athlete myself. And so the athletic therapy side was really interesting to me to learn how the rehab process and return to sport worked. And then from there, I think that training side was even more intriguing. So beyond just the injuries, how to return to sport, and was always interested in the internal systems of how things work and why things work. So continued on with my master's in physiology, and then had that opportunity after my master's to work in sports science lab at Canadian Sports Institute Pacific, where I learned a little bit more of that applied side of physiology and really loved the challenge of constantly learning and being innovative. The advice I'd give to any young practitioner coming into sports science and physiology, I think the biggest thing is coming in and learning the sport that you're working with and learning the athletes and really involving the athletes in the process and the coaches in the process of any data collection or testing you're doing, any type of intervention is always learning the sport and the athletes and that relationship piece. And then I also think as a practitioner, it's important to have a wide range of skills. So not only having your small area of expertise, but really understanding what all of the other areas of sports science and sports medicine. That's where I would definitely say, have your area of expertise, but then go on and try to learn as much as you can of the other areas.
Favorite movie line quote? Why didn't I take the blue pill? Matrix 1.
Why, oh why didn't I take the blue pill?
Favorite movie line would be, "You can't handle the truth."
You can't handle the truth.
You like Dax? Likes looking after cows.
Hey, Dax. Do you like Dax?
Say hello to my little friend.
Say hello to my little friend!
Favorite movie line or quote? I really don't know one. Something Denzel Washington said. Wilson!
Wilson! Well done!
You gotta change it.
The first rule of Fight Club is don't talk about Fight Club.
The first rule of Fight Club is you do not talk about Fight Club.
Nobody puts baby in a corner.
Nobody puts baby in a corner.
I got it. Shake and bake! Shake and bake, baby! Shake and bake.
Shake and bake, buddy! Shake it before you bake it!
I'll be back.
I'll be back.
Go on, streak it! Bring your hat!
We're going streaking! Yes!
Favorite movie line. Bye, buddy. Hope you find your dad.
Bye, buddy. Hope you find your dad.
Thanks, Mr. Narwhal. Bye.
Elf.
Rocky 4, baby. No pain. No pain. Rocky 4. No pain. No pain.
No pain. No pain. No pain. Not a big movie guy. Probably something funny. Oh yeah, lots of room for activities.
Look at all the sports space. We do aerobics in here. So many activities.
Favorite movie line quote. What's in the box?
Because I envy your normal life.
Put the gun down, baby.
It seems that envy is my sin.
Oh, what's in the box?
Tap
it in. Happy Gilmore.
Tap it in. Just tap it in. Give it a little tappy. Tap, tap, tap-a-roo.
I'm trying to think. But the movie is
Dirty
done.
Dancing.
Have you seen Dirty Dancing? I was not even born.
Hi, my name is Ali Govier, and I'm the National Team Athletic Therapist for Wheelchair Rugby Canada. Athletic therapists are medical professionals who are responsible for emergency and acute care. They're responsible for injury prevention, rehabilitation, and as well as injury assessment. There's a difference between athletic therapists in comparison to other medical professionals with the fact that athletic therapists are seen on site at the time of injuries. Something that you don't see behind the scenes working with Wheelchair Rugby Canada is the amount of integration and collaboration that happens between the IST. We do work very closely with the rest of the IST to ensure that the athletes have care from a holistic approach, making sure that we work together to address their nutrition, the physiologists we work closely with, we make sure that their mental, emotional, physical well-beings are all taken care of. And that encompasses and requires us to plan one-on-one meetings where we do health intakes, or we're making sure they follow specific prehab programs, which would entail them doing strengthening, conditioning to work on.
I have a lot of data. There it is. Yeah, we could just look at there and then talk to them.
Oh, okay, I think we're on. So, hello Kendra, how are you?
Fantastic. It's been a great day of rugby. How are you, Melanie?
I'm very good. I have played a couple of games today already. Welcome to our Canadian Nationals. This is the New Brunswick versus Quebec game in Division 2. New Brunswick started with the possession and already 2 scores from each team on the scoreboard.
Is playing in front of a home crowd.
So number 10, Hal, has participated in the first ever Nationals, and he's here today on the 40th anniversary of Nationals.
Do we think he's played one of the longest?
Possibly. I'm not sure he's played all of them, but I know he was here on the first Nationals.
He deserves a plaque or something.
Quebec attempted to score here.
It's a great seal by Alexi.
Yes. Working together. So give and go attempt here. That was unsuccessful, and number 14, Alexis Macias from Quebec, got the ball back. And Guillaume is trying to, number 10, trying to steal that corner for Alexis, and it's successful. So there's the first turnover of the game here. Quebec leading.
It's a nice pop up to Austin.
Yes.
Good clean break.
Way to use that space from New Brunswick and getting that try in. Okay. So what do we have here? Like number 14, Alexis Macias, got the first touch on the ball. Steve Mastine, number 7, spaced to get that deep leak.
Number 10 called the inbound. You can see the impact of a strong Quebec transition, getting the first touch, which typically would go to Austin, not being an option.
I like the look of it. Now they have to stop the low pointer's flow to force that pass. Here, it's a tricky pass.
Oh,
very close to the middle line. I like to see this from New Brunswick. The ball is moving in a good way. Passes are flowing, getting up court.
There's such a huge diversity and experience too on the New Brunswick squad. You hear the communication really supporting their success here.
So, Cody Petrone saying hello ladies, and hi Coach Kendra from Kelowna.
An all-female commentary squad. It's not doesn't happen very often around here.
Martin Larocque, I'm curious, did you play with Al at the first Nationals 40 years ago? Martin Larocque, this is a question for you. So inbound is Steve Mastine. Steve Mastine going up court, being forced by, oh, that was a tough one. 29 on the shot clock, and that ball got through half. It's very good defense by New Brunswick on this one. Good job, Austin. Their high pointer, number 8.
There's a lot of pressure on a young high pointer.
So we're seeing almost 3 player trying to trap Austin. Low pointers got the best of it, so a forced give and go between Al and the low pointer.
There's a packed crowd here for a 6 p.m. final game for Division 2.
Number 7, Steve Mastine leading with the ball. And the key is wide open for him. Try is scored.
Low point on Quebec, number 10, Guillaume Bouchard, is doing a fantastic job of transitioning quick to really give the space for Team Quebec.
He did get MVP last game.
You see why.
You see why. And Quebec has had a lot of players missing in this nationals, a lot of injuries, a lot of people being sick. So Guillaume cannot leave this court this game. He's got to Ironman this. He's a low pointer, number 10 from Quebec.
Oh, checked out.
Yeah. As a swipe ball from Austin, the high pointer of New Brunswick. We're going to have a white inbound. Kendra, you coach Division 2, right?
I do. I coach Team British Columbia with Trevor Hirschfield, who coaches Division 1 as well and plays for Team Canada. So we have a very balanced and experienced coaching squad.
Yeah, you do.
And Team New Brunswick here made a substitution with Kristen Cameron, the lone female, playing in this game. Kristen is also a .5.
Okay, so now Kristen is a .5. And I'm sure people watching already know this, but with a female player on court, the team is allowed to play 8.5 point on court.
In previous nationals too, you see Mike Whitehead in the corner, who definitely helped with the coaching of Team New Brunswick in previous years, and he can't stay too far away from the bench. He's still giving some tips and some advice from the corner.
He's involved, and I think we see it. We see the team building. We see that ball flowing. The timing of the pass is good from New Brunswick, and it's something I like to see, evolution from a team. The team is also packed with players from New Brunswick. There's also PEI. Kristen is from PEI. Reese Kettler, number 15 right now, a 2.0 from Manitoba. And so we have players from around the country here.
The Trans-Nation squad.
Yes.
And you see the numbers.
We're going to have a corner inbound from New Brunswick here.
Into number 15, Reese Kettler.
Reese Kettler was guarded by the Quebec, so he's got the full court to himself.
You can really see that acceleration take off there. Very strong 2.0.
Players are tough to stop once they have started, so you want to stop the flow early. Like this, the work that Austin is doing on Steve Mastine, not letting him go up the court and really working the ball in the chair. Forcing that pass to Macias, and now another third pass long to Dave, number 8. Interestingly enough, Dave, number 8 from Quebec, was of the roster of the Para-Pan Am game that won gold. I know, right? Did you know that?
I did not know that. Fun facts.
Fun facts.
Fun Fact Friday with Melanie LaBelle. You can see the game switch up with number 8, Austin, starting off with the inbound now and really seeing how that changes up New Brunswick's game. getting some speed right off that inbound is...
yes. Way to open up that up court, Alex Macias.
Worked with the range of his inbounders and looked for those pops.
Exactly. So we're seeing the New Brunswick guys set up pretty low. I'm guessing they are at the range of Courtney, who's inbounding. But it makes it very hard to go up court after.
A turnover at half for New Brunswick.
He was forced to pass as he was on the line. And there you go.
The quick defense forced that timeout for Quebec.
During that chaos, unorganized moment, it's a good time to, way to go on Austin there, the high pointer number 8, to not quit and really go and grab that win, that timeout.
You can see Mike Whitehead in the corner giving him the round of applause for that dedication to the ball.
So it's a tight game right now. 8-9. New Brunswick is leading. Am I mistaken? New Brunswick is leading. And Quebec just took their first time out.
You can definitely see the difference in numbers on the bench for Quebec versus New Brunswick.
Yes.
It's going to be a game of endurance. New Brunswick fighting to get on goal side of that ball. Really try to get chair position to stop them moving.
Yes. Another try is scored by Quebec.
It's a tie game, folks. 1:51 left in the first quarter.
So we're going to see here in Division 2, when you learn the basics of a tie game like that, and time management and timeout management is going to become very important for the leader of the game to take the win. So I'm curious to see a minute 36 in the game, what is going to happen at the end of quarter.
There's definitely strategy as to when you want to score your goals in those last minute and a half. Sometimes they're executed and sometimes it gets very chaotic because those last goals are stressful and they can be make or breaks.
So Austin working his way up court.
Good battle.
Yes. Good defensive work here from Quebec, forcing 3 passes before the try. 1 minute left. So 2 against 1 here for Austin, and that's an easy try for Quebec. See, that's the part about getting that inbound very low. It's easy to use the line to trap you down low and with that ball. And 28, see, that was 12 seconds right there, and the ball crossed on that 12 seconds. So it was very good work from the defense of Quebec here.
You can really see the importance of starting up high and creating that space so not everyone is trapped on the baseline. And if you are, that ball better move because you sure aren't.
Again, I'm sure they are working to the inbounder's range, but Quebec is capitalizing on this.
And if it's a lower range, you see Quebec trying to deny that, so trying to get in between the inbounder and the people receiving the ball from New Brunswick.
So seeing that Dave creating this flow for Macias up court, he chose not to take it.
10 seconds on the clock. Can Quebec get this
corner
last
is
try?
open. That corner is open for Macias.
Oh,
yes.
Nice. One more push by Reese.
And now we're going to see maybe a quick inbound from the high pointer, working on those last seconds of the quarter. And it's a tie game. Possession is going to go to Quebec next quarter. So Quebec has the chance now to take the lead for the first time in the game in the second quarter. So Kendra, if you want to talk to us about sponsors for this event. It's the 40th anniversary of Nationals, second time in the Maritimes, and we have sponsors.
The entire country traveled out to the East Coast for the 40th anniversary of Wheelchair Rugby Canada's National Championship, and it wouldn't have been possible without our fantastic sponsors. We would definitely like to give a shout out and acknowledge 49 Bespoke. They have generously donated a Baytech Mini 2 for our auction, with all dollars raised going towards national championships. That starting bid goes at $4,000, which is an incredible deal and definitely helps a lot of our athletes get around. Additional sponsors as well are Gahan House Hub City, Rocket Printing, Nakran Ontario, Vesco, Tango Medical, which I really like that name, sounds like it's very zesty, and the City of Moncton. We also have additional auction items as well. There's an equipment management kit sponsored by Vesco, so that starting bid is at $350. So if you are interested in bidding for either of these two items, you can go to the Wheelchair Rugby Canada Linktree. It's powered by Win with Dash, and I highly recommend that everybody listening just heads on over there very quickly, or else these items are going fast.
Yes, Linktree accessible via Instagram. If you look at the link in the Instagram account of WRC, you could click there and you will see all of the information for the auction, and it will direct you to the best place possible to bid and to support our sport.
Wheelchair Rugby Canada has posted some really neat photos of the Vesco equipment toolkits too, and we haven't seen it yet in this game, but there's usually lots of pop tires and chair maintenance that needs to go on the go. So
we will see. We will make a spectacle of it just for that. So the second quarter is about to start. 12-12. It's a tie game. New Brunswick is giving a very good performance offensively and defensively. I like to see that team grow. Let's see what Quebec could do with that short bench there. It's going to be a stamina game for them. And so managing that and creating, getting their win.
It's really great seeing how you can make sure that you maintain some stamina with good ball movement and good positioning.
Well, you want the ball to move.
Exactly.
Oh, that's on the line. Ooh. It's a great start here for Quebec. And that was New Brunswick starting. How did I miss that? I thought it was Quebec possession. Why?
I guess there were no jumps. No jumps last quarter.
So Quebec, I like it. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's 6 p.m.
It's been such a long day.
Sorry.
We came in very late. Sorry to all our listeners.
Don't mind me. So
we've been at the gym for 10 hours.
Look at me thinking Quebec can take the lead this game for the first time of the game. Oh. Mr. Lavoie sent to the box. Sometimes it's best to use your wheels and not your hands. He was trying the last-ditch effort to strip the ball off of the lap of the high pointer from New Brunswick, but was sent to the box for a illegal use of hands.
I'm sure the coaching staff of Quebec is going to be reminding their players not to be using their hands when they get tired and try to really keep hands on wheels. Penalties can be a really big difference maker.
On a tie game like this, yeah. So Lavoie is going to be forced to inbound.
Oh, didn't call for it.
He didn't call for it. He's just keeping the high pointer to himself. I guess I get it.
Austin, number 8, was using a tactic similar to a steel door, preventing him from exiting the penalty box. Big hit.
Good job, Reese.
I believe Reese was previous to a spinal cord injury, was a hockey player as well. You can see that those hockey tactics and those big hits coming into play here as well.
10 seconds, Nikki. Eric Lavoie sent again to the box. Eric Lavoie.
He must be tired.
Discipline. No, he's not.
Wants to come
It's just a turnover. It's just a turnover. So here, Steve Mustaine would have better kept on top of Hal's chair to not let Reese Kettler pass and gain that speed. But we have a comeback from Eric Lavoie, who just stuck that ball away from Reese's hand.
Reese tried to make the pass over top of Eric, and Eric said, not today.
Not today. White inbound. We get a do-over. Stayed 10 seconds in the key and got that stuff there. Woo.
Very close to over and back.
I like to make small noises when small sounds when a chair almost falls.
I usually go ooh,
yeah.
Ooh.
So nobody's covering Kettler. So he's gaining his speed. He can do whatever he wants on court right now.
Quick pop
They
to
need to split that between Austin and Reese Kettler. They can't. They have to respect him a little bit more.
A lot of the time it's easy to have all eyes on that high pointer.
Yes. Especially that Austin number 8 from New Brunswick is quite dominant right now, as him being the most functional player on the court. So he could draw attention. Let's reset. There's 15 seconds left to score that try.
New Brunswick was trying to run a strong key defense.
Let's
not
see.
let Quebec in.
That was a tough one.
Luckily caught right before the line. That goal is good.
A lot of players from New Brunswick were drawn to the ball there, opening the key up for an easy pass from Eric Lavoie to Steve Mestine.
And a deep ball by Austin to Reese Kettler. With two really strong ball carriers, that space is super important.
Yeah, it's a good stretch from Kettler there. He knew that Austin had that range, and he wasn't guarded again, so maybe Quebec will have to readjust their defense in guarding Kettler a little bit more. At least the space, the long space.
Absolutely.
So ball into Eric Lavoie. Eric Lavoie having a lot of pressure on him. Last time,
Guillaume Bouchard calling for following him.
You can see Guillaume Bouchard is leading the high pointers to where he wants them. Bouchard has been in the game for a while too.
And off Kristen Cameron's head. Almost a pass.
We forced here New Brunswick to use a little bit more range. So we were seeing a bump pass from Hal.
That was happening from Quebec transitioning the New Brunswick team up high.
Yeah. Lavoie rushing through, looking to Dave. And a solid defense here from New Brunswick. Reese Kettler and Austin back on that last option.
You see Quebec.
They stole that ball and turnover to turnover. Mestine ends up with the ball in the lap, and now we have an illegal use of hands from the high pointer of the New Brunswick.
The game is still tied, 15-15. Back and forth action.
Again, it's when chaos happens, that's when you can't quit. You have to capitalize on it. And good job on Mestine for not quitting.
Substitutions for Team New Brunswick.
I don't know how long Dave was in the key for, though. Quebec low pointer was in the key for a while, and I think he might have
gotten lucky.
Possibly. Okay, the cone.
I think there's a couple question marks from
Yes.
athletes here.
Well,
that ball hit the cone.
And the cone just doesn't exist, it's the line. So let's see what the refs say.
New Brunswick ball in the corner.
Yes. Technically, if there was no cone, the ball would just have gotten off court. Chance for New Brunswick to capitalize on that turnover.
The bump inbound.
And Steve Mustine getting that ball back for a second time in this possession with a reset of a clock, so a full 40 seconds to score that try. Score of the game is still 15-15, and with that try, it's 16-15 for Quebec.
To prevent being trapped in the box, you see Austin calling for inbound.
Yes.
Guillaume Bouchard is following that closely to try to make sure he gets that steel door back again.
And if he can, if he does it, and it's a very good mismatch advantage for Quebec.
And he got it, but that was an inbound that was not successful from Team New Brunswick.
If I was Lavoie being forced by number 8 Austin to pass the ball.
You see with that height, everyone needs to pass so much higher over top of him.
Gagne is using the space of the key and the width of the key to create. He's scored 2 tries now. Reese Kettler, look at that speed going. I like to see this player evolve.
You really see the growth year to year, right?
I like it, yes. He was playing for New Brunswick last year as well.
Yeah.
First national, so this is his 2nd year, and he's already changed so much. I love to see this.
We saw Reese playing with another team at Vancouver Invitational just a few short weeks ago.
He was playing for Quebec.
I know, he's a traitor. But playing for Team Manitoba, or playing in Manitoba, sorry, with a few less wheelchair rugby athletes, you see the importance of getting lots of court time, because you've definitely seen him grow as an athlete year over year.
Shout out to Jared Funk there from Manitoba. Possibly he's been in touch with Reese.
Jared, if you're listening, and you were a part of that, grateful.
Eric Lavoie with the ball. Dave Gagne creating space. 2 against 2, but with that space, Gagne is able to score that try.
See a bench timeout being called by Team Quebec. 60 seconds. Good strategy to get some of these athletes a little bit of rest as well.
Quebec is now leading by 2 points. Coach Kendra, I can hear Mike Whitehead talking to the New Brunswick team as if he was on court with them. He is invested.
It's really great seeing these seasoned athletes who have played on the national team for so long really take a leadership role over both newer athletes and athletes who maybe don't have the opportunity to work within athletes in the national program like so many of our other provinces do. And you can see, you know, what that really has to offer. And when they add some support, and you see the growth of a program. New Brunswick has continued to be showing growth and you know, skill development year over year, and just seeing those little skills. You see tic-tac-toe rugby happening.
Yes, exactly, and I think Whitehead was involved into some developmental camps with New Brunswick this year, and so him sitting there shows him his passion for the development of these players. Lavoie again, taking that ball up court. He was looking for Alexis Macias. Alexis Macias wasn't ready for this ball. So it's a turnover and the ball going to New Brunswick. It's a very, very close game. All these mistakes or unforced errors could cost the game right now.
Nice Look by
Great
Kettler.
timing.
Whoa.
Gagné with all of his experience cutting that line of the pass.
You can see that fist pump. He knows he just excelled. He pushed hard and got right in the way of that pass to Austin.
I like the timing from Kettler to Austin. The pass timing was perfect.
Absolutely. Waited for that contact.
This is experience speaking for Dave Gagné. He knew just how to cut that passing lane and had a bit on the ball. And so Quebec has a second chance.
See Reese going 100% to try to catch Alexi right before the line, push him to the corner.
Yes. He's going to open the machine.
New level unlocked.
Yes. Stop that flow. So on this push from Lavoie, between Lavoie and Kettler, if Lavoie kept his hands on his wheels instead of striping that ball, could he have caught up with him or not?
I think so.
Yeah.
A lot of the time you see that ball and you think it's so close and it's just within arm's reach. That first look is just to try to swipe and grab.
It draws a lot of attention, but sometimes playing chair is more rewarding.
A timeout called by Team New Brunswick with 1 second left on the shot clock, which was a good call. That means that the shot clock then goes to 15 seconds to give New Brunswick another opportunity to try to get that goal past, or that ball past the goal line. Keep it to a 1-goal game.
We're seeing a very good performance on both teams right now. We're going to see a key offense from New Brunswick. Kettler with the ball.
10 seconds left on the shot clock.
Attack to the corner of Kristen.
Equipment might be called.
Is this 4 in the key? Ooh, penalty goal. 4 in the key. I think Alex Simas went in.
You see that speed that Reese attacking that key really drew. Alexi thought he was going to be able to try and stop and get chair position before that goal went in, but
again, the ball draws a lot of attention.
Definitely.
There we go. Second timeout used by Quebec.
They only had 1 second left to get it over half. Good call by Alexi.
Yes. I like to see him aware of that time, that 12 seconds.
So much for athletes in the court to be aware of. 10 seconds for every dribble or a pass, 12 seconds for a shot clock, 40 seconds to score.
So now let's see how Lavoie is able to get free. Very good flow from Dave Gagné up court with Alexis Macias. And Eric should create more space in that key. Because right now we're seeing all of the players in the same space. Good try, good pass between those two high pointers. Oh, a little bit more range. They could use that. They could use that. It's a good try from Hal to Austin, number 10 to number 8. Unfortunately, Quebec steals that ball. And now we're going to see them try to attack that key. It's a 3-point lead by Quebec right now. Very good range. You should really use it.
Especially with all that speed that New Brunswick has in the court.
Has me wondering now why they weren't bounding so low. Especially that the high pointer is able to catch that ball with speed and progress up court a lot faster.
Perfect pass by Austin, right into the lap of Hal.
Follow your fingers, Alec.
So many eyes are always on high pointers in wheelchair rugby games.
The eyes are on, being a low pointer myself, I might be biased, but right now you had Guillaume number 10 and Dave number 8, and if you look at how they block the high pointers, the chairs from reaching their high pointers, that's their job. Hey.
That was a really lucky miss on that over and back.
Yeah.
That's for my unseasoned referee eyes, though, so I'm definitely not saying it was one, but for my eyes, it looked pretty close.
I don't know where the other guys from Quebec were on this one. Dave Gagne showing experience once again, going head-to-head against Reese Kettler.
Maybe it's that last goal. Everyone's heading home, heading back to their key, try to prevent that last goal from New Brunswick. And they did it. They maintained that 3-point lead.
And this is half.
Do we think Quebec's going to keep pulling ahead, or?
I think that New Brunswick still has a comeback on this. We're talking about like assets right now, and the bench of Quebec is pretty small. It's not very deep, so we'll see how they manage the rest of the game and if they crumble on the last quarter. So I think if New Brunswick keeps fighting, they still have a very, very good chance. I'm seeing Dave Gagne performing very well in flowing up court, keeping the space in the key, allowing for it to be a backdoor try scorer. And we're seeing his experience defending deep. He's just made a very good pick right there where Hal was able to manage to score, but yeah, that ball didn't get into Austin's hands at all. So no, Dave Gagne is doing a very, very good job offensively and defensively for Quebec. It's a very good asset, very experienced one. And on the New Brunswick side, I'm seeing Reese Kettler very like upping his speed, upping his game. I like to see that evolution. Yeah, Austin is also doing very well. He's a basketball player, right? So you could see him transitioning and transferring all of that like sport experience into now wheelchair rugby, but he still has to get the play time, and this is a big tournament for him, and you can see every game he evolves and he's transferring those skills and he's building that passion. So I like to see that from him.
And you really see, as you're talking about Dave Gagne too, you see he's a low pointer and creating that flow for those high pointers, and he's in a picker chair, so he sort of has many roles on the court, right? He's creating that flow, he's giving space for his high pointers, but then he's also going deep for those long balls that he's able to comfortably and confidently catch and put in his lap.
Yes, and the players, the high pointers from Quebec, they trust him as well. So they are going to make that pass without looking. They're just going to see a color, not a chair or a picker chair, a defensive chair, not a roll. They're just going to see that there's an option and take it. And that, I like it.
That trust in your players and in your teammates is so critical in wheelchair rugby. You need to know exactly where they're going to be, that you know that you can confidently dish that ball, and they're going to be there and they're going to catch it. And you know, when teams play together for so long, you're really able to just have that confidence in your fellow teammates.
What about age? Now let's talk about age. We're seeing like very seasoned players, like on the Quebec side. I know that most of them are 45 and over, but you only get, so by the rules of the game, you get a deduction of 0.5. So they are allowed 8.5 on court for a 45-year-old player, right? But there's more than one. So they're holding their own. I'm not making that point very correctly, but I'm sorry.
And wheelchair rugby is interesting. You know, you look around the gym, and many teams have 1 to 5 athletes who are over the age of 45 who receive that 0.5 deduction in their classification. And you know, with age comes wisdom, right? You can't necessarily just say, oh, this athlete's over 45. It's a walk in the park for the 20-year-old athletes. But wheelchair rugby is a game of mistakes. And you know, these seasoned athletes who have played for so long, you see that a lot of them don't necessarily make too many mistakes. They lead the court, and they're the sergeants of their team. And you see that at all levels, at Division 2 and Division 1, and you know, you can't underestimate.
So we're going to thank our sponsors again. You Matter
We love you.
You will matter for a long time. Like, so those athletes are able to play until the age, I don't know how Al is, but sometimes 60 years old. So you matter for a very, very long time for us. So 49 Bespoke, Gahan House Hub City, Rocket Printing, Macron, Ontario, Vasco, Tango Medical, and City of Moncton.
And I
Thank
know
you for sponsoring this event.
As you're talking about athletes playing for a decently long time, you know, sometimes there are recreational athletes who don't play on the provincial team and travel to nationals. But I know, you know, in Alberta, we have athletes who are almost hitting age 70, still playing the game. So,
yes,
every opportunity for athletes with physical disabilities, as well as just giving people opportunity to play and at nationals at an incredible high opportunity, high skill level.
We are here starting the third quarter on Court 1, and the streaming of Court 1 is on CBC, and the streaming of Court 2 is on YouTube via WRC account on YouTube.
And for those tuning in who can't see the WRC YouTube, we have Team Ontario and Team BC playing on Court 2, with Team Ontario taking a slight gap lead, so it'll be interesting to see the final of that game too after we're finished over here.
New Brunswick just scored a try here. It's 24-21 for Quebec. We're seeing the duo Mastain-Macias on the Quebec line.
Lots of speed off that inbound.
So when you see a player reach that speed, we're talking about often on defense cutting the flow. So we don't want to see those players reach that speed. So on New Brunswick's account, I would try to cut the speed of a player before they even catch it.
Keep that drop down low.
Yes.
Momentum is
Look at
money.
Kristen trying to flow for Al up court.
Realizing that ball was going to Reese, she transitioned and went to Reese to try to get behind and give him that opportunity to space out on the court as well.
And keeping that speed is crucial for her, keeping her chair moving. So Macias and Gagné are by themselves against three players. Mastain creating space, catching that ball with speed, going over to try.
We have a score of 26-22 now for Team Quebec. You see that on the line.
That line.
Oh.
Very close. Kettler was by himself, keeping space, signaling for the pass, which he gets. And
then a quick turn to the net. It's the second game of the day for both teams, so it's been a long day at the gym.
So Gagné helping Mastain keep his speed. And Mastain just flowing up court by himself, taking it home.
You really saw the effort from Hal trying to push him right to the corner.
Yeah.
Try to see if he could beat him right to the cone and not let him through the goal line.
There's a quick defensive transition from Quebec.
With the turnover, those inbounds are... You always get so frustrated when that ball just goes right off your lap.
Unforced errors, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So first time on court, number 14. There's going to be an inbound from Quebec on the sideline. Players are getting in place. It's going to be a press, so no key offense, and Mastain is able to cross the line and score that try.
The new inbounder for Team New Brunswick. You see Austin, you know, he's transitioned down low, but with quick eyes, Reese Kettler was able to get into that space for Austin to be able to dish it out to him. Unfortunately, the second pass was unsuccessful to the inbounder.
Interesting, very good range on the inbound. Very high ball though. It takes a long time to get down to Reese.
Nice push by Austin to get that long ball by Reese Kettler. An out that he trusted is, again, coming down to that trust of your teammate, knowing his speed. And Alexi was very close to getting that chair position. Almost trapped him.
You saw he was mad at it.
Yep. That nice tap on the wheels knows he realized how close he was.
It's a tall ask for Macias, since Austin is the most functional player on court. So for him to single Austin was a tall ask, but he did it well. Very good pass from Austin to Reese.
You see Reese waiting for Cameron to...
And now let's see. Reese really wants to take it. So there's going to be a bench timeout call.
You see Team New Brunswick has a deep bench, but Reese and Austin have not had a moment off court today.
No, they haven't, because the game is so close that you really want to go get it. Sometimes it's to build that team, that confidence, and gain momentum. Hal has played a lot of minutes as well. But I'm liking what I'm seeing from the New Brunswick performance.
You see them at a timeout, everyone's in a circle. You see that really, that team morale and everyone's involved, right? The whole bench is seeing what's going on the court.
That's very important. You've seen it many times, I'm sure, coaching. But as players, you know sometimes the game is so close that you know that your job is to keep active on that bench and keep your players accountable, but to really support that victory altogether.
Everybody's role is so important.
Yes.
And as a coach, sometimes you have to make those tough calls where, you know, some of your athletes may not get as much playing time in one game or over the other.
It depends on the game.
Exactly, especially in wheelchair rugby where you're playing with classification, you're playing with different ages. There's so many things that go into choosing who's on court. So when two athletes are relied upon so much, it's tough to manage their energy. But these two are young.
Oh, did you see that fake from Gagne there? Whew. He faked to pass that ball. He's going up against a player that's higher in class, and he's managed to deliver that ball to his teammate. That's a very good play. I like his performance on this game so far. Very good catch. Can I give a shout out to Sophie Forêt from Team Quebec, who's sitting at home watching right now. And I'm sure she wants to be on court with them. Sophie, just know that Dave Gagne, who's doing an amazing job, is replacing you on the Quebec line.
Sophie, we know you're listening. We know you're watching. We wish you were here.
And Austin McLennan went over. He's now... We're going to see that team, the equipment team, getting a player back up. So they need two of them because Austin is so heavy.
Very strong athlete. He looks like he's lounging, but I think he'd much rather be back upright in his chair.
So even if he could get up by himself, he cannot. He has to wait for help, because if players here have different functionality, and if one player can't, none of them are allowed. So they have to wait for helpers to get them back up. There's also a floor protection mechanism and staff health longevity techniques. Did I say that right?
You see our bilingual commentator, Melanie LaBelle, over here, going, just recognizing, and I wish I could do that right away. I should start commentating in French.
You should. It's tougher than it sounds because the sport is English.
Exactly.
So it's not translated very well. I've done it for Tokyo.
Okay.
And I realized that I speak the sport in English. I had to translate.
So some of your French first language friends who might have been watching were probably questioning, saying, Melanie, what in the world are you saying?
Dave Gagné again saving the day for Quebec, and will he take it home against Reese Kettler? Yeah, he did. There you go. Austin stuck very low, forced to pass the ball to Courtney. Alexis Macias catching up with Courtney before the half line, forcing the timeout from New Brunswick. Way to go, Quebec, on this one. It was a very good defense.
You see the excitement by Alexis. As soon as you force the ball carrier to turn back, you know that you've done your job.
I like to see Alexis invested in this performance and game. I like to see him focused, and this is one great play by both Mustine and Alexis on defense.
Such a confidence boost, you know, when you're catching your athletes, catching your opponents, and making them turn around and, you know, forcing those errors.
Yes. So you see the lineup has changed quite a bit from New Brunswick right now. So you have Austin on with Courtney, Reese, and
I think that's Willis from the back.
Yes, Willis from the back. So if you were Quebec, what would you want to exploit on the New Brunswick lineup right now? You want to force that ball to...
We want to keep it out of Reese and Austin's hands.
Yes.
So if we can force, you know, put 2 on each of those and force that ball into Courtney's hands.
Exactly. Which they...
There you see that double. Great defense by Guillaume Bouchard.
What a hustle from Courtney there to pass that vision. He saw Eric Lavoie was unguarded. He had a lot of space, and that inbound was quick to him. Now he's crossing the middle line.
A big hit by Kettler. See Alexis looking for his teammates to pass.
Yes.
No one was an option, so waited for Guillaume.
Using Guillaume as a safe pocket to pass the ball. And now Gagné guarding that corner. The way to go for Quebec to really use each asset on that play. So it's late third quarter. Quebec is leading 34-29, so that stamina is holding. I'm seeing possibly a substitution from New Brunswick coming, that Hal and Kristen are going to come back to court.
For those of you who may be new to the sport of wheelchair rugby, you really see sometimes a really good strategy is, you know, you slow down to speed up. Sometimes you wait for your low pointer to come to you so that you're able to have that space created. So you're able to, the mid and high pointers are able to create that speed and go to those open spaces. But if they were just to go 100% right away, then you're just going one-on-one against mid to high pointers from the other team, and that space is no longer there. So seeing that patience from Team Quebec and really working with low pointers as well as Team New Brunswick, you know, you really see that space being exploited.
And so that was the last timeout for our Team New Brunswick used on the third quarter. So they're going to enter fourth quarter with no timeout left. And Quebec still has 2, so it's looking good for them. So Al and Kristen Cameron are back on court with Kettler and Austin McClellan. McClellan. I can't pronounce it, so I'm not going to pronounce it.
McClellan.
Thank you. Macias pushing. Look at him go. That was a great push against Austin. So Al to Reese. Reese flowing up court, using his speed, faking around Guillaume, and passing. So again,
ping pong.
The timing of that pass could have come a little bit earlier, I think, because now Reese was in a very dangerous area, which is front court and close to the middle line, or back
Almost
court
touching
and
it.
very close to the middle line. The time is ticking. There's a lot of defenders against him, but I think Austin was open a little bit earlier.
And you know Quebec is just waiting, trying to hit him right back over that line.
They're going to force you to those danger areas, so you got to pass that ball before you get there. Or set up your pass. Set up your pass earlier.
When you're under pressure, sometimes those things that are easy to execute in practice sometimes become a little bit more challenging to execute in a game.
Yeah.
Nice out by Austin with Hal creating that space. You see Reese on the...
And Gagne coming back for the one last-ditch effort, but no, Kettler is able to cross the line. We're entering the last minute of the quarter. There's a turnover right there.
You've seen New Brunswick getting some confidence in there under their play right now. They're trying to build some momentum going into that fourth quarter.
I like it. And Macias was open for that deep pass, and let's see how Dave is able to come back from that mistake and not carry on to another mistake. Sometimes it's a mental thing, no?
I'd say wheelchair rugby is over 50% mental.
There's nothing an inbounder want more than not passing that ball to the other team.
One job, do not pass to the other team.
No, you saw it on his face. He started laughing. He took it like a champ. He's not going to do it again. Ooh. Oh yes, backcourt.
Backcourt violation.
Forced by the Quebec line. That was 3 on them, forcing him to turn on that danger area right there.
And you see with high pointers who sometimes have more function as well, they're able to really activate and go side to side. But, you know, it really seemed that Austin, you know, used that just a little bit too much and just use a little bit too much of a dipsy doodle to get right back on half court.
You could see the basketball reflexes.
Definitely.
Maxias attacking the key, head faking, seeing Lavoie. Lavoie is crossing, 20 seconds left to the quarter. Now they got to defend.
So a key element that Team New Brunswick will be trying to do here is score last goal. So they're able to get the final goal of the quarter.
Stop that flow.
And he's
back.
on the
He's
half
on that
line.
Oh, yes. Is she going to call? Yes. Back in court. Back court.
You see Team Quebec getting a little fired up that over and back wasn't going to be called. They might have had some coach's influence on that referee call there.
Sometimes you get influenced the call, but so 9 seconds to score one last try for Quebec. Gonna take it.
Sometimes you have to make sure that there's a lot going on for referees.
2 seconds left and one last try scored.
You'll want to make sure we have a safe inbound here so Quebec doesn't score a quick one on New Brunswick.
Yes. Successful third quarter for the Quebec team. They are now leading with 39-32 over New Brunswick. New Brunswick has been playing a very, very good game. I think they could build on this and come back a lot stronger. I'm seeing the evolution. Kendra, I want to, there's 2 minutes between quarters, and I want to to talk more about that auction. Proceeds are going to nationals, and they are also going to improve other programming. So it's important to let people know that there is an auction going on, and so it's on the link tree on the Instagram account of WRC. It's powered by Win with Dash, and items are a Baytech Mini 2 sponsored by 49 Bespoke, starting at $4,000. And there is an equipment management kit sponsored by Vesco, starting at $350. And so go ahead and participate to that auction. It's to improve the nationals and other programming.
It's really wonderful to have sponsorship from these two companies, you know, really seeing the dedication that they're putting into wheelchair rugby, specifically within Canada, of course, with the funds going towards nationals. And both of those items are incredible assets to our athletes and to everyone watching. as we're traveling across all the cobblestone in the city of Moncton, you can definitely see the importance of, or the assistance that a Baytech Mini can provide sometimes.
Yes.
And as you see some of the chair maintenance that's going on the sidelines, that equipment kit by Vesco would come in handy for everyone playing this sport.
Were you able to visit the city of Moncton a little bit?
Well, I left the 30-degree heat of Kelowna, British Columbia to come out here, and we've had 5 degrees and wind and rain since we've been here.
It's welcoming. I love it.
I mean,
breathe in
the East
fresh
Coast
air.
hospitality.
I want to test the food. I'm going to try to eat and test the food. Yes, you are coastal. You have to test it.
We went and we had some seafood yesterday, and it did not disappoint.
City of Moncton, thank you for sponsoring this event as well. We are starting the 4th quarter, and we're just going to name Gahan House Hub City again for sponsoring. Thank you, Rocket Printing, Macron, Ontario, Vesco, Tango Medical, and 49 Bespoke.
And Parasport New Brunswick, what a feat to be supporting, hosting such a large competition with so many athletes, spectators, and everything. So it's fantastic being the host organization, the host PSO, and we're grateful to be out here.
So Austin leading with the first key offense, and it's a first try scored by Reese Kettler for the start of the 4th quarter. I'm going to say it well.
You see Team New Brunswick really keeping their starting lineup going, keeping some momentum out there and seeing what kind of push they can put against this very strong and experienced Quebec squad.
I'm going to be very biased here because I am from Quebec and I know the players. And so one thing I know from Eric Lavoie that's on the bench right now is that he knows what he can give and he will give it 100%. And he knows that he wants a half a quarter. He wants that 4 minute and give it his all. And when a player knows that, you try to give it to him so he can perform. And when we see him back on court, we're gonna see 100% from him. Look at that.
And if we don't, we're gonna say get off the court.
No, I like his intensity. Macias has been playing a very, very good game. Now he's in a danger. So Kettler and Austin were able to lead him in that corner, but they didn't capitalize on like that very dangerous spacing. Could have been a turnover right there.
Ball inbound to Kettler. See him trying to work with Cameron up with that flow.
Gagne on McClellan. I can't say it. I'm sorry. I'm not.
You see Austin realizing that Kettler was with a mismatch. So a 2.0 athlete pushing against a 0.5 and really trying to capitalize that pass with Kettler's speed.
Gagne, I think there's 4 in the key right there. What's it called? No, Macias is not in. Macias is not in.
Very close.
It's very close.
Riding that line. You see the importance of proper ref positioning, because from here, could have been.
I think he was in, but we're going to let the ref judge.
We'll stay in our lane for this job.
Good spacing for Quebec. That deep pass, and Kettler.
Not my house.
Yes. Use that speed and that intensity. Coming to tap that ball from Mustang's hand. We're seeing that the 4th quarter intensity back. It's a 5-point game. Could they do it?
I'm on the edge of my seat over here.
It's been a very good game. I'm impressed.
These are the games as an athlete you live for, right? The close games, those really intense 4th quarters where you feel that pressure and you just wanna succeed and give it your all and see what your team is made of.
So Reese Kettler had that turnover right there, and now he's taking the seat. Oh no! Turnover from Austin McLennan. What's wrong?
Tough turnover. You really saw the disappointment in New Brunswick's eyes. You're not able to capitalize on these goals.
I know. Well, I mean, it's another inbound from Quebec, another chance to make a mistake, another chance to make another chaos or turnover. So, yeah, it's destabilizing when you see that stuff up in the air. Yeah. So, keep the intensity.
Nice defense by Austin, forcing him to the cone.
So I have a bird saying that it's raining over in the BC right now.
So maybe it's just raining across the country. We'll stop complaining.
Oh, good chair positioning from Macias on Austin McClellan. Now he's able to get that ball back.
And you see the growth in Alexi year over year as well from nationals last year, where, you know, obviously as a consistently relied upon player, but really seeing him lead the squad and he's a pivotal player on offense, and then he's making those turnovers on defense. So you really see him leading this team.
Yeah, it's a very good game for him. I agree with that.
We have a penalty for number 11 on New Brunswick for leaving the court.
Nobody's guarding the box. Courtney's coming in. He's got the spacing. Nobody's guarding him, and Mustine sees him. Good. So he's spacing. Good little pop action here from Austin to Al, and Al to Courtney, but didn't see the pass. So Alexi Macias again taking that turnover.
Inbound from Hal to Courtney.
Look at that.
Oh.
Hal creating the flow for Courtney to cross that line, taking him to secure zone, and now we can see what we do about attacking that key.
Is he going to get 10 seconds with the dribble? That was close. 15 seconds on the shot clock for Team New Brunswick.
Would you be okay? I just didn't see Austin attacking the key, and I saw all of the New Brunswick guys in the key. I'm like, 10 seconds.
We gotta get some momentum here, guys. Nice deep ball to Alexi with that spacing.
I like that vertical spacing from Quebec right now. But
again, it's conserving energy.
It is.
Right?
It really is.
Make that ball move. It moves faster than players do.
If I was New Brunswick, though, I would transition that, and I would know to keep that back door.
Exactly. Really having that court awareness.
But I think Reese Kettler was doing a good job at doing that and challenging it for Quebec. Now he's coming back on court, so maybe we will see that transition, that defensive transition happen.
The last 4.5 minutes in this fourth quarter.
Do you think Reese Kettler was like that defense hockey guy? I think he lives for it. He likes to.
He seems like he kind of lives for those big moments, right?
Yeah.
The coach of Team New Brunswick pulled him off after that very dramatic and adrenaline-fueled defensive strategy. Maybe he said, he's got to cool down for a minute.
Yeah.
But he's back, and you can see he's gunning for these last 4 minutes. Oh,
Turnover. Macias keeping on top of Austin.
That chair
playing
position.
The angles. Very good angles from Macias.
Nice
forcing that pass
don't pass
to Courtney. Is he going to take it home? Yes. Crossing the line. So capitalized turnover from New Brunswick here. And the crowd is cheering. Did you see that? Did you hear it? Crowd is on fire. Thank you, New Brunswick, for this cheer.
You saw New Brunswick opened up this weekend too, and it was for a packed stands. They played against Team BC their first game, and it's their first time for a lot of these athletes playing at home. Playing in front of your family and friends is something special.
Sharing that. Yeah, okay, so wheelchair rugby is a sport that you have to travel to play because there's not a lot of player in the country. Well, there are a lot more player, but you have to travel to play it. So sharing this with your home and your family must be a pretty special thing for them.
Absolutely.
Because we see each other often. It's a family here, but it's tough to share it with a home. We're going to see a new player entering the court now from New Brunswick. He's just waiting for the sub.
See number 15.
So as a coach, it's now 45-37 for Quebec, and he's resting the star, Austin, and we are seeing a new player. I don't know his name. I'm sorry.
I think we have Tim Burlock on the court now.
So it's his opportunity to get some court time, get some development time.
Yeah, I think it's his number 3.5
Look at him go.
class.
Look at him go. Four in the key. There you go. Ball draws attention.
You see Mike Whitehead in the corner, clapping his hands.
Yes. And so you got
new athletes come on the court, force a 4 in the key.
One very good player from Quebec now is in the box. Gagne, you know better.
Don't you see the key out there? You can see it from here.
So 3 minutes left to the fourth quarter. I see an inbound for New Brunswick, playing 4 against 3. Gagne is in the box.
That speed from Kettler going right to the corner.
Number 13 from New Brunswick's first minutes on court today, and he's already got him in the box.
You always look for those little wins, right?
Yeah, you gotta. So Mastin with the ball, not moving right now, waiting for Guillaume to set up.
You see that leak from
taking
from
that speed. Again, you have to stop that flow. And Courtney knows the back door is open. Look at him go there.
That speed.
Quebec spacing is.
It's what's made this
we
their
were
spacing on court has created that space on the scoreboard. That's for sure.
Ooh. Look
Should I
at
trademark
you.
that?
Look at, I see what you did there.
Can he make this pass? Nice dish.
Oh, gotta love those hits. Kettler's living for that hit. Look at, he went full on.
See, he's fired up from
you
that
are
one.
not gonna hit me to that cone. I will hit you first.
Don't even think about it.
Mastin, do not let him take his speed. Stop his speed. Forcing that pass. He did pass that ball on that middle line.
It was tough. Wasn't able to see if the full momentum was going, forwards or if it changed sideways to back. He was very lucky to get that ball out in time.
I don't know if he was aware that he was on the middle line, but Courtney did force that pass, so good on him.
You see those over and back calls at all levels. You just see, opposing teams just try to bait and really try to make that hit right on the line.
Mm. So for those asking about the bench, when we see a scoreboard that's spaced out like that, so 47-39, and the bench is still not going in, some people don't understand it. So I think it's a coaching decision. I think New Brunswick wanted to get performance out of this game against Quebec. Sometimes you have to look at the tournament, to look at the game and choose the ones that you're going to have your bench play and the one that you have your main line play. But team sports
are so hard. No coach wants to bench their athletes or not have them see any court time. And sometimes you think, as we see right now, it's an 8-point game, but sometimes those 8 points feel like it's 3 points. So you feel like you're so close and into that game. So if a certain lineup is firing and really keeping that momentum, sometimes you just keep them in. And you want to keep subbing in, athletes for athletes, but the decisions, sometimes you look back and you question your decisions, but
there is also an aspect of players' energy management. So undeveloped players are going to make more mistakes or not have that same symbiosis with the other players. So it's asking the other players on court a lot more energy. So you have to manage that as well. So you have to develop your asset, give them goals to reach, and be that embraced by the other players as well, the other players' energy. So you have to set them up for success, but set everybody up for success as well. So it's a big thing to manage. The bench of New Brunswick is quite steep. So.
And sometimes players learn by watching. So sometimes there's a lot of really new athletes, and for some, it might be their first game that they're seeing.
For sure, you got to keep them active on the bench. Sometimes that could be improved, but
You see Jake Woods at almost close to the end of the bench here on the right for New Brunswick, and you see he's calling passes and he's calling spaces, and you really see him fully engaged in the game, even though he hasn't seen any minutes this game. I think there's a jamboree for Jake Woods this year.
There was.
There was the Jake Woods jamboree.
Yes. There is a cheer when Jake gets on court.
Part of the heart and soul of Team NB, I think.
Jake told me that he got his Be It t-shirts. He did. We have to take a picture with him, yes. Last minute of that fourth quarter, Reese's attempt in. Ooh,
and he made it.
That time.
Really pushed through that strong defense by Alexi.
It's a 7-point game, 55 seconds to go. Messias with the ball. Dave Gagne for the win.
Oh,
Look
nice
at
out.
this pop. He was just a cone there. He was like, give me that ball, I'll relay it right away. He knew how.
It's a hot potato ball in my hands and out of my hands as fast as it gets there.
So there is this new concept this year of player of the game, MVP. I don't know if he's already gotten it, but the way this works, I think, is a player cannot get it twice, and each game there's a player of the game.
Correct. There's one player of the game, so there's not one for each team. It's just one overall.
So for New Brunswick, who would your player of the game be?
I think this game I would have to go with Reese Kettler.
Yes.
I think he's been strong on offense. He's been strong on defense. He's kept his cool while at a tied game. Kept his cool while they're down.
He's improved during the game as well.
Exactly. You really see, and you see his chair position, right? He's not just pushing beside these athletes. He's taking that extra push to make sure that he's stopping a chair, looking for outlets, and keeping people stuck.
Austin did play very well as well, but I cannot go without talking about Al's performance.
Absolutely. Yeah. You really see that experience shining.
Exactly.
He's not very often in the wrong position on court.
And on the Quebec side, I've been talking about Dave's game, but Alexi's been having a very good game as well. 23 seconds to go. Quebec with the possession. Are they going to get that scoreboard to 50? There's a turnover from Reese Kettler, or was it Reese?
Looks like it was Reese. Swiped it.
Yes.
As we're talking about the danger of getting those hands on the ball.
15 seconds left, and you still create a turnover.
I stand by my nomination.
It was a very good one. I agree.
Let's see this active key. Reese is really gunning for that. And there's Al pushing him out. Oh! Alexi just had that extra chair position, that extra push. Still got lots in the tank with 10 seconds left. 7 seconds. Can they get down to the end? Doesn't look like it. Final score of the final game of the evening, 50 for Team Quebec, 41 for Team New Brunswick.
Thank you everybody for watching. Please donate to Improve Nationals and other programming. It's on Linktree on the Instagram of World Rugby Canada. It's powered by Winwood Dash, and the items that are auctioned are Baytech Mini 2, sponsored by 49 Bespoke, starting at $4,000, and Equipment Management Kit, sponsored by Vesco, starting at $350. Thank you for watching. It was amazing sharing this time with you, Kendra.
I'll take any time I can get with you, Melanie.
Oh. And very good job on those players for the game. I'm very impressed by New Brunswick's improvement from last year to this year.
And you just see they're a decently new program.
Yes.
You know, when you really think we have some established provinces, and New Brunswick hasn't been a part of the wheelchair rugby game for as long as, you know, Ontario and Quebec and British Columbia, Alberta. And so really seeing them take their program and take their skills and
Parasport New Brunswick really did invest in the program and in their players this year.
Executive Director Sally Hutt.
Thank you, Sally Hutt, for
everything you do.
Yes, and she's also been a very pillar person in this organization of nationals this year as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah. It's a big team behind, and
do I get anything for going with the nomination?
Kendra with the player of the game, Reese Kettler.
Wow.
You said it.
Well deserved, Reese Kettler.
Good job. So, I guess we leave it here. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, and good night.
Thank you, everybody on chat. It was fun. I love looking at your commentaries, and go Quebec, says Maggie.
Bye.